be attached to that knowledge to be able to defend it. So I guess that's why I don't care as much.
Well, ultimately it's all about testing the claims that they're making, right?
Yeah, that's the most important thing. Why do you believe something that you didn't prove yourself?
Right, so I'd be curious to know your thoughts on what the average person calls gravity.
I've never sensed gravity, man, so apparently it doesn't exist, right?
Well, I was just wondering if you you know any of the theories that have been proposed.
No, honestly, no, I don't.
So after 8 years, you haven't looked into gravity at all?
Like I
Bending
said,
or warping of space-time or mass attracting mass?
Yeah, maybe we just haven't talked before, but when I found Flat Earth, I kind of found the health and nutrition stuff at the exact same time, and I guess I kind of followed the health and nutrition path more extensively, and that's kind of my expertise. But yeah, I found both at the same time. Never really focused on Flat Earth besides like understanding the globe lie, and then focused on the health and nutrition side of it.
So when you say the health and nutrition side, what do you mean? You just kind of figured out that maybe what you were told by the government with like the food pyramid might not necessarily be the healthiest thing for you, or what?
Exactly. So the the topic of flat Earth kind of brought me into the fact of that they are lying. So if they're lying about one thing, what else, right? So at the time, I was very overweight. Just didn't feel good. I was depressed. Of course, fluoride, everything else. So it really intrigued me. I was like, well, they're lying about this. So what else are they lying about? And I kind of started looking into it. Then I was like, well, why are sentient beings made up of 70% water and they're not taught in school what the best kind to drink is? And it just kind of all went into the endless rabbit hole of, you could just label it health, I guess. Just bettering oneself, being just contributing your time and efforts towards yourself, loving yourself, all that stuff is kind of what I got sucked into, I guess you could say.
Make sure to ask your doctor about flat Earth.
Ask your doctor if neurotoxins are right for you.
Oh my god.
So you said when you first discovered it, you were overweight. Have you been changing your diet and your lifestyle and change that around a little bit?
Now, of course, this, like I said, this goes back 8 years. At first, I got really into like fasting, both dry and just water fasting. I lost a lot of weight using that method. Of course, I did change my diet accordingly. Most importantly was eliminating sugar. So the first thing I did in the entire journey was eliminate the sugar and started drinking a certain amount of distilled water every day. And when that was happening, I could notice the changes. Also, I eliminated the toxins, so I stopped using like soap, shampoos, all that stuff I already talked about earlier. And then I really noticed the changes. So I first started with the distilled water, but I didn't eliminate the toxins. And even without eliminating the toxins, just the detoxifying effects of the water alone was enough. And I was like, okay, this is working, right? It was something like I had to prove it to myself, going back to not just don't believe what you hear. But when I could feel the changes that were going on, I saw what was coming out of my body, which is rather disgusting, by the way. You realize, okay, this is the way it is. Like, I am a complete toxic shithole as a person. Not like my personality, but my body is a shithole. And I realized this, and I was like, okay, well, I'm gonna take this to the max. I'm gonna focus all my efforts into this. I started doing intense research. What are the best things to store the water in? What are the best things to cook with? Right? Uh, anything that touched or entered my body, I asked myself, what's in it? Right? So I just started backtracing everything. Where's my food coming from? What am I cooking in? What utensils am I using? What am I washing my dishes with? What am I washing my clothes with? Everything that touches or comes into contact with me. I started paying attention to everything. Now, when I combine that with the detoxing, right, removing the toxins plus, detoxing with the water, that's kind of like when it just went into overdrive. Like literally, I'll give you an example. I was still probably like 300 pounds at the time, but nobody could keep up with me. I would walk trails for hours, like 10, 10, 15 miles. Just didn't have to stop. And I'm talking 300 pounds. The only time I had to stop was because my feet were hurting, just because of carrying the weight. That, like, I didn't have to stop. I wasn't physically tired. I just didn't want to hurt my feet because I was, having to lug around all the weight at the time. And I was like, wow, this is just absolutely amazing. And then also, like, kind of going back to the pineal gland and the hippocampus and all that stuff, I started awakening spiritually. So I just felt like I was tapping into something that I just previously had no knowledge of. Just wasn't aware of it. I was just totally numb to the spiritual realm at the time. So all this stuff just happened all at once. And I just had like a very profound experience with it. And it became kind of like my life's work almost. Like, I got into Ayurvedism, which is kind of like, it has roots in India, but it's basically just using natural methods, the two holy waters, right, to detox your body. And basically the concept is to, cleanse the body, free the mind, release the spirit. That's kind of like, the trinity of Ayurvedism, I would say.
So, what question would you? Well, okay, I just want to ask, what question do you have that's still yet unanswered, or that you need it, that you're looking for an answer to, that puts you on the fence, like where you would declare yourself to be on the fence? You're not a flat earther because you're not saying the Earth is flat, and you're not a glober because you're not saying that it's a globe. You're saying that you don't know. What question do you have that leaves you not knowing?
I think I don't. I think I don't have any questions now. If there were, I'll say this: if there was a tag that says the surface of the Earth is flat, I'd take that tag. Now, the Earth is flat. Yeah, I mean, I guess it's the same thing, right? So
Yeah, I'm
the
just
thing
trying
is,
to see where you're at. I'm not looking to get, like,
yeah.
for a tag or anything. It's not about that. It's just seeing where you're at, like, cognitively.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty certain. You're right. I'm not going to say I believe. I'm pretty certain that the surface of the Earth is flat. Yes, just from the evidence that I've seen multiple people provide.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, of course.
What does your diet consist of? Are you meat and vegetable, omnivore, carnivore, herbivore?
Right now, I pretty much just eat whatever I want and just walk. I've just kind of gotten to the point where I've pretty much reached not only a physical homeostasis, but a spiritual one. So I just follow the instructions that I'm given, from the living God, and I just go with the flow. Don't force anything, just allow everything to happen, be an observer, and I don't really make choices anymore. I don't have to think anymore. All of this stuff just goes out the window. Um, Another sense that you were talking about, having like multiple senses that they don't teach you about. One would definitely be like heightened intuition. So even with how toxic people are, people still, they're like, oh, I get the butterflies, or I get goosebumps, or I get that gut feeling. The go with your gut feeling. That's something in my experience that has been extremely heightened, to almost a spiritual awareness. And you just don't question. You really just go with it, let it happen. You're simply existing. When you kind of reach this place, you don't try. And I guess that's the best way. I don't have to try anything. I don't think about things. I don't try. I just let it happen.
Yeah, I've been trying to train my intuition, but intuition is kind of untrainable. So really, what I think that I've been doing is not training my intuition at all. I think what I've been doing is trying to train myself to listen to my intuition.
I believe it's okay. So I get what you're saying, and I kind of feel you on that. But it's okay. So what you're saying, you just go with the flow. It's nothing is like a task. It's just like you are and you just do, and it just is. So it's more like,
Yeah,
and intuitively, it's like a resonance. So you resonate with it. You're either repelled by it, you're repulsed, or you're drawn to it. You're attracted.
exactly. And you accept it, right?
So would you call this like a flow state? You're living in a flow state.
I just said it's hard. It's really hard to describe, right? Unless you've been there. But I would say it's kind of gosh, I mean, it's really tough, man. Let me resonate on that and see what comes to me. See if I can put it into words a little bit easier. But I don't have all the answers just yet about it at this point in time. You know.
It's kind of like the Tao philosophy. Someone shared something with me, and I haven't really looked. See, I'm so negligent about this stuff. It's not because I'm disrespectful to the people that share things with me. It's just some of this stuff is so deep and it takes so long. It's like, I mean,
it's great. Like, I love answering questions about my personal experience because like I said, this is kind of like, I feel like I have a lot of experience in it, and it's almost like the path that I've been on for a long time. So I love sharing it with people, and I love answering questions. But even after 8-9 years almost of doing this, um, just some wisdom that was given to me. As soon as you think you know everything, you know nothing. So I always try to, like if I knew everything, I wouldn't be in this Discord, for example. So I'm always looking for new knowledge and even to express the way that I feel, uh, something as simple as vocabulary, expanding your vocabulary to where you can express yourself better in words. I mean, just so many things to always be striving for and setting goals for yourself. And, it's a lot to do.
So speaking about words, judging based on the way that you pronounce the word water, I'm putting you pretty close to Philadelphia or somewhere nearby. You don't
Virginia, buddy.
Okay.
I thought he was a New Yorker before I put my headphones on. I thought he sounded just like me.
what's
I'm
up,
out of the
Inky?
country, man.
What's up?
I'm in the Virginia boondocks.
Yeah, the water thing is pretty prevalent through Virginia, Maryland, South Jersey, Philly.
Why? Do y'all got dirty water or something?
It's just a pronunciation, more like
Oh, gotcha.
It's like there's a U between or before the A.
Yeah.
What?
Water. And almost like an extra R in there.
Water, yep.
Now I can't even just say
New
it
England
naturally
thing.
because I'm thinking about it too much. Water.
New England thing.
It's okay. Where I'm from, people say "warsh."
Yeah.
How about coupons? You heard that?
Coupons.
Coupons, yeah. Reminds me of Ron White.
Wash them coupons.
So what do you call the thing at the grocery store? Is it a cart or a buggy?
Buggy.
A basket.
Buggy. Dude, you call it a basket?
Call it a grocery cart.
I call it a cart as well.
No, the basket is the thing that you carry. The thing that you push, that's what he's talking about.
Push cart. You push the cart. The basket's when you only need a few items and you pick that up in the front, right?
It's a buggy.
It's not a buggy.
It's a buggy.
You got to ride in those. Are buggies, you operate buggies, right?
Yeah.
Buggies are what you push babies around in. But I guess that's a similar contraption, right? Or the Amish people.
I think there is actually an official name for those things. They're called rascals.
No, that's what the old people ride around on.
It's a convenient cart. Convenience cart.
I don't care what you say. Every single one of you go into a grocery store and you grab one of those things with wheels and you start pushing it, and you look at whoever you're in there and you say, "Do you need a buggy?" I guarantee you call them a buggy. It's like maybe
Hell no, I have
maybe you
never
don't.
called it a buggy. It's
Google
always been
buggy,
cart.
then Google grocery cart
I
with a
shouldn't
K.
say that because maybe you don't.
Your accent trips me out. I got to tell you the truth. The way that you say Ewans,
Yins.
like
Yins.
It's proper. It's a proper word. Okay, so you ones, but it's a contraction. It's the two words combined. So it's actually legit. It's a legit word. See, I had someone to criticize how like the words that I use, and I'm like, okay, let's look it up. Let's check this word out and see if I'm using it properly or not. And let's look at the pronunciation. And every single time I'd be right, and they would
I don't
say,
care
yeah.
about proper. It just trips me out the way that you guys say that.
You ins, you furs, you all.
See,
Yin.
we say y'all here in East Texas, but my dad is from Ohio, so you don't know what's going to come out of my mouth. I might say y'all. I might say you guys.
You furs.
Something that I noticed when I moved to the South or out of the Midwest and into the South was people using the phrase might could. Like I might could go get something.
I might would do it.
Oh,
Yeah.
he's on the ball, ain't he? Maybe you could bounce up and kiss my ass, and funny guy. Ha ha.
You might could go get me a beer.
I reckon. Maybe.
Something else I noticed too. I lived down in West Virginia. Everybody left out the words "to be." They said like, "Oh yeah, that needs washed," that needs painted, rather than that needs to be painted. It's like they have an old English Shakespearean way of speaking too, so it's kind of ironic that they leave out the words like "to be."
Well, it's still like it's still a proper sentence, though. I mean, so you add a preposition, a prepositional word, and you add a helping verb, and so you've got more work and more words for no reason.
Yeah, I talk like that now.
It's like work smart, not hard.
That car needs fixing.
Burn less calories. Saying less.
Another term is fixin', now that you bring it up, Hank.
Yeah, no, I did it on purpose.
Where y'all fixing to go?
See, now I never say that. I always say I'm getting ready to. I'm
Down
getting
yonder
ready.
by the river. You want to?
I'm getting ready to take off. It's like I
Okay.
never did say the fixing.
You wanna?
Do this, fixing, do that.
So what do y'all call a small
I
river?
don't say y'all either.
It's not fixing. It's
creek.
fixing too. I'm fixing too.
Fixing to.
That's
Fixing
a
to.
creek.
It's a creek, not a crick. It's a creek.
There's a creek.
Creek, yeah.
A creek is what you get in your neck, and a creek is what trickles along across the rocks.
We agree on that one for sure.
So the old timers from here, they try not to use like vulgar words, right? This is like the belt buckle of the Bible Belt. So instead of saying fart, they say mashed frog. No, that's the old timers. That's the old timers.
Instead of horror, they say Jezebel.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
big,
they do. They say
That-
Jezebel.
That Jezebel over there.
straight up Jezebel.
See what else they say? I'm in a pickle. Like if you're in trouble, you're in a pickle.
I'm in a bind
that's-
because I'm way behind.
It's common, yeah. Pickle.
I'd hate to grow up in that neighborhood named Jezebel.
Hank, how often do you hear dag nabbit?
Dag
Not
nabbit.
very often.
I tell you what I
Dang.
say though, to
That's
keep
not-
from saying a curse word instead of saying like son of a, because I had to break myself from I had foul mouth, and I'd say call to keep from saying son of a bitch, I'd say son of a biscuit eater, because it's still I still got the satisfaction of son of a biscuit eater, but dad burn it is I'd say that too. It's common for me.
In my opinion, we don't have the worst Southern accent. If you go to the Northeast from here, that's where the real Southern accent is. It's where it gets really thick, and we joke around and say stuff like "Dak nabbit happens to Betsy, we got to get to church." we'll be making fun of other people the way they talk. The only thing about us is we have a draw.
What were you going to say, Michael, about Dad Burnett?
Oh, not a damn thing. I'm Bennett. I ain't in it. Dagnabbit. We just say, what the hell you gonna do that for?
Doggum it.
Yes,
Daggum.
east of you, Florida. Doggone it.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
Don't start hating on Florida.
I love Florida. If I didn't crave cold, I might move there. Go buy that swamp back from Disney.
We done sold that swamp.
Good luck. There's too much money rolling into that place.
Hey, you know why they call it Florida, right? It's like fluoride's mined there. The phosphate fertilizer. Florida. The Nazis went there. Makes sense.
That's nuttier than squirrel poop, I'll tell you what.
That's the generation of the beginning of the fluoridation, isn't it? In Florida,
Yeah, I wonder where they
generation?
were.
Hey,
It's just a byproduct of the phosphate fertilizer mining
this
industry.
is the one I like. Her elevator don't go to the top floor, if you know what I mean. No, nobody got it.
Oh, I get it.
Yeah, I got it.
Like she's 2 sandwiches short of a picnic, you know what I'm saying? Y'all. Yeah. I mean, and that one there, his family tree ain't got no branches on it. Shit. You wonder why.
Pieces of bread, but not the peanut butter and jelly.
That actually would make a good lyric for one of your rap battles there, Michael. Florida is full of the generation of the beginning of the fluoridation. Anyway, you can use it or not. I don't care.
On that topic, the Pepsi logo, the circle with the blue section and the red section, looks kind of like an S in the center and such. The Pepsi logo is called the next generation symbol, and they put it next to Pepsi, right? And so it means that if you turn upside down any Pepsi can or any billboard, it says upside down is dead next to the next generation symbol. So upside down it says the next generation symbol is dead. The next generation is dead. It says that on every single Pepsi can.
Well, I'll tell you, that's slicker than snot on a doorknob, boy.
What's the next generation logo? Is it one of their logos?
It's what they publicly call the circular logo they put on their cans. The circular logo that looks like it has an S on it, that's called the next generation symbol. They made it up. That's what they call it. But if you put the name Pepsi next to it and turn Pepsi upside down, turn the P's into D's.
Yeah, I've seen that.
The next generation is dead.
I've seen is dead. I've seen that meme. Wow.
That's what they think.
Not this generation. I ain't doing it.
I think it's almost a little bit appropriate considering all the high fructose corn syrup within Pepsi.
Does anybody remember those Pepsi cans from like the?
Well, hey, how about when you turn it sideways? It says Obama is dead.
No, it don't.
Yeah, you don't remember them posters where he had that thing that looked almost like the Pepsi sign on it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, we're all talking about the way that people talk. My favorite phrase in the English language is she could suck a golf ball through a water hose.
Hell yeah.
Every time I hear that, I
The
just laugh
chrome
and laugh.
or the chrome off a bumper hits you out. I mean,
Every time I hear that, it's just like I'm on the ground rolling around laughing because I can't fathom why people would put those two things together.
Oh my gosh, I'll leave for a second and come back and can't leave you alone for a minute. What are you talking? I don't want to know.
It's just
you
a
probably
phrase.
don't.
It's just a phrase that kills me.
I reckon you're right though.
Okay, I'm going to post something that I caught at sunset because it's been raining here for days, and usually, I mean, well, I'm just not going to say a whole lot about it. I'm just going to share what I caught. Remember, I know that a lot of you have heard me talk about it. Spiral reminded me when he posted his picture of the moon tonight. His picture of the moon, because here I don't know. I've mentioned it before at sunset. If you look towards the east, it's not all the time, but there are times when you see that they're trying to cover the sky or whatever. Like, just pay attention, man, because when the sun sets at sunset, look towards the east and see if you can see any light there. Like, here, I'll just post it. I'll just quit talking about it. But keep in mind, okay, this is at sunset. The sun is already setting, and this is in the east. Okay, just keep that in mind. But continue, because I know this is not anything anyone's going to want to talk about, but I'll share it anyway.
Bullshit. I've noticed they've been starting to spray our skies again. They haven't been doing it in what seems like a year. And now that it's like, the time of year that we want to have heat, right? Because we want to have heat. Like, it's supposed to be hot until, like, I'd say right about now. It's just now starting to cool down. Well, what they're doing is they're spraying the skies at night when the sun's setting. Not at night, but when the sun is starting to set. And they spray the whole western part of the skies. And I'm like, man, like,
Oh,
why are they spraying it now?
They do the eastern too. Like, look towards the east at sunset, man. Because okay, I don't think they ever stop spraying. I mean, in my view, they just. But I don't think they stop spraying. Can you even see it though? It's like, why does it? Do you see, like, it looks like? But do you see that line coming up from behind the house? It goes straight up. It's like, okay, so maybe that's not the best one. I took 3 or 4. I think there's a better one.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
When I worked delivering papers early mornings, I saw they spray in the mornings and stop, and it'll dissipate and spread out, and then the sun will come out, and it'll kind of just like thin out. But there were always like the whole sky was crisscrossed before the sun would come up, and then they stop. Or they move. They probably go west and spray that way.
I think they do.
Go ahead.
I'm just on what he said. I think they do weather engineering, but I think they also use it as a method to hide stuff. But
yeah, that's what I agree with that. They spray sunrise and sunset. It seems like mostly.
The weird thing is when they do it at night. Like, I remember being way out in the boonies one night. And I was trying to figure out where I was because I was following a guy to his house, and he took all these turns and left, right, and I was like, to a place I'd never been. And I look up and I'm like, man, there's a chemtrail right there. Like, it's being sprayed right now. He looked up, he was like, sure is. Right now, they're doing it right now. And if they're blocking out the sun, why'd they do it at night?
Is that showing up? Like, are you? I don't know. Are you seeing the beam of? Like, there's a shadow where it reveals the beam of light going upward. Like, and that's in the east. It's like northeast. I don't know if it's coming through because my screen, I don't know if it may be my monitor because it shows up on my phone a lot better than it does on the screen on my PC when I post it.
I can see it. I've seen that too. In person, yeah.
And so it's not like lighting up the sky. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
kind of like that. But it's in the east though. It's in the east after sunset. Like right at sunset. And like catching those rays or beams or whatever, shadows, whatever you want to call them. It's not what I always catch like that. It's rare to be able to catch that. Generally, I just catch the light, you know. I'll post some of the ones where I've caught the light in context since I'm talking about it.
I got some stuff to post. Keep it on topic.
Because we look to the heavens for signs and wonders, right? It's like our clock. It reveals the times. And so, of course, I mean, if it's going to reveal anything, if it's going to, you know, enlighten us in any way of any knowledge of the times that we're in, they're going to hide it. They don't want everybody discussing and talking about, you know, the times that we're in and spirituality and thinking that that's more important than what's on the 6 o'clock news. I mean, but anyway, no, I don't think it even matters now. I think everybody's far gone. Doesn't even matter.
I speculate there's a spiritual awakening happening, and it's pretty massive. Or it's on the horizon.
The early stages, as they say.
I don't know, man. I'm pretty discouraged lately.
I'm just sitting in paradise waiting for everybody to show up.
Yep. The whirlpool at the end of the rabbit hole.
The flat earth paradise.
I noticed that Columbus Day follows World Space Week.
Ooh. He circumnavigated the earth. Now, who was that?
Magellan.
There you go. It was one of those bozos.
You would fail fifth grade general science.
Good. I'm glad.
This verse kind of sticks out with me. Look at the nations and watch, and be utterly amazed, for I am going to do something in your days that you would not believe even if you were told. Habakkuk 1:5.
So here's one, and it's in the east at sunset. It's like I like to show the ones where you can see and you can tell where the light originates from. Like there's shadows, there's unlit clouds, and there's lit clouds, and you can see where the sky's lit and where the sky's not lit. And this is like northeast.
Speaking of clouds and sunsets, do you guys ever get people saying that like the underneath side of the clouds is lit up due to the sunset? Like I never experienced that. All I ever see is that the westerly facing side of the cloud is what's lit up.
It's like a 2016 argument.
Well, I see it, but it's not what they say it is. It's not because it's going over a curve. But yeah, I've seen it. Matter of fact, I've got here's some pictures of it. Of the sun coming up out of this cloud. It's like I get a lot of controversy over. It's okay. I'm not it is what it is.
Yeah, like I just experienced
See
that
that?
it's like the westerly side of the clouds that makes it appear that kind of like the bottom portion is
Yeah.
also somewhat lit up, but kind of just based on your perspective. I never experienced like the bottom of a cloud being lit up without the westerly side being completely lit.
Yeah, well, I've seen it, but it's not what they claim. So in that picture there that I posted, it's really, really foggy. And in real life, you could see the lines of the tops of the ridges behind that because it's on top of a mountain. So you can see the tops of the mountains. Right. This is a cloud of fog that's rising between the two ridges. And it's the ridge closest to me. This is a cloud of fog. And there's the sun coming up out of that. Just saying.
Yeah, what they started doing is they started showing the reflection, the shadow of a mountain on the underside of a cloud. And then flat earthers went to, Google Earth and found this mountain. And sure enough, the mountain had a lake on the other side. So the sun was reflecting down to the lake, off of the lake, onto the mountain, and onto the clouds. And that's what globe earthers were using for their proof that the sun is setting under the clouds.
Yeah, it depends on each instance. It's going to be different. Like it depends on what the condition, what's actually going on. Yeah, that I could see that happening at some point.
So Cuddles.
That's not what's happening here, though. Just go ahead.
So Cuddles was talking about launching a rocket, and I was like, hey, bro, the reason that the Go Fast rocket was pointing down was because when you're going up into the blackness, right, there's not anything going on up there. And it's like when you see stuff, when you see light, you're seeing light interact with stuff. So when you look at the sun, the sunlight is interacting with the atmosphere, and most of what you see is that. You're not actually really looking at the sun. You're looking at the sunlight interact with the atmosphere. And he was like, well, I want to see, what's up. They don't ever show us what's up. And I'm thinking to myself, well, you better put some like infrared or ultraviolet, different kind of cameras up there because you're not going to see a whole lot. If you look up Like, I doubt you'd be able to see anything because it's just
Yeah.
blackness after you
Well,
get so high.
What's sunlight anyway? A reaction in atmosphere. Probably. What is sunlight? You want to know what it is?
Energy.
I think it's electromagnetic radiation, but QE
Which
tells
is
me
energy.
it's not electric and it's not magnetic.
Well, yeah. Well,
All respects to QE. He doesn't know what sunlight is either.
in my opinion, electricity is the conjunction of the dielectric and the magnetic is what the resultant effect would be electricity. So, in my opinion, technically, magnetism is part of electricity. The other part being dielectricity. But anyways, shooting a rocket straight up, I always wondered if it was like, if you did that at high noon where the sun is directly overhead, say it like somewhere close to the equator, I would be interested to see the angle change of the sun in the sky as the rocket continues to go up. Because I feel like with a lot of those weather balloons, it's almost like the sun looks like it's just over there. You know, like you can point straight out to it almost across towards the horizon. I'd like to see, from your perspective on the ground, the sun looks like it's directly overhead, high noon, shoot a rocket up and see if there's any angle change in the sun as your perspective continues to get higher and higher. I think that would be interesting.
They say that it wouldn't.
Oh, I mean, it seems to be some kind of like within the fields or something. I don't know. Some kind of node of, and the light just seems to be like a result of an effect caused by something. It's like hard to. It's like a combination of electricity and electromagnetism and electrical and magnetic and vibration.
Yeah, and the energy that the sun produces it's almost like it fluoresces the gases within the atmosphere. Because if you notice, you get sunlight, like things are lit up before the sun is above the horizon, and you have any direct sunlight, like direct line of sunlight.
So I guess you saw that video that I was passing around about 6 months to a year ago, to where they said that the atmosphere has like all these different gases in it, and it creates plasma when it comes in contact with the sunlight. So the sky is mostly blue because of argon gas, I think is what it was called. So when you put argon gas in a glass and you create plasma, it glows the same color as the atmosphere. Have you seen that video?
I have not, but I've seen various gases be, lit up just based on passing electricity through them. And yeah, argon's blue. So is maybe neon and nitrogen. I don't recall.
Who's got nitro? Battlemod, you do, don't you?
You need a boost?
Yes, I do.
Well, it's saying that my file is too big, and It's trying to tell me about nitro so that I can send it. It's just a video of a sunrise. It's that one that I've been posting pictures to.
Just upload it to YouTube and then post the link.
Oh, it won't even let me share it in the DMs either.
Oh shit. That's stupid.
A bitch. Guess I have to get Nitro to share it.
Did you hear me?
Yeah, but I don't upload stuff to YouTube. I tried to do live stream of this and my PC wouldn't handle it, but I don't even know. Like, what do you do? Just hit upload? Screw it. It might be too big for even for a Nitro member to share. I don't know how big it is, so let me see. It'll tell me. $374 megabytes.
It's almost 4 times the size that they'll let you do 100 megabytes.
It's only 6 minutes long. I mean, like, damn, what do they let you upload? 2 seconds?
You can get about 16 seconds.
Because the
That's
video,
720.
the video is where it actually captures the sun popping. Like, that last photo, the video is from there. And it, anyway, I don't think it matters, to be honest with you. Not, it does to me, but
1, 2, 3. I hear talk.
What?
Sorry, I didn't realize my mic was unmuted when I was testing. I hear talk about tech. I'm interested.
it's my lack of knowledge or ability. It's like very limited, very remedial.
Yeah, hang on, wait. I couldn't get into detail of like what you can do without Nitro, because it's about how large the file is, and depending on how much you compress it, you can get some pretty. I know that there's a GIF on Discord somewhere. It's like 6 megabytes, and it's the entirety of the Shrek movie. Don't know if you heard about that. Like 2.5 hours long, less than 8 megabytes.
That's pretty wild. How the hell you do that?
I don't know. Press enough buttons, hope it works, I guess.
No. What you can do, Truth, is you can cut it into several parts, less than 100 megabytes a piece. So if it's resolution of 720, then you cut them in 15-second segments. But that'd be a lot of segments and a lot of work.
Yeah. I don't know. Too much work. Too much work. Because, I mean, the entire... The purpose of sharing the videos, that it's, it's continuous. I may as well just post the photos. Right? I mean, if I want to do that. Cut it up, chop it up, may as well just post photos.
Take the filter out and roll the blunt. Light it, hit it, hold it, pass, puff, blow it up. See, some of y'all niggas be talking about blowing, can't handle the doja, get sleepy and shit, quitting out early. Bitch, you ain't no smoke.
Hell yeah, mystical.
I used to jam to that shit back in the day.
Same.
I think he did like 3 songs called Still Smoking. And it's like every album he put out, it's like a new song called Still Smoking on there.
Yeah, I've been waiting for that, India, for them to say that, the atmosphere extends beyond the sun, too. By George, you watch next year, come June, I'll have some stuff for you come June. But I have to wait till June.
Play that funky music, white boy.
Play that funky music right.
Was that you, Michael?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I love them. Go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning, Roger.
Ain't trying to get no strikes.
You're saying, Hank?
Yeah, the old rule was 30 seconds. I don't know if they changed it. I might be out of date because I'm not a YouTuber that keeps up with that shit. But yeah, the old rule was you had to play it for 30 seconds and that would get you a strike.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know if it changed either.
Well, it's the rules are what they want them to be. If it's not the rule today, and they want it to be, it will be tomorrow.
Exactly.
Ain't
They
that
could take down videos from 4 months ago. I mean, that's what they did with Widget, right?
and a few other people. Yes, sir.
It's hella foggy here.
What's the difference between fog and a cloud?
Hell, I don't know.
Altitude.
That's it. Altitude.
Oh, hey. What? Hey, is the laundry almost done or what, bro? Is it on its cycle?
Sounds like it had his turn signal on.
Yeah, he's at the punishment light. I figured out the punishment light. That's like the road that's like the loop, right? You can't go around the loop and bypass all the businesses in the town because the town wants you to spend more gas with the stop and go stoplights and stop at their place and spend some money. So that's what the punishment light is. We got one in my town. Like one night I sat there and I was like sitting and sitting and sitting. It's like, damn, I'm not even sweating no more because it's right after I got off work. It's like I'm not even sweating no more. Like I'm all dry and shit. I've been sitting here so long.
I got some pretty good pictures where I was driving through clouds. So freaking thick, man. You couldn't see no more than 5 feet in front of you. I mean, it was thick. That's a cool picture.
You remember that Cat Williams skit talking about the girl who pressed charges against R. Kelly? Like, no, it was Chris Rock, wasn't it? It was Chris Rock. Stalking through thick, Your Honor.
Caught that picture of lightning from a plane one time.
That's pretty awesome, man. Oh.
It looks like the electrical charge is just falling the edge of the clouds.
I seen this video my wife showed me. It was like this young guy, he's at the pool and he's talking about how much better it is to like swim when it's raining. And then he like goes to run and jump in the pool and like midair lightning strikes. And then he lands in the pool like right after it. Lightning struck the pool.
Damn.
And he survived?
I don't know. The video ended. I don't know.
Okay.
When I was playing football, like back in the 90s for the high school I went to, like apparently somebody got struck or something. And it was like after that, we couldn't practice in the rain. We couldn't play in the rain. It didn't matter if it was thundering or lightning. If there was any drops hitting our helmets, we had to stop.
So maybe you could see a little bit further than 5 feet, but it wasn't clear. Like straight up driving through a cloud. Sorry, I know that convo done. I had already passed, but it took me that long to find it.
It's all good.
Kentucky's very humid.
I think I drove through Kentucky, but I can't remember it.
I mean, it's a beautiful place, don't get me wrong. It's just a very dogmatic place.
Where's Kentucky at on the map? Isn't it above Kansas?
It's above Florida and North Carolina, South Carolina, and it's below Ohio, and Illinois, and it's to the west of West Virginia, and what's it to the east of? I mean, it's to the east of a lot of. I'm trying to think of what, but it's anyway. It's a pretty general area. It'd be cool if we didn't have, such severe winters. We didn't have all the snow. I just want to get away from the cold, get away from the snow. I want it to be warm all year round.
No, you don't want it to
Yeah.
be warm all year round.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do.
You want a couple of days of
No.
snow, but that's all.
Nope.
Just a couple.
Nope. I can do without it. I'd be happy if I never saw it again.
You got to go pretty far south not to have any snow.
I'll watch all the videos that you guys post of the snow. I'll be good with that.
So like
Hank,
this one has been forced to shovel some snow. What's up?
I just provided you with a way to where you'll never forget how to spot Kentucky on a map in the voice.
You have to give me a second to get over there and check it out. Geography isn't my strong suit.
Kentucky Fried Chicken sucks, man. It's like you may as well get a cup of oil and stick a straw in it. And just drink it. Chef's hat, the head, the shirt, the pants, the boots, and the pan. It's pretty cool. So Kentucky's the bird in the pan.
Yep. And it sounds like you want to move to Florida if you don't like snow.
Yeah, but it's just one way in, I don't know.
Plenty of exits via boat.
Yeah.
Well, that pretty much eliminates all my questions.
So, what were your questions?
Where's Kentucky at? Because I don't know where it's at.
I grew up on the shirt. Well, it's obviously cold in the kitchen. I grew up in that section.
Texas looks like it could be the seat for him to sit in. The toilet. But no, Texas.
It might be. Everybody flushes the toilet. It all heads towards the ocean, don't it?
I mean, it's almost shaped like one, too.
The amount of rivers that all flow into Mississippi, by the time it gets to Louisiana, it's probably nothing but waste.
Yeah, but man, it's fast moving water. That's a lot of water, too. Like, it's a large body of water.
Yeah, if you look at all the rivers that flow to the Mississippi, like if you look at how they're all conjoined, it's basically everything east of the Rockies flows into the Mississippi.
Yeah, and then it takes a stream off into our ocean. So when we go swimming, it's pretty brown unless you're pretty close to Mexico. So Corpus Christi has brown water. But if you're like on South Padre Island, it's not too bad. But everything east of there is like blue. Well, not perfectly blue, but a lot bluer.
Yeah, I'm on the west coast of Florida, and we don't experience much brown.
All you ends up there dirty in the water. Texas can't even have a blue swim. After I visited South Padre with my family, I thought about moving down there. And then I looked at the crime rates and I was like, nope, ain't doing it.
The Grand River goes to the Mississippi and then it dumps all the way out down there in the Gulf of Mexico. Does it run through Texas? I'll send you a turd through the watermail. What's up?
Texas looks like, it's even shaped almost kind of like, well, with the man standing in front of it is the only reason it looks like that. But it would be the toilet. It would make a good toilet.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead and add it on there. I know we got some artisans in here.
Michigan's the oven mitten, the oven glove.
Florida's the mullet. You guys seen that, right?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Oh shit, it's Joe Dirt. Brother Joe Dirt's hairdo.
That's why I want to travel. I'd like, because there's a lot of places up north I'd like to go, but I don't want to go. I don't want to be there when it snows. Just be there in the summertime.
Oh hell!
What do you got against snow?
Right, you snow racist? I
Dude,
love snow.
I've been through. Yeah, but
ice fishing.
I've been through some
snowmobiling.
shit, man. And look, I've been stranded in it, and I've been homeless in it, without anywhere, like in the snow, in the wintertime. And it does, I don't know, it does something to you.
You couldn't find a box?
I bet.
No, there's like a trestle that a train went across, and you had to like build your bed up off the ground and freeze it at pretty. I don't know, I just don't like the snow. When it gets, I've been deer hunting in the snow when I was younger. It was no big deal, right? But when you have to try to survive in it without having a roof over your head, totally different story. So if you know this shit's getting ready to hit the fan and you know that there's a chance that may happen, you don't want to be like, you've been there, you've done that, you don't want to ever do it again.
Oh yeah, the Wabash River goes up into Detroit and into Jackson, and it taps into the Grand River. Yeah, I can do that. I can send that there Dookie in the watermail.
Yeah, I'd have to go down to Louisiana or Mississippi or wherever the fuck that river is. Only seen it a couple times.
I went to jail once when I was released. So when I was locked up, there was no one waiting when I got out. When I was locked up, it was summertime. So when they arrested me, I had sandals, a pair of shorts, and a shirt. And that's it. And in the middle of wintertime, they don't give a shit. It's like, that's what you get out with. You're lucky if you get out with it. Some people don't even get their clothes back. I don't know. It locks my body up. It just locks you up. You can't move. It's like you can move, but it's a painful thing. So when I see that, when I see snow, I see pain.
Yeah, the cold weather comes with stiffness. Can't argue there. And up here, they try to make once you go to jail for a period of time, they try to make you have your family come get your clothes. I had to do that for my nephew once. Go get his clothes. They let you out at midnight here, unless nobody's going to pick you up. Then they let you out the next morning. Homeless would suck here in the winter. It gets cold.
Yeah, no shit.
I ain't never had but some overnighters.
You want some Arctic Carhartt gear. That's why I make sure to donate to the shelter, though. People got two choices when winter comes up and they're homeless here: shelter or jail.
Yeah, it definitely humbles you where you're more willing to help someone. If you see that they're in need and they're not just like doing it to themselves or um gonna
I was at a gas station one winter, and the cop pumped his gas and went into the store, and then this guy was like, "Hey." And I looked, I was like, "What?" He said, "Go in there and tell that cop I'm peeing on his tire." I was like, "Nah, man, just piss on it and get the hell out of here." He said, "Nah, I want to go to jail. I got nowhere to live."
shit. I don't care, man. Let the elements take me. I don't give a
Yeah,
shit.
yeah, he
Like
was
I'd
like,
rather be dead. I will act like I have a gun, and I will act like I'm getting ready to. If I ever think, dude, I'll never go back to jail again.
I
Believe
went
that.
and told that cop,
What did
though,
they
'cause
do to you? What
he
did they do to
begged
you,
me.
True?
He said, "What?" He's doing what? I said, "He's pissing all over the side of your car, man. Right now, as we speak."
Well, you get the long timers in there that get it. See now, before I was released, by the time I was released, these same guards were like really friendly with me, and they were friends of mine because I found this girl who had hung herself, and it was one of the guards. One of the guards had illegally passed, like it was contraband. She passed a note from her co-defendant, which was a male that was locked up in the same jail, and he was threatening her, and she just wanted, like, she was in maximum security. So I got in a fight in every cell, every female cell there was, until I eventually got moved into maximum security. But every time that they would move me from one cell to another, the guards would catch me in the freaking stairwell, and like, there's no cameras there. Right, and they make you carry your bed and all your shit up and down the stairwell. Well, they get behind you and they kick you down the freaking stairs. What can you do? I mean, they have guns. It's like I never got charged with anything else while I was in there. But then once I got put in maximum security, there's a girl who had hung herself, and she was already dead. They said if it'd been 30 seconds longer, they wouldn't have been able to brought her back. And I was the one that found her, and I was the one that got the guard's attention, and the guard knew too. They investigated it because they found the note, and they wanted to know how she had the note. I didn't tell on the guard. The guard thought that, yeah, well, I treated her like shit, man. We kicked her down down the freaking stairs and did her wrong. She's definitely, like, I know this shit was going through their minds, but I didn't say anything. And so after that, it's like I had anything that I wanted. But getting to that point, like, nah. No, it's just like, trust me, I'll never be locked up again. It's like they can pretty much, there's always somewhere that doesn't have a camera.
Yeah, jail sucked. I mean, I learned a lot while I was there, so I don't regret going.
You don't regret going? Well, I mean, it's not like, well, I'm not going to get into the story of how I got there, but I will. I'm just not good at kissing ass, and if you're not good at kissing ass, jail's not the place for you.
Nope. Me neither. We'd be two peas in a pod. A jail pod.
Yeah, for sure.
You see, I was in the medical wing the whole time I was there, so it wasn't too bad besides the 5-day lockdowns.
Yeah, my brother-in-law has to work. They rotate it. He's the county sheriff. So he has to work the jail every 90 days, and he'd be a dick to me if I went to jail. I can't do it. He'd pick on me, and I'd want to beat up on him. He'd be like, "Remember that time you tried to beat my ass over your sister?" I said, "Well, you better remember that still stands, motherfucker." Because it does. I go to jail over them women, I don't care. With a smile. Don't pray for me when I'm in jail. Pray for them motherfuckers I'm locked up with. They're going to need it. I don't like people that talk too much at 5 in the morning. My brother says they wake them up 5 in the morning and start feeding them. Somebody be getting beat up every fucking morning if I was in jail.
Is that what they call it? Feeding? Okay.
Well,
I guess, yeah. Yeah,
chow time.
yeah. Hominy.
Yeah, my brother-in-law, he tells me about their trades, and I hear jail stories from one guy and prison stories from the other guy. I mean, my brother-in-law is pretty much my brother. He's cool, dude. He would fuck. He's only been part of my family forever, but
I mean, it's
my
pretty
older
good. It's pretty
go
good
ahead.
after that. It was pretty good after that incident, but it was hell getting to that. By the end, it's like, my time was just about up. I could have my clothes. I knew someone in the laundry, the guy that done the laundry, and he was folding my clothes and using dryer sheets, and that it's like the clothes when they would send them to you, they'd be all shoved into one pillowcase, and when you'd open, you'd have to be very careful getting them out because they would catch fire a lot just from the heat and the static. Like when you'd get them out, they would flame up. Like you'd see a poof of just be a flame. It's really
Oh
weird.
shit!
Yeah, the clothes would be so hot, and they'd all be wrinkled and pressed with wrinkles in them. I mean, it's all the coffee that you'd want. Like people, you'd be surprised how much they would pay. They'll pay for a soda or coffee, fresh coffee, or I mean, just the things that are valued in there. You would never think. Yeah, raspberry sherbet and hominy and oatmeal and toast. Small towns are the easiest to be corrupted to. It's a very, very corrupt town. But I finally learned to go with the flow, and I don't have any issues anymore. But I just avoid. See, now I sound like this big criminal. Look, okay, I was married into a family of cops. The guy that I was married to wasn't a cop, but his family, his entire family was cops and doctors and nurses and like city cops and state detectives. And the house that we lived in, was his uncle's, and it was a state detective, and he bought some land right next to it. And there's a lot of shit went on. So when we got a divorce, it was nasty, and it went over. I had a lot of issues after that.
I bet.
Because when you go to jail for about a year, yeah, you lose everything, but it's like a reset that it doesn't just take that year, right? It takes the next 10 years of your life, really, truly. Because you can't just get out and go back to your life. That doesn't happen. Especially when you don't have anyone there waiting for you.
I heard the psychologists talk about when people go to the military, like they don't progress normally like you would if you was in society. And then if you're in the military and then you get locked up, like you might be like, 30, 40 years old, but mentally you're still that 18-year-old kid because you didn't get to experience life. So sometimes the psychologists have trouble like judging someone's age right when they're trying to profile the criminal or the murderer because of this. I found that extremely interesting. I don't know why. I don't know why I brought that up, but it's kind of weird, right?
Well, no, it makes sense because I mean, when you hit, it's the experience, right? That you progress through that is your maturity. Like when you hit 18, it's the experience in life, right? So if you don't experience life and they have your mind for so many years, then when you do go into life, it's like, where do you start? You start where you left off.
So I'm approaching 20 years. Let's see, what, my kid's 18. Yeah, I'm approaching like 20 years with the same woman. And like my brother, sometimes he'll ask me like, "Man, how you put up with her?" And I'm like, "Practice."
It's a good one. It's what a lot of them lack, right? Is practice. Move on to the next one. They never get yeah. I wonder if that even made him think, Hank. But it didn't.
Sometimes you can do everything you should have done, but it still doesn't help. Man, Facebook be censoring some dumb shit, but my nephew he's got a lot of the same friends I got on Facebook, and half of them have posted this article about his mom's killer, and he's got to keep seeing it over and over and fucking over again. I feel sorry for him right now. I'm going to call him tomorrow, see if he wants to go fishing. Take him out, do something nice for him.
Yeah, best thing for him is to just drop Facebook.
I'm just saying it was a hard time in his life. His mom was murdered. And now the murderer got sentenced, and it's 4 years later. And everybody just keeps posting the same article on there, and then they're wanting to bug Chase. And like Chase said, Uncle Mike, I ain't talked, half these motherfuckers I barely know in my life, his mom's friends. And then the ones I do know, I ain't talked to in 4 fucking years. I mean, I understand. I might put him in a car and drive him around to each and every one of them motherfuckers and tell him, why you make me have to look at that shit. Here, this is that dumbass that posted it and wrote a bunch of dumb shit on it, Chase. Tell him what's up. Well, my Uncle Mike wanted to beat your ass, but I talked him out of it, so you gotta listen to me, or I'm gonna talk him back into it.
It's that Darwinism.
Yeah.
Not Darwinism, but Darwinism.
That's how it is. Darwinism. Over there. That one. That one there. Yeah.
If my name was Darren or Karen, I'd probably change it right about now. I'd start going by my middle name.
All these motherfuckers that been in government for 40 and 50 years need to get the fuck on.
You know, people always say that dinosaurs don't exist. I'm like, have you ever met Dianne Feinstein?
Pterodactyl.
Because I hope I mean into dictator.
Yeah, Suckadickosaurus, you know.
That's the Speaker of the House. That's her breed of dinosaur.
Yeah. What, Nancy?
Yeah, Nancy the Hosie.
I'm not a hoe. She not no Indian. I don't know. In the winter, I'm whiter than her, but hey. I ain't never seen that bitch with a tan.
I would just like, you know, not in real life, but if there was a video game, right, I would like to teach her the Native American art of smack-a-hoe.
Yeah.
If it was a video game. Did y'all see that Donald Trump one? Where you can, like, beat up Donald Trump?
Yeah, you know that's... Indians laugh their ass off at that joke. I'm from the Slap-a-Hole Drive. We think that shit's funny as hell.
it's like a play on words, right? And I've noticed that most Mexicans are Indian, right? You can tell by looking at them. They might have a little Spain, right, but not much. They're mostly Indian, and that's why they call us, you know, gringos or gringa, right? They're calling us foreigners. Yeah,
Yep.
yeah. So if you ever tell a Mexican a joke and the joke has ambiguity, they love that shit. And you can tell they love it, right? They love the ambiguity of certain words, right? Because they call their eggs the same word as they call their testicles, right? And they call their sausage, right? Sometimes they refer to, you know what I'm saying.
I do. That leads me into our joke. You got any Indian in you? Got a little Indian in you?
And the girl says no, and you say, you want some?
That's right. You want some? Mm-hmm.
It kind of reminds me of what my first. He was a redneck, man. I don't even know like how we ended up together. I don't know. It just doesn't make sense to me now. But okay, never mind. I better not. Because there's no real way to say it unless I just and I don't really want to say it. So.
Oh, it must be dirty as hell. Yeah.
Tell us the truth.
The truth will prevail.
Well, I couldn't stand him for the long. I couldn't stand him for the longest time. And well, to me, then seemed like the longest time. But the very first thing I remember, me and one of my girlfriends were walking down the road, and he worked at the co-tipple behind my house, and he'd always creep me out because he was always standing up in the loadout, and like when I would lay out in the sun, and he was always there, and I'd always try to get close to the tree, but then it'd end up shading me. But me and my girlfriend, we'd walk up the road, and he was walking down. He went to the office and clocked out. Was walking down the road back to the loadout, and he walked by us, and he looked over, and tried to holler at us, and we ignored him, and we kept walking by, and he hollered and goes, "Hey," he goes, "why don't you give me some of that pussy? I know you got it on you." See, that was redneck as hell.
I used to ask girls if they wanted a screw, right? It's illegal to do that. It's called soliciting, right? So I would have like a screw in my hand if they said no.
I think it's funny as hell. I know you got it on you. Oh, quit being greedy. You can't leave that shit at home.
Not gonna lie, even though we were ignoring and we walked on, we did laugh because we thought it was funny. Still think it's funny. What the hell is that, Battle?
You guys ever heard of that guy? He had 3 working legs and 2 sets of working testicles or genitals.
No way.
2 sets.
Yeah.
2 in the pink and 1 in the stink.
He had a literal third leg.
Yeah. Can't remember the guy's name. Here, let me open it up. I'll search it. He's one of them freaks of nature.
Be careful. Some of the Hindus might call him a god.
Shiva the Destroyer, you got the full balls, you got wrecking balls. Frank Lentini.
Huh.
See, I knew I shouldn't have told you. Now I feel like I need to go take a shower.
So it says his third limb was actually a partially absorbed conjoined twin. It had 2 functioning penises and a solid and sold a book extolling the Bible.
Wait a minute, which one was his? Were they both his? How does that work?
I don't know.
Better not be Peter gazing your brother's Peter.
Now that's some freaky shit right there.
You want to see him as a boy?
Insta threesome, yeah.
Well, that boy could be making moves, I'm telling you. Making moves. Production. He'd be an assembly line. automated baby maker.
Yeah, with four testicles, like functional. Like
Four
that dude
ball,
would have had like
4 balls and 2 penises. He'd
he
have,
would have had
he'd, he'd need like a bowl of garlic. Come on, Hank. I know you're with me. That some bitch had to eat a lot of garlic every day.
He's got something growing out of his knee there too, like his other knee. Do you see that?
Yeah, I've seen this documentary about a parasitic twin, and like the natives like referred to him as like a god, and didn't want him to have the surgery.
Oh yeah, I seen that one. But they got the surgery. They got separated.
Yeah, it was life threatening to him because his heart couldn't support the extra weight.
He could use all 3 legs too.
Triple Australia.
I gotta admit, that's pretty cool, man. I ain't never heard nothing like that. It's not functional anyway. I always wondered what 4 testicles would be like. Be like, call me Captain Testosterone. Bitch, I'm here to fight, I'm here to fuck. Stay out of my way.
You wanna fuck me like an animal. You wanna burn me on the inside. You know I got 4 perfect testicles. Limp Bizkit could write a song about that. Holy shit.
I think that was 9 Inch Nails, Mike.
Okay, 9 Inch Nails. Yeah, you're right. He's not the weirdest oddity, though, man. There's some real freaks of nature.
Oh yeah, the circus wasn't for the acrobats and all that stuff.
How about
the acrobat? That was all sideshow.
How about Lobster Boy?
And to the angels, I'd say we look like a freak of nature.
Maybe. You ever see Lobster Boy?
Uh-uh.
I can't remember.
He had
Heard
them hands. He had hands that were like claws.
Put them hands on you, son. You wish you'd never been born with a tongue.
He said he looks like a biblically accurate angel. Some angels have more than one face.
Yeah, it's the face thing.
8 wings, 4 breasts, 4 arms,
4 faces.
Yep. It depends. Are you honestly, I think he looks like a cherub.
I gotta go find my phone now. What the hell are you talking about? What do I do with that phone? Now you got that bass line stuck in my head. Boom, 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 boom. With the flanger effect and what's the other one? A wall pedal, probably.
Yeah. Lobster Boy ended up to be a killer.
You don't say. Oh, dang, he did have some lobster claws.
When the circus went out on him and it wasn't panning out no more, he made lemons out of people.
Lemons out of people?
Yeah, he just squeezed them with his claw grippers. Lemon juice.
Squeeze.
He made lemon juice.
So that dude had one wiener over there and one wiener over there? Or were they double stacked?
Oh, I'm not sure about the placement, Hank.
Well, I'm just curious, for academia purposes.
I know, but I reckon I don't know. How about Pony Boy?
But when you say lemon juice, do you mean that Lobster Boy ate people and put lemon juice on them?
Pretty much, yeah. He clamped them, he ate them. Look, there were men and women both born like this. This is real. Where their arms
Y'all
were
know
like,
these things still exist. These creatures, I say things, my apologies. These people exist. They're probably just underground or, some sort of government experiment.
yeah, well, I like to look at them old circus freaks that were real people. These were real people.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mike.
Looks like the result of the fallen angels
How about the
laying with
Ohio?
the daughters of men.
Might be. How about the Ohio Bigfoot woman? Ohio Bigfoot lady, Fannie Mills. You gotta brace this. Brace yourselves. Are you ready for it? I don't know that you are. Now this is a big-footed bitch here. Now I'm telling you, like Goonie Goo Goo. Elephantigus.
Damn, that's a woman?
Yeah. Well, maybe they transgendered her too. I don't know. But
Yeah.
I would presume she has elephantitis, like Rocky.
Yeah, I wonder. Oh, man, I wonder so much now. But, like, I start to feel bad for them. But then I wonder, like, are they the result of that? And if so, would they even have a soul if that's the case?
Well, doctors were passing out like radiated water and calling it medicine back in the day. So they probably got some of that rads, and their children were born all messed up.
How about
So maybe that's why we don't see as much today.
Nicodemus, the indescribable? There was a series on this one time when I was a kid. Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Yeah, they brought that back for a little while.
Human Marvels.
You seen Stan Lee's X-Men or whatever?
Yeah.
Stan Lee's something.
I can't wait to look at this one. Cuckoo the Bird Lady. I gotta see this. Can't help it. She's definitely not a looker.
There's no telling what's going on, man. They've been messing with trying to, like, mess with the seed of man since the beginning. So, who knows? It's probably a result of all that.
Oh, it could be. Could be. Never know.
It could be these people's farm was on top of some sort of radiation mine and they didn't know it. Was drinking the water from there and drilled a well right through it.
Sure.
Or it could be that evolution, just trying to make breakthrough, just trying to get it right this time.
You drinking tap water again, Hank?
Hell no, I got an ice machine and everything at my house.
Might want to check your lines. Make sure someone haven't got them crossed. So shit.
Oh yeah, these are conjoined twins, the Hilton sisters, Daisy and Violet Hilton. Hell, that's an
No relation.
Hey, these two should have got with their three-legged man. They'd been all in the family, son. I'll tell you what. Bloop bloop. I mean, conjoined twins isn't really that big of an oddity.
You ain't right, Michael.
Well, they could have all been happy, you know. Life's about happiness, by God. Get in where you fit in. He was made. He was made exactly, especially for those two right there. They got 4 balls and 2 penises, and they're 2 whole women. Come on.
Yeah, in the right times, they'd be considered gods for sure.
You know, I bet if he studied that Kama Sutra book hard enough and long enough, probably in the back of the book, there's a way to get them hips where one in and one out.
Right?
Oh, jeez.
You get that piston working going. The wild men of Barino, that's kind of crazy. These two look like miniature forest dudes. Sitting next, they're hobgoblin type shit. They look like some dwarfs. Or what hangs out in the Hyatt? Hobbits in the Shire. They look like some damn hobbits.
Damn.
Don't they? Our precious, we need our precious. We shall like it out of this fire.
Do you think they know about second breakfast?
I know about fucking second breakfast shit. Depends on how hungry I am when I wake up.
Oh my God. Flatman Ken. That is so bad. He just sucked the breath right out of her. Wow. Man, if I'd have woke up with no breath, I'd have been pissed.
That's holy shit.
So I was the oldest of 2 boys. I used to do pranks to my brothers all the time. And I did pranks, you know, a little bit when I got older, but it kind of stopped when I, you know, got my girlfriend pregnant or my best friend's oldest sister pregnant. So go ahead, bro.
Look close at that one. That's not a doll. That's a person. It's a real woman.
No way.
Yeah. There's
So I used to
all
prank my brothers when they was sleeping.
She's a puppet woman. Lucia Zarte, puppet woman.
What do they call them? Dwarfs or elves?
Yeah, she looks like one.
Dwarfism or something?
Fairies wear boots, man. You gotta believe me. Hey, who's the real life big Tex? Who's the big Texan? Jack Earl, right? You know who Jack Earl is?
No.
The gentle giant back, Jack Earl. He's from Texas. I wonder how tall this motherfucker is. I'm gonna have to look this shit up. He looks like at least 12 foot, doesn't it?
You know what they say about Texas?
Everything's bigger in Texas.
That's right. And get your mind on out of the gutter because Houston is like the fattest city in the world. And Dallas has more restaurants per capita than any city in the world. And just so you know, the fat on your belly, it takes away from the length of your tool belt.
That dude is 8.5 feet tall. Texas Giant, that's his nickname. The world's tallest man.
Oh, I know who you're talking about. The world's tallest man. He died young.
Jack Earl, yep.
How tall is Andre the Giant?
7 something, I think. The dog faced boy, I already seen this one.
Well, my son is about 6.5 feet tall, so about 2 feet taller. It's like I can put it in perspective that way, I guess.
6.5 feet. That's a big boy. You play basketball?
Well, not quite 6.5, like just a couple inches. Like he's almost 6'5". He's 6'4" or something. His daddy was 6'7" though, so he's over half feet. So I can, if I think back to that and how tall that was relative to me, then about 2 feet taller. Kind of big, but not gigantic. No, he was too lazy to play ball. Just saying. It is what it is.
Yeah, Andre was 7'4".
But he didn't have the strength to pick up that girl in the movie. What was it called? Princess Bride? They had her on a harness because he couldn't pick her up because of his back.
Yeah, because he probably hurt his back.
It causes a lot of issues the taller you are.
Yep.
Plus, he was a wrestler.
Yeah, I had an uncle that was 7'2". His name was Bernard. I took him to a tag team match with Hillbilly Jim and Hulk Hogan. And he couldn't fit in any of the seats. So they moved us right up front, and they gave my uncle 2 folding chairs to sit on. And all the wrestlers thought it was something, somebody was throwing a hook in the show or something. They kept looking over at him. He said, "Damn it, Michael, this ain't cool. I feel like a big fucking fish in a small fucking pond." I said, "Well, you are, Bernie, wherever the fuck you go." But afterwards, the wrestlers wanted to talk to him. I got signed T-shirts and shit. Well, my uncle had a lot of back problems and shit. They wanted him to wrestle. I was like, "You want to wrestle? Shit, you could be rich this year." He's like, "No." But he had a bad back, and other problems.
Yeah, them wrestlers, they were young probably back then. They got to figuring out what he was talking about as they got older.
Oh, you bet. Oh, this ought to be a cool looking one. This dude's got microphalia, which made his brain and cranium incredibly small.
Microphalia. Whoever made that one up, that's a dick move.
So, Michael, what do you know about electricity? Because I'm really wanting to try to do something, and I want to know, because I don't know a lot about how to harness it or whatever. But if it were possible, because I do think it is, like, to direct it, because the way I understand it is it has to be directed and a path needs created for it, that it's already there. It's pretty much already there. You just have to direct it and pull it out and harness it, right? Give it a pathway. And so it's probably something I probably shouldn't even talk about in this room, honestly. But
what? Making a lightning weapon?
No, I don't want to make a weapon. Well, I mean, it could be used for whatever. I guess a person could use it for whatever they wanted to.
Yeah, what
But
you do is you get a taser, and you hook it up to like a nightstick, the one that folds out, like the cops use, like the ones that go. Or
yeah,
you can hook it up to a knife.
no, I'm not.
And you're
I
sorry.
don't
Go
want to
ahead.
get. I don't want to get something that's already manufactured to do that. Like I want to pull it out of the air. So if you, I mean, it seems like you should be able to. What would I need to direct it through to harness it? Like just run it into, I don't know. I mean, I don't want it to be like where you have to charge, because then then it's not really you storing it in a battery, like how I'm talking about having it continuous, like so continuously moving. So if you take
Sorry, I didn't
so
know it was a video.
so if you take like a tuning fork or like something that vibrates, so you can ping it, starts vibrating, and if you pass it through the field of a magnetic field, you can take a voltmeter. I've seen it in a video anyway. So you can take a voltmeter and you can read. It picks up a current, like it creates a current of electricity where the two pass, where the two intersect.
Yeah. So all you got to do is move something back and forth in front of a magnet or in a magnetic field, and you pull electricity out of nowhere. So a tuning fork over a magnet would do that quickly.
So the trick is you want to have an oscillating magnetic field. So on and off, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, like a fan, right? And then if you got the right mechanism there, right, which would be like copper wire that's wound up in a coil, right?
Damn it. Sorry.
Then you can harness it.
But okay,
or several coils.
So if we're okay, so where do the voltmeter would actually pick it up and read it? So if you had something there for it to travel through, okay, that creates a path for it. But what would I run? Because I know absolutely nothing about. I'm not going to say absolutely nothing. It's very. Let me just say it's at the very lowest remedial levels. Okay, so if I wanted to direct it into something where I can, like, what would I use? Screw it. I'm just gonna have to.
Well,
I'm just gonna have to
real
watch
simple.
a bunch of lectures,
What do
I
you-
guess.
No, it's real simple. What are you trying to do? Do you want to light your room? Do you want to store energy? Do you want air conditioning? Because there's all these different applications that require all these different things. So if you just want to light your room, you can go to YouTube and there's all sorts of how-to videos about how to build a little generator, and you start it up spinning, and then it's supposed to light like a LED, like a really small light that's small and powerful, and it's supposed to just run. And if you want to know more, like how to get to the complicated stuff, you're going to go to Project Veritas, and you're going to find the Google blacklist, and you're going to look on that blacklist, and some of the stuff is political, and some of it's LGBTQ. Well, no, they're not blacklisting that. I meant to say some of it's political, some of it is like anti-LT, and then some of it is like free technology or free energy, or how to harness energy. There's no such thing as free energy. So, it's just you got to look in the right places. But Google Blacklist had some of that stuff on there. I've seen it. And it also has Flat Earth on there. So if you want to look into that too. But yeah, if you want to just store power, you just trickle charge into a battery, and you can build a generator out of just about anything. You just need the right components. Oscillating magnetic field and copper coil, and then I guess maybe a what do they call it? What goes between the generator and the battery to make sure it doesn't overflow? What are they called? Regulator? Yeah, a battery regulator. and then from the battery on the other side, you get a inverter. Yeah, and then you can plug it up. So some people will use like a those bicycles where you got the what's that thing called? Shit, what's that thing called? Flywheel. The bicycles with the flywheel. Some people make generators like that. So they hop their fat ass on the flywheel bicycle, and they got it set up to where when you spin the wheel with your feet, right? There's, I think the magnets on the flywheel, and then you got the copper coils everywhere on the side of the bicycle. Or you could have a stream of water, or you could have what do they call, like a windmill? There's lots of ways to do it. Lots of ways to harvest cheap power.
So the coiled copper it increases the like what each time it goes around. What's it do? Double it, or like increases the amps or the current or the volts or what?
You're just harnessing the electricity from the magnetic field. That's how you take it out of the air and put it into your battery.
Yeah, I'm just gonna have to play around with it, I guess.
And I said air to not to trigger anybody with that other word.
The ether?
I didn't say that. I didn't say it.
Let me say it one more time. The ether. It's like Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice.
All right, you said it 3 times.
The
I know
ether.
he's in the chat somewhere.
The
Let's hear it,
ether.
Lemon Bird. Let's hear it. I know Lemon Bird somewhere. He's.
Oh, is that who you were thinking of? I was thinking of someone else.
Yeah, Lemon Bird likes to talk about that ether, boy. I love Lemon Bird. Shout out to Lemon Bird. Where you at, man?
I mean, I don't see why people are so resistant to the idea that you can just that you can do that. Like you can just pull it out of the air, with very little input. Like I don't understand why. Because I mean, if all you got to do is take sound vibration and pass it through a magnetic field, and then boom, there you go. It's like it creates. So I don't know, man. It just does, I don't see why it would be like I don't even understand enough of it to even be able to build anything.
You don't have to understand it. You just got to build it the way that they tell you to build it. So you take Tylenol before, right? All the doctors in the world, they don't know how it works. They just know that it works.
So what if you had like a wheel that had like as it turned, it caused the vibration, right? And around the outer perimeters of it, you had kind of like an alternator with the diodes. But okay, so on the outer perimeters of the wheel, you had the magnets that would be, you have magnets on the edge of the wheel, and you have magnets on the out, where it's opposite polarities, where they would push off one another and keep it turning. And as it turned, see, I'm not an engineer, so I can't like I don't build stuff. I don't know. Like I haven't built stuff anyway. It doesn't mean that I couldn't, I guess. But so you have like magnets on the outer perimeters of the wheel, and then you have a space. And then you have, as it turns, it like pings these different tuning forks and makes vibrations. That doesn't even need to be like a tuning fork per se, but as long as it creates the vibration as it turns, and it passes through these magnets, but the magnets themselves is what causes it to push, because once it starts turning, then you have these magnets that are opposite polarity, so that it pushes it and causes it to continue to spin. And I mean, wouldn't that kind of... But it's the harnessing and the flow and the current and the direction and the path and all that stuff that I don't understand on how to do it. Like I can... Anyway, wouldn't it work? I mean, wouldn't something like that work?
What was your question? Said something works?
Nah, it's good.
I thought you said, how does that sucker work? I thought that was the last thing you said.
No, I said, wouldn't it work?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know. Look, here's the thing. There's lots of YouTube videos on how to build like the small stuff. You can build hydrogen generators. You can build electric generators. There's all sorts of stuff. And it's all like parts that are like ridiculously dirt cheap.
Well, I mean, but isn't it true that the reason people are not looking into this because they don't even... It's not even within the realms of possibilities within their minds, because they think that everything's already figured out and that they already have all the answers. Because it's the brainwashing, so they think, well, if they could do that, they'd already be doing it. We wouldn't be paying for it. No, that's why they're not doing it. So we do have to pay for it. But I'm just saying, like, wouldn't something like that work?
Seems like it. I mean, the stuff that they pull off and they can do with technology, it's like there's so much stuff that we don't even know about because we're above ground. Like underground technology is like so ridiculous. They have ways to create hurricanes and earthquakes and all sorts of stuff. And, we're killing each other with, our little 22s and shit. It's like, thank God that we don't have access to all that technology, or we'd be, under the ocean like Atlantis. But there's a lot of technology that you can get. You just got to order the parts, the diagrams that they show you. Now, some people might be like trying to fool you, and there might be like videos that are like spoof videos that don't work. But I've seen so many, like, I don't want to say free energy devices, but they're building a machine that is oscillating magnetic fields, and once you start it, it doesn't stop.
Right.
I don't know how that works because I'm not very smart, but
it's kind of like what I was describing, like what I was talking about. So
yeah,
the magnets themselves would keep it moving.
Right. I think I had a video not too long ago like that. Let me see if I can find it.
You guys ever see this flywheel battery?
No, how's it go?
Hard to describe. I posted a video of it though. See, there was.
I'm just curious if the magnets ever go bad.
The moving parts would be the parts that go bad, not the magnets.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, they say that there's no perpetual energy machine, right? And you can't violate the first law of thermodynamics. But I think when they say that, they're right and they're wrong at the same time, because perpetual, right, that means that it doesn't stop. Like eventually, if you have moving parts, it's going to stop, right?
Well,
Anybody?
So violating the laws of thermodynamics, like, okay, so the knowledge and what's known of what's happening, and then, like, that's saying that all the fields that are being manipulated. What if there are fields that are within... Okay, So if you pull the magnetism aside and you pull the electricity to the other side, what's left in between? I mean, it's like spreading the. Never mind. Jeez. But anyway, like, is it really violating? Maybe there's just things going on just that they don't understand and they can't describe because they're unaware of it, you know. And it's not electrical and it's not magnetic. It's something else. But manipulating the electrical and the magnetic. But see, all of these, it's like I don't see any of them having to do anything with sound. When it's the sound vibrations passing through the magnetic fields, that's what I'm talking about. So, of all of the so-called energy machines that I've seen people try to build or that's been discussed, none of them have anything to do with sound. It's only magnetic or talks about electricity and magnetism, and none of it talks about sound vibration. When it's sound, the sound frequency that passes through the magnetic field that is not producing, maybe it's just causing a path or whatever. I don't know whether it's producing, causing a path, or what's going on there. But that's when, like, where they intersect, where one passes through the other is where you can read the current, or you can pick up the electrical current. Current just means flow, right? So none of them though have anything to do with sound. Why is that? Maybe that needs to be added to it.
Well, sound is energy, and you'd think we would learn to convert sound to electricity one way or another. I've seen a few things on that sound vibration being used to power generators.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to get creative with something. I just wished I had a little bit more knowledge of, like, how to, direct it or harness it. Look, I've been electrocuted before. I was electrocuted when I was 2, and then I was electrocuted again when I was, I don't even remember how it was. It's in my late teens, so why not a third time? Third time's a charm. Maybe I'll get something out of it.
See that four-legged woman there, Hank? She was a Texan before she died. Selburn, Texas. Yeehaw! She had two She had 2 pelvises, but it didn't say how many vaginas she had. I looked.
I bet the farm on 2.
I mean, if not, the 3-legged man, he was one up on her. They all worked for Barnum and Bailey. They probably knew each other, to be honest. They were from, like, the same time period. So it seems like Barnum and Bailey had all the freaks. They went around the world buying up freaks. Like, parents sold their children to Barnum and Bailey. Is that crazy or what?
I can't find that video in my history.
See, Spiral, I look at that top diagram with the pressure and the crystal and the voltage. I understand that. But when I look at the bottom one, electrical equivalent of quartz crystal, and then that diagram, I have no freaking clue what that means.
Yep. This is one of the ideals I've looked into, Spyro. Electrical crystal quartz.
So sound would create the pressure. It's like the sound vibration would create the pressure.
Yeah, it oscillates. It repeatedly applies pressure on the crystal, and the crystal puts out electricity. There's a lot of things on that right now. A lot of shit to read on them, the electric crystals.
I learn better hands-on, so I guess I'm just gonna. Okay, C capacitor, L inductor. Okay, so inductor. It sounds to me like that's where the electricity would enter. And C capacitor. See, and resistor. I know what resistance means. But C2 still doesn't make any sense to me. Because I've got a ton of copper wire I've been saving for years. Not very thick gauge, though. Some of it is.
Copper pays good. I scrap stuff. I mean, I got a salvage yard. I'm always scrapping something. Parts money.
Yeah. I'm thinking more in terms of building something with it.
So they say that you can't like hook a generator, like an alternator. They say that you can't hook it up to an electrical motor and then hook it up to 2 more generators. They say it's because you're going to lose energy and you can never get out 100% of what you put in. So I'm thinking like this Tesla tech is pretty old and we could probably get pretty close to 100%. And we probably have figured it out. But they don't want to tell us, right? Because they want to keep us on the paying grid. But even though we can't get 100%, that's why I'm always careful not to say free energy. We should be able to have some sort of cheap energy using Tesla tech. If you got a river going through your yard or your property, then all that motion, right, the nonstop flowing of the river is energy. You just have to harness it. Or if you live in a windy place like Kansas, you just need some windmills. So if you had a river and you had windmills above the tree lines and you had solar panels, you would have so much electricity that you would be on the grid selling it back, and your electric bill wouldn't be a bill to them. They would be paying you a bill because of how much you'd be producing.
Well, you better have some solar panels put up so that you can, so they'll think that's how you're harnessing it, because if they find out that you're doing it some other way, if they find out that you've built a machine where you can harness energy with it, they'll accuse you of being a terrorist or some shit, just so that they can stop you. They'll do something. They won't let you. they won't allow it.
I don't know. The Democrat Party, aren't they supposed to be like extra green friendly? And if they find out, that they're locking up people with green energy devices, they're not using coal, they're not using oil. I don't know. I think the world is retarded. It's not just technology, it's the whole world. They're being slowed down. Everybody, including myself, especially myself, primarily myself, we're all retarded. Like we're being held back of what we could potentially be doing here. I mean, they have.
Well, maybe when we get on the brink of these kind of, where they can't hold the information back and they can't hold the knowledge back anymore, maybe that's when the resets happen. Maybe that's why we're so close to a reset.
Yeah, it's very possible that we were close to a reset before World War One, because people were like realizing what was going on, right, with the Federal Reserve Bank, and they were pissed off, right, that they took everybody's gold and then devalued it by 20% like overnight. Persons have to turn in their gold, but you're not a person, you're a man, and the people didn't know that, so they turned in their gold, but only persons had to turn in their gold. A person is like, like an organization, like a business. People aren't persons, people are men. But they turned in their gold anyway. And then think about what was going on before World War II. Germany kicked out their bankers, and they were showing people how to turn around any broken fiat currency and become the richest the richest people on the planet. They were showing people how to do that, and they had to be stopped. So the communists and the capitalists teamed up together.
Did you say planet?
Yeah, see, here's the thing. I'm not really concerned about little things like that. I said planet.
Yeah, I mean, I was actually talking to somebody about this, and I won't get too deep into it regarding Hitler, but there was like some suppressed speeches as well when apparently there's some kind of suicide attempt, or not suicide attempt, some kind of assassination attempt, and he had a speech where he was like, "Yeah, I guess like God still wants me alive. He still approves my work because they could have killed me, but like someone moved this bomb briefcase and it would have killed him, but it was moved, and they covered up this speech that he had, when he referenced God." But yeah, I mean, there's just some strange stuff surrounding Germany in World War II for sure.
Yeah, that's our electricity can be harnessed from the difference in the oxygen of combustion compared to outside by the use of zirconium oxide.
I wonder if the crystal is somewhat like slightly magnetics in some way, or and then like when you heat them, because it's a lot when you heat them and you cool them, that it's a temporary charge. So when you heat them or cool them, it causes a
I don't know.
vibration within it.
I think it has to do with the lattice effect. Because that's what O2 sensors are, and those are made with zirconium oxide. This is kind of interesting.
What's good? I guess everybody went to bed.
Mic check. Anybody in here live or no?
Maybe.
Yeah, is there anybody that can answer a question about the Earth is flat, or is everybody not awake right now?
What's your question?
Games launcher like Fortnite. That's for. So I'm trying to learn about it, right? And I told my dad about this whole Discord, and we talked tonight, like, right? So the Earth is flat, yeah, or no?
That's what it presents itself as and measures as.
Yeah. So when the Earth rises in the east, right?
The Earth rises.
Or the sun rises in the east. Sorry. The Earth was flat. Why would, when the sun comes up, why would it not shine on the entire Earth?
Okay, well you're not getting the fact that the sun isn't going anywhere. It's just going further away from you or coming closer to you. And it's a more local light source. It's not a light source that can light up the whole entire Earth. But it moves across the sky. That's what we watch it do. From west to east, right?
East to west. Sorry.
Well, it rises in the east, right?
So right. So like if
So
you're
it's
if
moving.
you're gonna be a flat earther and you're gonna say the sun goes from west to east, that's not right. The sun goes from east to west.
Yes.
Okay, you said west to east.
Sorry, my bad. But
so
continue. You understand when the sun is setting or rising, it's not actually going around the earth, right? It's or going around a curve per se. It's literally just going away from you or coming towards you.
What? I'm gonna need a better explanation than that, my dude.
Yeah, so Knuckles, what do you see when you see the sun? What do you see?
I see the sun, bro.
Yeah. Do you see it
Okay.
move?
What?
Do you see it move?
I mean, clearly my eyes ain't seeing it move every centimeter, but yeah, it moves throughout the day.
Yeah. So that is what you observe, right? You see the sun move. Correct?
I mean, yeah, if that's what you want to say.
So why would you think that it is the earth moving?
What?
Why would you then think that it is the earth that is moving? Right?
Why would you think that it's the sun moving?
Because I observe it that way.
What? It makes zero sense.
So when you see a plane in the sky, do you think that the plane is moving or you are moving?
Clearly, the plane is moving. It's got fucking power.
Okay. So now we look at the sun. How would you? So you see the sun move and not the earth, right?
You don't actually see the sun move.
No, you don't see it
Wait,
go
what?
across the sky.
You
You
just
don't
said it.
see it go. Yeah, go ahead, Spiral.
Your
Just said
eyes do not see the sun actually move, bro.
what?
I mean, it rotates throughout the sky, but you don't know if the sun's moving or the earth's moving. You don't know that.
How can we know then, Knuckles?
You tell me. How can we know that?
Well, I would ask for direct measurements of Earth's rotation. You got any?
I mean, no, sir. I can't get out there with a tape measure and
Right.
measure the Earth's rotation.
Well, there is no
And
measurement.
and nor can
There
you
is
get
no.
out there and measure the sun's rotation. You know?
There is no direct measurement of the Earth rotating. So
Is there a direct measure of the sun's rotate?
you can see it go through the sky, right?
No, but I'm asking you, is there a direct measure of the sun's rotate?
Rotate as in on its axis.
No, what you just told me that there was nothing for the Earth.
Right.
How is there one for the sun?
We can't go to the sun, so no.
Oh. So you're telling me no. But yet you say the sun rotates and moves, right?
Now I said, listen to me. I said you see it going across the sky, right? Rotating can be on its axis, which in the heliocentric model, right? They claim that the Earth is rotating on its axis on a tilt with on a 23.4 degree tilt, going around its axis once a day at 1,000 miles per hour. So when you're looking at a sunset, you're actually falling backwards, right? The heliocentric model claims that it is not the sun that's relative, that it's the sun is actually moving in the heliocentric model. It's shooting through the galaxy, but let's just focus on the heliocentric model and the Earth, right? So they claim that the Earth is turning, right? And then when you're looking at a sunset, you're falling backwards. Yet nothing in your observation or direct measurement shows that this is happening.
Right. So,
Right.
if
So we
the
can,
Earth is flat and the
yeah. If
sun
the Earth is
and the
flat,
sun,
usually, yeah. If the Earth is flat, right, usually starts with a straw man. Is
right,
usually a
listen.
straw man argument.
My question is, so if the Earth is flat,
okay,
and the sun rises in the east,
yes,
okay, wouldn't that put sunlight on the entire fucking
no,
Earth? Why?
no, because
It's a flat Earth.
you are
If it
mixing.
rises up, the whole entire Earth's gonna get sun.
So when I say the word flat Earth, what is coming up in your head? What kind of image do you have?
A table, a flat table.
Right, floating in space.
In a globe, like you guys said.
No, nobody said that.
Yeah. Last time I was in here, they said it's in a globe or whatever.
No, it has to be contained. That's totally different, right?
Okay.
So
Anyways,
it's not
keep
a
going.
it's not a yeah, it's not a space disk, right? So whenever people, so the first thing people in school, right, they teach you that the Earth is a globe, and that some people still think that the Earth is a flat disk flying in space. That is what they teach you. That is not what flat Earth is, right? The flat disk in space is something um, pushed by mainstream media and the flat Earth Society. It's misinformation, right? It's not what the flat Earth is. It's not a flat disk in space. So you are mixing up two different cosmologies. So you are
What?
thinking that the Earth
You
is a
tell me what a flat Earth is, then.
flat. Well,
Correct me,
the
because
Earth
I guess I'm
the Earth
wrong.
measures flat, right? So the Earth measures flat. What it is, I cannot tell you. I haven't been outside of Earth's realm to watch it as in an orthographic view, for instance. I haven't been there, nor have you, right? So you wouldn't know either. The only way, the only time that they tell you what the shape is of Earth and how it looks is when you look at your screen, right? That's the only time you get an image from what they tell you Earth is. So what I know is that it measures flat. It's not a ball, right? So what it is and how it looks in its totality, I couldn't tell you. That would be speculation. But you are mixing up two cosmologies. So you're saying, well, we have this flat Earth and a huge ass sun that is still 93 million miles away, and that should illuminate the whole Earth, which is not true. Because if you observe, right,
Why is that not true?
because that doesn't, because in the heliocentric model, the sun is 93 million miles away with parallel sun rays, right? This is not what you observe. When you look at the sun and it shines through clouds, you see crepuscular sun rays. So it's divergent, right? So
Let's get rid of clouds for a second. Okay?
Yeah.
When it's dark right here in the United States, right?
Right.
It's sunny over in Australia.
Europe, yes. Yeah, no, it's now it's in I'm in Europe, so yes, it's sunny here. Yeah, well,
Okay.
no, it's foggy, but the
Australia,
sun is up.
Europe, whatever. It's the same thing.
Yes.
Okay. So it's sunny over there. It's dark in the
Yes.
United States.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
If the Earth was flat, okay?
Yes.
The sun would be shining on both of us at the same exact time.
No.
Yes, it would.
Because
That's a false dichotomy.
because you are
Hold on.
mixing.
Hold on. Take a
Knuckles,
piece
so
of paper.
either Knuckles.
Take a piece of paper and take a flashlight and
Yes.
raise it from the right side slowly.
Yes.
The entire piece of paper will be lit up, bro.
Not if you're having that flashlight closer to the paper, right? Because you are mixing up two cosmologies.
What do you mean
That is why.
closer to the paper?
Are you
Right.
thinking that the sun goes under the earth so that it can come back up over it? Is that what you're thinking?
Who?
You
keep saying it's rising from the east and then it just shine across the whole flatness, but that doesn't make any kind of sense.
I mean, I'm still learning the Earth is flat shit.
Yeah. That's why you need to pay attention.
So
Knuckles.
I don't believe that.
Here, let me paint a
This
picture
is my
for you real
question, bro. Like it doesn't make
You're
sense.
in a
to me.
big ass gymnasium, right? There's only one light lit in the gymnasium. Is it lighting the whole gymnasium?
No.
Exactly. There you go.
What the fuck? What does that have to do with anything?
The sun is the light that's in the gymnasium. There's one
But
Light.
the sun that doesn't have to do with anything because the sun is way brighter than that one light bulb, bro.
How
That
do you
makes
know? How
that
do you know
makes
how
zero
bright the
sense.
sun is and how much light it should light? How do you know that?
I mean, our scientists can tell you that how bright it is. Like what?
Wait a minute. He has to prove the medium where it's in. First off, right,
I have to
Knuckles?
what? Say again.
First off, you gotta prove that there's a vacuum and that space exists in order for a sun to heat up in, right? I mean, there's no oxygen. You're begging the question.
I have to prove. Say again. Sorry.
Okay, can you have gas pressure without a container first off?
I mean, no, there would be no gas pressure, right? If it wasn't contained, there'd be no pressure.
Exactly. So how do we have gas pressure here on Earth and a vacuum right next to it if we get sucked out?
Because
What
we
I'm
haven't we
what
have
I'm
an atmosphere around the Earth.
Yeah, you're begging the question again. You're saying it's around the Earth. How do you know it's round? You know, is there any curvature that has been measured?
I mean, there's nobody that's been out of space saying it's not, right?
Well, I mean, evidently we would have to believe those that go to space as a religion. They're telling you what the sky is, just like a church, right? Do you understand the logic I'm trying to tell you?
No, that doesn't make sense one bit, to be honest.
You're believing in NASA. They went to a medium where you cannot
So
prove it exists.
you think the handful of people that have been to space would not talk and say what they seen?
Who knows, bro? They're probably the best people you probably
Yeah.
ever
What about
know. But what
Jeff
I'm saying is
Bezos? He just went to space,
that
right? And we
we can't
watched it
really,
live,
you
right?
know.
Didn't we not?
But see,
We
you're begging
watched
the question that they
we
went to a medium you cannot prove.
we watched that live on TV, right? Jeff Bezos.
Did he go to space though? Where did he
No,
go?
he did parabolic maneuvers, man.
He went outside the atmosphere, yeah.
How do you know he went outside the atmosphere?
How do you know there's an atmosphere?
Exactly.
Exactly, that's our point.
Oh, no.
Like
Okay.
next to a
So
vacuum. That's what we're trying to prove
how
here.
do you know he didn't go out?
Basically,
You
everything
have
that they
gas
do,
pressure
you can do with the parabolic maneuvers, bro.
without a container. So how did he get through the
How
container?
did you not? How do you know he didn't go out of space, out of the atmosphere?
The distance that they say it is to so-called outer space, the speed that they were traveling, all right, and the amount of time it took for them to allegedly get there don't fucking add up. The calculation doesn't make any sense because it would have taken them over an hour and a half to get there. You can't do it in 15 minutes. Okay? Okay.
And furthermore, Knuckles, you know Neil deGrasse Tyson?
What's up?
Do you know Neil deGrasse Tyson?
Nope.
Sure you do.
Okay. Anyways.
So Google it, right? Neil deGrasse Tyson, Jeff Bezos going to space. he was in multiple TV shows saying that wasn't space. It's a marketing trick, man. They fooled you.
I mean,
He also said, Knuckles.
I
He
don't.
also said,
I don't care if he
Knuckles,
went or not. Like that
listen.
doesn't. Like that
Yeah.
doesn't. That's. I don't think
So
he was in space anyway. Like
Knuckles, listen.
he went
Neil
into the
So
the
have you?
upper atmosphere. He wasn't in space.
I wasn't done yet, Knuckles. Can
in
you
my opinion.
Did you hear me? Hello.
Yeah, I
Wasn't
hear
done
you,
yet.
buddy. I hear
Okay.
you.
So hold on a minute. So Neil deGrasse
Okay.
Tyson, one of the biggest heliocentric priests, right? He is allowed to go on TV telling the world that Jeff Bezos didn't go to space. He didn't see curvature. So if he's wrong, why would he lie then, Knuckles? Why?
Why would who lie?
Neil deGrasse Tyson, Knuckles.
I dude, why would Joe Biden lie?
Have you been drinking again, Knuckles?
This guy's high.
That was an actual question to you, bro.
We weren't talking about Joe Biden.
Okay, well, and we weren't talking about. I don't even know who the fuck that guy is. But my scenario, what I just stated was, why would anybody lie, right? Anybody
Control.
can state anything they want to make the public believe what they want to believe, bro.
Exactly.
Right? So what does me
Right.
have to be drinking anything to do with what I just stated? Have you been drinking?
Because it's incoherent. No, bro. It's
Okay.
10 o'clock in the morning here. So
Cool. Well, I mean, it's nighttime here, but
yeah.
it doesn't mean I've been
Because
drinking because I'm in here talking, bro.
yeah, you're very incoherent. So
What?
So can I just point out one fact real quick? You used
Go ahead.
you said Jeff Bezos went to space. You argued it, and then you just claimed that he just went to the upper atmosphere. So
I mean,
why'd you back?
nobody knows where he went, bro. Right? They state he's been to space.
That's not what you were claiming a minute ago. You were fighting.
I mean, maybe he went to the upper atmosphere. Like nobody knows what it is, like what the fucking atmosphere, the outer atmosphere, like nobody knows exactly what there is, bro. Right?
That's what we're asking,
Isn't
right?
that what you're stating, right?
Like, what's more out there? I mean, nobody knows, right? Unless you have to believe what they tell you.
Unless
Something
the
you
people
can't.
that have been outside of the fucking atmosphere. Which is
Well,
a handful of people.
you're pretty much gonna have to believe in them like a religion, like I just stated before.
My whole question was, and my dad wanted me to ask, because I told him what I come in and listen to. And it was all about, if the earth is flat, and the sun's going to rise, the entire world is going to be lit up at the same time.
No.
Why wouldn't
Knuckles.
it, bro?
What happens if you go deep enough on the water?
Say again? Deep enough in the water?
You're on a beach, right? Or you are at the ocean. You have scuba gear ready. It's sunny outside. You go on the water and you go deeper, 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 deeper. What happens with the sunlight?
It's going to go,
Sorry?
It's going to get darker, right?
Right.
Go away? Right, yeah.
That's called light attenuation, right? Light cannot travel infinitely through a medium. So what you observe.
You're using big words. In my opinion, sir.
Yes,
Roger. Because we had to talk last time I was in here.
1 second,
Okay.
Knuckles.
Okay,
Stay
Roger.
with me.
No, I'm
you
talking off your point. Is what I'm saying.
No, I was getting there, right? So going
keep
deeper
going.
in the ocean, going deeper in the ocean, right? At one point it gets dark. So light does not travel infinitely through a medium. Okay? The air that you breathe is a medium. Sunlight does not travel infinitely through a medium. What you observe, Knuckles, is a small local sun when you look, and this is apparent when you look at the sun rays. It comes divergent from the sun, not parallel, right? So the sun is a local luminary moving above your head, and when it goes away, at one point the light does not reach you anymore. Thus, it's dark and night at your location. Okay?
Can I stop you, Roger?
Was this clear to you, Knuckles? Because I need to articulate and talk slowly to you, or else
No,
you would not
I'm
get
sorry,
it.
but it's not going to be clear because light is going to travel more through air than it is water.
Not infinitely, Knuckles.
100% it is.
You are a reality denier now.
Oh my god, bro. You're telling me put a I don't know. Put a fucking
I have a green laser, bro. It's limited distance with
gonna go through air
half
more than it
clear
is
night
water,
is
bro.
400. Right. But the limit is 400 to 600 feet. Past that, I don't see a line anymore. Its energy has been expended. That's the limit. Is 600 feet. On a clear night, I can maybe get 800 feet. All right, but then that's still the limit.
But
It
here's my
doesn't go
question.
beyond that because it can't. There's not enough energy to go beyond that point.
And where is that laser going into deep water? How far?
It doesn't matter. It's still not going.
That doesn't answer
forever.
what he just said, bro.
Yes, it does.
And by the
light doesn't
way,
go forever.
by the way, is that energy of that laser the same amount of energy that the sun puts off? If it's not, then it's not a same comparison.
It is the same comparison because
How?
light
You can't
does.
take a fuck.
Hold
You
on.
cannot.
Hey, Knuckles. Because
Bro, you
light
can't take
does
a.
not travel. Dude, stop. Because light does not travel forever in one direction. It does not happen. That is not reality, bro.
Well, you
Light
cannot. You
over
cannot take a.
distance loses energy, just like a car's gas tank, just like a car. Over distance, you lose energy.
But you
With
cannot do a
light over distance,
comparison.
you lose energy. It's the
You
same
cannot
thing
do a
because it's still
comparison
light.
with a
Yes, I
light bulb
can.
out of a house and the
I
sun,
did.
bro.
I just
It's not the
did.
same thing.
I just did.
The sun is going to portray more energy, which is going to go
So?
further than a light bulb out of the
So?
house, bro.
So who said
But
that
they're
wasn't true?
comparable. They're both
Who
light, so they're somewhat comparable.
Right, but nobody
Are
said
you
that a
guys
bigger
serious?
light wouldn't go further.
And just
Nobody
as
said that.
the lower energy light doesn't reach that far, the sun's light would probably reach further, but eventually dissipate or just, melt with the surface as well. So you're not going to see the sun forever beyond the diffraction limit or perspective or whatever. Eventually it's just going to melt into the surface and you're not going to see it anymore.
Hold on. Who was just talking before that?
That's Mano. That's Lemon.
He actually was saying a light bulb in a house will portray the same amount of light as the sun? Like, what?
I said laser. I started
Eventually
with a
light will
laser.
dissipate either with the light bulb and or with the sun. And because of the diffraction limit, just like the ceiling merges with the floor looking down a hallway, looking over a flat surface, anything that's at a constant elevation will eventually merge with the surface and be unresolvable. And you're not going to see it anymore, even over a flat surface, even with the sun.
Yeah, he's streaming now, and he's drunk as fuck. He's streaming on his Twitch.
Roger, I'm not drunk as
Yeah.
fuck. Thank you, buddy.
Yeah.
Yeah, Roger.
So,
I'm not drunk.
Just,
Thanks,
just like,
bud.
just like the last time, right?
Yeah.
When
Okay.
we asked you, and it was in your title, drinking with the buds, right? Yeah.
I'm not drunk there, buddy.
Okay.
So when you look down the hallway, notice how the ceiling ramps down and the floor ramps up. One would naturally expect these two zones of vision to merge together into a line, maybe even a horizon line, if you translate that to outside looking over a flat surface. So it's not a hump of Earth curvature that's blocking the sun. It's just the diffraction limit in perspective, like looking down a hallway.
Yeah, he thinks that the sun would illuminate the whole Earth. That's what he's thinking, right? So I told him he's mixing up two cosmologies, and he conceded that when you go deep into the water, that the light wouldn't reach you, right? So again, light doesn't travel forever through a medium.
Right. So, Roger,
Yes.
does the sun not light up half the Earth at one time?
No, the sun illuminates more than half in
Okay.
reality.
Okay. So
Right? There's no
if you
terminator line.
take that into the sphere, the round Earth, right?
Yes.
It probably makes more sense that way, right?
No, because you need a terminator line, and there's none. Right? In your model, in reality, there's more illumination, so it's not 50-50. It's like in reality, it's like 60-40. Have you heard of Twilight?
I've never watched it, no. So,
No,
No.
Twilight.
like the movie?
No,
No.
dude. Oh, dude.
Twilight, time of the
Oh,
evening. It's a little bit light,
okay.
a little bit
Yes,
dark.
okay. I thought you were fucking talking about
This
like the
guy.
movie. I was like, what the fuck? No. Yes, I know. Twilight.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's not 50-50 in reality, right? But they show you a terminator line on all these cartoon images.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not.
It's more like a spotlight. I put in the chat someone shining a light through a hemispheric glass dome. If we're covered by atmosphere, a firmament, whatever, and light is shining through it, perhaps it's more of a spotlight effect as opposed to 50-50 half.
I'm
So
just
we
saying
may have the wrong
you
idea
can't
here with the
compare the
50.
sunlight to a fucking laser, bro. Like,
It would be a spotlight, more like a circular zone of coverage as opposed to 50-50.
People are posting stuff in the live stream voice text, Knuckles. Go have a look.
It also can't be 50-50 because there are places on our flat plane that experience more or less than 12 hours of day and 12 hours of night 50-50. It varies from location to location. Otherwise, we'd expect 50-50 throughout the year. We don't see that.
Howdy, y'all.
Howdy.
Howdy, partner.
So
I'm excited about the new laser. It's on its way.
laser did you order?
Blue one this time.
Oh.
So I'll have a green one and a blue one, and I can stargaze with both, but the blue one's got a bit more distance to it.
Yeah, I bought a laser from eBay. I think it's a blue one. I haven't tried it yet. Still in the box.
If you get the all aluminum one, I'd say go for it. Off of like Geek or Wish or something. Might as well, because that's the green one that I have, and I like it. Holds 118-650, pretty decent laser, works everywhere I go. I stargaze with it out in the country when I'm fishing and shit. But I got a bigger laser. It's two 18-650s, which is going to be, it's going to be pushing a little bit more juice because it's in series.
I was pondering the other day about, so globies tell us, yeah, lasers bend around the earth because of refraction. So what if we show them a high-powered infrared laser?
Right, and that's the question. Where do I buy the diode? Because I've got enough 18-650s. I can make sleds. I've got resistors. I've got soldering iron.
I've been looking around. That shit is expensive, man.
Some of it, yeah. Because, well, when you get to a certain power, you really got to start getting into like water cooling and shit.
Yeah.
Because that's a lot of juice going. That's a lot of heat. Because
If you go ahead.
What's lost in the conversion from electricity to light and heat, but still, that's still a shit ton of energy going out, though.
Yeah, if you Google infrared laser, one of the first videos is a boy or a young man that built an infrared laser which he uses to ignite matches. That's pretty cool.
Just, I'm not trying to tear apart something.
No, but you need the power to reach far, right? So that's why it has to be powerful. So of course you can ignite matches at a close range, but you need the distance for these globies.
Right, and that infrared's going to get it. It's going to get the distance that my green laser wished it could.
And then it would be even more awesome if you have a large lake and you shoot that infrared laser over the lake, and then a mirror at the other side bouncing it back.
Oh, see, that's why I thought the guys with that $500,000, the guys with the $500,000 laser, they should take that up to a mountain at like 10, 12,000 foot, set it up at like the highest point that they can, and then just let it rip. And, let everybody along that line of travel take pictures and just, send location.
Yeah, but level is curved, Cuddles. Level is curved.
Yeah, okay. Let me tell you, those floors that I did, and I watched those guys float when I was in commercial construction. Oh mercy, there was no curve. They were smooth. It was crazy awesome to watch them literally float a floor. It's crazy, but it levels itself. And as it starts drying, everything underneath sinks and hardens. But it's completely smooth.
Yeah, That's so that infrared laser shooting it over a body of water and then with a mirror bouncing it back, making a zigzag, bouncing it multiple times back and forth, right? Over a large body of water. I mean, that would kill the whole. Oh yeah, refraction make the laser bend over the water.
Florida to Mexico, go down to the Keys. Set the laser up on something, 20, 30 foot up off the water and just go over the Gulf.
I was looking at prices of infrared lasers, but they don't even give the price. Then you know it's expensive.
We have a company, so I could probably talk to them and get them.
I mean, the army uses them. Right? You can't have a green laser on a sniper when you're in the dark trying to mark your target. So it's not uncommon.
Well, even the red dot that they put on damn guns, that gives you away. Like, that's just. Like an infrared up on a mountain, though. You'd have to get everybody along the path, like laser goggles, so they could see it. Because, I mean, shoot it over bodies, sure, but just shoot it over a damn city. Make it bright. Big ass green laser, just going right overhead. 100 miles.
What if you could get one so bright, like, go towards, like, as far north as you could, make a really bright ass beam that just shot straight up that you could see from all points of the earth?
Yeah.
That would be interesting.
But I think that's illegal. They made it, so if you point a laser in the sky, they will tell you, well, it's dangerous for airplanes. So that's illegal.
Cases is whatever it hits will illuminate. So that'll at least answer one question for some people. But I'm more worried about. You realize like how much juice you're gonna have to push. Like you'd have to wear a damn welder's mask with another welder's mask lens in front of that just to like be in the area.
The idea came from Minecraft, just so you know.
Yeah, the beacon.
Yep.
Well, the old torch beacons that they did along walls or paths or trails across kingdoms. Big ass torch up on top, highest building. Light that stack, and they can see 200-300 miles down the road and send the army. They used to do that for thousands of miles. So, I mean, shooting it straight up would be it'd be all right, but you'd have to have private property, like solid private property, because then you'd own the airspace. Well, Roger?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
Yeah,
it's
no,
still
that's
illegal here
no,
to
no,
shoot
no.
a laser in the sky.
Yeah. I get it, but you're talking night and day, buddy. Night and day. Land patents, night and day to what tenant is. Tenant, land patent, different things. Totally night and day. You own the airspace. As a tenant, you do not. As a land patent holder, you do. And that's everywhere. People don't know these things. Not a lot of people.
I'm not allowed to before. So when I own a piece of land in the Netherlands, I'm not allowed to drill my own well unless I get a permit for it, because I need to
Right,
drill.
that's a tenant. That's under a tenant's contract. You don't have a patent, which means you're not the landlord. Somebody else is the landlord and you are a tenant. That's why you have to pay homage or fealty. If you knew how to do a survey, knew a little bit land patents, there's probably something there, probably 400 or 500 years ago on the books, still alive. Easy. But the Dutch, I think, were one of the first countries to start a lot of that.
We ruled the world once.
Yep, that's what I'm saying. I know y'all's history, so you should already have something in the public law somewhere. Doesn't matter how old it is. Does not matter. That's a straw man. If somebody says it, oh, it's old. Okay, well then all your beliefs about the stars and the moon are old. Like, get over it. Well, it's different. No, it's not. Either it's reality or it's fake. Either it's old, you need to get over it, or it's real. Like, pick one. Can't have it both ways. But yeah, y'all should have a lot. But normally it goes with a survey. So, I mean, I could look. You could look. I mean, hell, you're there.
Lost.
It should still be public. If y'all got public library still.
Lots of records got lost in the war because of the bombardment.
Yeah, probably the ones they didn't want you to have. Because the ones that they wanted are gone. Before that shit ever happened. Right, but land patent, because here it's the same thing. The whole, it's illegal according to the canon, the code. Yeah, sure. But if I have a land patent, the code doesn't apply. Because I owns the airspace. I control the airspace. It's mine to control, not somebody else's. And I'm not somebody else's to control.
So if a plane flies over your airspace, you can then tax it. Is that how
Yes.
that works?
Yes.
I doubt it.
Absolutely. Yeah, you say doubt it, but then what are they paying taxes to? Exactly. To use the airspace that they're using in the first place. Why would they have to pay tax? I wonder who it's going to. Probably the people who have land patents. But it's the game of the more you know. That's all of this though. That's every subject. The more you know. That's the game. Took most people years to get here. Took me twice that long, 3 times. But I thought there was a solution inside of the system once upon a time. By being a part of it. Lawyer, judge, helping people. I can do better on the outside of the system than I can inside of it. Just took me a while to get there.
Yeah, our government fell last year. We still do not have a new one. It's like
The
200 and
oldest.
yeah, one second. So it's like 210 days now. We don't have a new government. It fell because of fraud with our IRS. So families got evicted because of what they claimed was fraud with child support, which wasn't. But okay. So, for example, if you couldn't give a receipt for the fact that your kid was going to a daycare, then they marked you as a fraudulent person, and you had to pay everything back with interest. So, say if your kid was going for daycare like 2 years, 3 years now, then they said, okay, you're a fraud, bam, and then you had to pay it all back, right? It's like 100,000 euros back with interest. So our government fell because of that, because it was unreasonable, and the IRS was keeping information and stuff like that. So now I read an article that the judges they are sorry, right? Because in those days, like it was like 5 years ago, 6-7 years ago that this happened. The of course there were court cases, and the judges mostly ruled in favor of the IRS. And then now they're saying, yeah, we're sorry, we had to listen more to the people, and this was messed up. And so it's amazing, right? That they now say, well, yeah, we had it wrong. Just baffles me. But go ahead, Cuddles.
First one to equity. Tricky snakes. They're just trying to save their bacon right there. First to equity. They're trying. That's why they did that. That's why they publicly apologized. Please forgive us. They're trying to run to equity. Ooh. Shameless.
Yeah, a judge should be in the middle, right?
Look,
Not
they're supposed to be moderators. The only thing they're supposed to moderate is what is done in the room. The facts are the only thing supposed to be allowed. Facts. If anyone gets caught lying in a courtroom, they're supposed to go straight to jail.
How many times
However,
has that happened?
it's happened a lot when people actually knew. But after they stopped knowing, that's when things changed. That's how all these problems start, because people don't know. My people die for a lack of knowledge. My people suffer, and suffer, the definition I got is the ability to do something about a situation and choosing not to do anything. So you're getting your ass kicked, and you just choose not to fight back. So I guess the knowledge would be the knowledge to fight back, but in equity.
And you know what's the most fun part, right? So our government fell, we had elections, and now the same coalition parties that fell, right? that that are no longer our government want to restart. They want to reboot it and start the same government again. It's amazing.
It's not. It's not. It's it's the same. It's the same pony.
Right.
The system, the record will keep skipping until people make the choice. The record will keep skipping until people make the choice. And even if there's 5 left, all right, and everyone else made the choice, those 5, the record's still going to keep skipping for those 5. So right now it's skipping for everybody in the country. Now somebody in that, they go to equity. All right, the record isn't skipping for them. They're outside of that. If everybody chose to go to equity, the record would stop.
Yeah, and in the time that our government was, it has a special name, the missionaire. So it's not in place, but still doing the most important stuff, right? So only the
Yeah,
important stuff.
where it was, it's as that's why I say law of nations. Just if you can, if this book isn't against the law of nations, get it and read it. You'll see what I see.
So in that time, right? So we still don't have a new government, but that old those people that were still in place. So we already had a minister of finance that went away, and a new person was anointed.
Interim.
The minister, what?
That's the word
Sorry?
I was looking for a minute ago. I was trying to spit it out, and as soon as I started talking, I lost it. They're interim. The old government is sitting in as interim, which is what they were doing originally. It's an interim position. They're not.
So these interim people, right? They're not in quote unquote power, but we had in this 210 days, our minister of finance stepped down, and we got a new one, right? Our minister of foreign affairs stepped down, and we got a new one. The secretary of finance stepped down, we got a new one. It's amazing. So not an official government. 3 ministers stepped down, and they've all been replaced with new people in a government that's not in place.
Roger.
That's how it works in the Netherlands.
I got a question. How does somebody step down from a position that doesn't exist?
on TV, right?
Because you said the government was, it's done, it's over with, it's gone. But then the guy that's sitting in this position stepped down. So how does he step down out of something that doesn't exist anymore?
Yeah, beats me. But this is
Right,
how it
that's what I'm
works here.
saying. Read the book. Just read the book. It'll make sense. Please, please, please. Read the book. I read the book. And like what you're going with is it's the same thing other places. The record may be a different song from the album, but it's still the same album. Everybody might be playing a different tune from that one album, but it's the same damn album. It's the same damn band. So I know, but that's the thing. That's the mind blower right there. The government is dissolved. So if it's dissolved, nobody's holding any positions. There's nobody. So how do you
Yeah,
step down out of nothingness? What?
it gets even better because this was like a few months ago that our prime minister, right, which is a prime minister of a fallen government, he said, "Well, we're not longer the government, so you can't send us away anymore." That's what he said, right, Martolf?
No, we can just throw you in prison for treason and for fraud. Come on.
And he was laughing about it. He was laughing about it.
Yeah.
This was he's like, so yeah, we're the government's fallen, and but you can't send us away anymore, and laughing about it as if it was a joke, but he's dead serious.
Right. And that's why I was laughing when you said what you said, because I saw what was going on immediately, and I was like, oh my god. And I knew it was going to be the story as it went on. It was going to be more, worse, way worse.
Did
And
you
here
already
you
tell
are.
them that like now they want to form a political party like coalition with the same parties that are pretty much the government that got sacked? So they're just going to carry on like nothing happened.
Yeah, but see,
just a reboot.
Right, but do they have? Do these places have a EIN or a TIN or a Dun and Bradstreet number?
A what?
A business number. EIN, employer identification number. 10, tax identification number.
I don't know.
Dun and Bradstreet is their EIN, their 10, or their social security number that they're using to run the business. It's the account number that they're using for the accounting side through the IRS. Or whatever department you have that's like that.
Yeah, we all got a tax number or no. Yeah, that's mostly for businesses. Your taxes being arranged by your social security number, so you're registered.
Okay, so for company name, what system do you have to look that information up? If you were to go look up a company and look, the address and the owners and the board members and their business number, their EIN, do you have a way to do that? All right, so
I know what you're talking about.
So you start looking up every single one of these organizations in that search bar, and there you go. Bob's your uncle. If they have a number, it's a corporation.
Yeah,
And this
doesn't
is, like I
change
said, same
much.
same record, same album, different song, the same album, same band, every country. Sheriff's Department, police, fire, emergency, hospitals, CDC, all that stuff. Here, all done in Bradstreet numbers, all TINs or EINs, every single one of them. Listed as organizations 501, 501c3, C6, C7, C8, non governmental, private organization. And that goes all the way up to Republicans and Democrats. They're 527 organizations. Also not government. Shocker. But when you know how to look these things up, then you start looking them up. Start reading certain books, catching up on things as they are, and land patent. And then we can shoot lasers. We can shoot rockets. We can shoot whatever we want. Doesn't matter what country we're in. Same album, same band. If anybody wants homework, there you go. There's homework. Law of Nations. Get it? PDF. Read it. And if anybody wants to talk about it, I'll talk about it and she'll text. Or learning curve. It's the same as flat earth from being a glober. It's the same thing. The whole paradigm shifts. Everything you thought you knew changes. All because of gas pressure. Hallelujah. If it weren't for gas pressure, I wouldn't be able to change my mind. Same thing a couple of other places, like what they did there the last 2 decades. And it's been a sight to see. And it's sad. It really is. Because people do get hurt. People lose their homes. But, I mean, I can only help who I can help. I'm just one man. I try. But I can only do so much. And there's others. And they help. But there's not enough. There's not enough of us. There's becoming more. 16 countries coming together trying to study equity privately. It's beautiful. It's late as hell, but still, the fact that people are trying to do that, it's good. kind of got it good though, where he's at, where he can shoot rockets and stuff. He doesn't even have to worry about it because the guys next to him did all that for him. Roger, what do you know about rocketry? I got you. I got you. Oh, I got a good new pic. I'm about to upload it. I just gotta finish cropping it. Disney's apparently got a show about space. But the Earth in the picture that they're advertising the show for is flat. Whoops. Somebody's getting fired. I had to crop out some stuff. I'm not trying to get this picture tagged for anything. Funny right there, though. Disney's proving the Earth is flat with their outer space video. That's hilarious. I bet you on the TV show it's curved though.
It's just like ancient books predicted. Been feeling different from the system. Too much distance. It's just so sick, sick, sick. They're so complacent. They worship 666 and don't even flinch. It's just psychotic, chaotic. Following false prophets. It's psychotic, chaotic. Made the world agnostic, babe. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now? You about to have a panic attack real quick. Like, sorry, the earth's flat, it's fact, no trick. Just look at the proof and the true measurements. Cause I've been winning arguments against the best physicists. But this, don't know what it is. Lately I've been going around in circles, but I do not feel the spin. Oh, this, don't know what it is. But you gotta keep it like a secret, you can't even tell your friends. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna pick up and leave. And if you tell them, they say, how could it be? Don't mean nothing to me, they're gonna fall back asleep. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, they really wanna hate right now, right now. But I think they're just afraid right now. Got their heads in the clouds with a mask on the face like a clown. What they gonna say right now, right now? Oh, you wanna be awake right now, right now? Well, you better get real brave right now. Put your knees on the ground. Gotta pray to the king with a crown. I have to tell you that we're living deep in the matrix. We in the matrix. Chase all the lies and you'll find that this place was created. You were created, darling. What they gonna say right now? What they gonna say right now?
The guy in the lobby thinks the Earth is a cube. Interesting.
Explains the tantrum that he's throwing right now.
You see this shit, bro?
Yeah, I've been the one. God bless. Look at my first response.
Let me see.
It was right after all the laughing. No, go past this part. In fact, never play this again.
Oh, what movie was that, bro?
Spaceballs.
Spaceballs. That's the same guy from like Honey, I Shrunk the Kids or some shit. I like that guy.
Yeah. Good hello. How's the day so far?
It's pretty good, buddy. My shift is ending, so get ready to hit the hay. Just got done playing that game and chilling, I guess.
And laid down and was chilling, and the next thing I know, I passed out. And I woke up at 1, so yay.
Very nice, very nice.
I had to deal with one of those Twitch streamers a minute ago. Oh, good mercy.
Those are the best. I actually found Flat Earth on Twitch.
Stuff on Flat Earth and Scripture and on YouTube. But like a lot of the guys that I've subscribed to, there's only like 2 or 3 of them that still have their channels, which is weird.
Yeah, I know. I noticed something similar. One of the guys that I got a lot of the information when I first started the health journey, all of his videos, and he was like really deep into it, like all kinds of stuff. But yeah, I know him. He wouldn't like it, just deleted his videos. But yeah, they removed all of it. He had like 10 channels too. Everything's gone.
Right, but it's not like before I got to Flat Earth, it wasn't like Flat Earth stuff that I was watching that was getting shadow banned and shit. It was everything else. Hidden technology, law, like everything else. Then I got to Flat Earth and everything was good. There weren't any censors, there weren't any shadow bans, and then the first 2 or 3 years it was everything was shadow banned, everybody's channels getting taken down, videos getting pulled. It's like stupid.
You can't hide the truth forever.
Right, but it's just it's all red pill stuff. It's all truth. It's all facts. All these channels that are getting attacked are talking about facts.
That's it. They're trying to suppress the truth, man. Wait till people find out the cure for cancer was found in the 80s. Can't wait for that.
Bro, you're a little behind. They had that in the 60s.
do you think they actually did?
That's why the embargoes.
What is it?
There's a couple of embargoes. I'm not getting into it here. But there's an embargo in place because of that, and it was around the 60s where that embargo started, and that's one of the background reasons why the embargo was put in place in the first place was because these people, because of the unrestricted everything, they'd actually been working with everything to figure out how to fix problems in the body, and because of the unrestricted access to test, guess what? They figured it out.
Yeah, I also heard with the same technology, they were like growing new teeth and like all kinds of miraculous things.
There's stem cell shots right now.
Oh yeah, I've got stem cells inside me too. I know how to propagate them as well.
See, now propagating them to grow is a whole nother level. But that's natural. Natural remedies.
Yeah, that's the crutch. I can go tell everybody about it, but like if they don't know how to propagate it, then they don't have the elixir of immortality.
It's okay. I got set straight. Cure was one of those words that I didn't mess with, but remedy's better. Or
Heal,
healing,
man,
or
That's
healed. Because remedy is really because there is a problem, and the remedy gets rid of the problem.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, cure is one of those funny words they can twist.
Well, they also, I think the original meaning was one thing, and then they changed it, and it meant like healed or healed. You know, somebody who has been healed, and then it went back to what it used to be. Go watch the deposition. I think it's the 1990s Bill Gates lawsuit depositions, like 11 hours. Just watch like the first hour of that. And then go look at the change of definitions for like one word over like the last 600 years. And then watch that deposition. It'll make sense.
Yeah, I know, bro. I can't waste time on like any of that stuff anymore. There's too many people dying around me, you know. Like I remember when I could watch like videos and shit like that. Like it was a good time, but I can't do it anymore, man. Just not allowed.
Deposition isn't anything bad.
No, it's not that it's bad. I mean, it's just like my time is like from the time I wake up to the time I go to bed. It's just save as many people as possible. That's it.
Yeah, that's supposed to be the deal.
The deal heard round the world.
Now you're talking about the hero character.
Yeah, dude. I mean, the king has gone astray, right?
But then I found myself, and now I'm back, and my crown still fits. Hallelujah.
Amen.
Benjamin, was it Franklin? They put everything is in black and white. Everything is public. Well, almost.
I know.
Almost everything.
Were you here? I think it was yesterday. It might have been you, but it was someone else. We were discussing this. It's like they're so in your face with it now. They've got people just lulled to sleep. Like it's so sad. They literally just tell them so they know, and then when someone brings it up, they have that reference point of like, oh yeah, I heard about that. You know what I mean? But oh yeah, you know, if they're talking about it, it's no big deal. You know what I mean? It's like mandate this, mandate that. You know, no big deal. Everyone's doing it, right? Everyone's heard of that stuff. But yeah, they're just so in your face with it now.
Self-governance. That was in your face in the first place. It's still in your face. Self-governance. Self. Still in your face. Sure, I can pick people to be fiduciaries to run an office a certain way. However, self. I manage me.
I mean, this is the way I see it. I mean, like the king's only as strong as his army, right? Like you're not gonna fight an evil by yourself. You gotta have soldiers, man. That's why all the kingdoms fell, but this one won't. It's literally possible to stop something that everybody makes for free. That's the beauty of it. And it is beautiful. Did I link you the Epica video? They have a new song out called the Kingdom of Heaven Part 3. It's literally amazing. I've heard it like 10 times, and like every time I hear it, it just still gives me chills. Like, oh, it's so good. It's pretty much like the only thing I can listen to is music. That's about it. And your beautiful voice, and everybody else's, of course.
Hopefully going fishing this weekend.
Ooh, nice. Catch some eaters and send me some fillets.
Well, I caught freshwater clam in a private pond. It's freaking ridiculous. So I sank my spinner like as far down as I could get it. And apparently when I was running across the bottom, I put it right in front of this damn freshwater clam, and he just snapped. And I picked his big ass up out of the water. I thought I caught like a boot.
Yeah.
But dude, I still got the picture, bro. that big ass clam was bigger than my fist.
Shit, you ain't gotta prove it to me, bro. I'll take your word for it.
Right, but I never expected freshwater clam to be in a fucking like private pond. And my buddy's like, "Oh hell yeah, they got them. They keep them in there to clean the pond." I was like, "Yeah, catfish and the plecostomus and other things do that too." But he's like, "Yeah, but you know," I was like, "Shit." I was shocked. I was not expecting to pull that thing up out of the water. And then I had to get him off my damn lure.
Oh yeah, I'm sure that was the worst part.
Yes. Because you got to get a knife in there and open his damn mouth up.
Mm-hmm. Did you find any pearls?
I'm after this catfish that stole my birthday present. So my best friend's dad went out and bought me a bunch of spinners for my birthday. And day one, all right, I get the damn spinner. I throw it out there. I'm playing around. I go to the other side of the pond to like the shallows. And apparently there's this big ass catfish in there. I threw it out. And I barely got 5 foot reeling it back. He hit it. And just, got the little rubber bit. And I was like, "Oh, you want to play?" So I started reeling kind of slow. Dude hit it, snapped the line, took off with the reel. Or with the lure. I'm standing there with the pole with a completely snapped line. Like, what the hell just happened? Because the second time he hit it, he was going away from me. But he's like a 22-pound cat. So I want my damn lure back. So I got new line, new lures.
For that.
No, I upgraded. I got 20-pound Power Pro, the braided. Got all new lures. So I'm ready to go. I just gotta find him. Because there's 2 ponds that are connected over a bridge. So he's got free roam both sides, and it's full of bass and all kinds of different stuff. But I want to catch him. I want my damn hook back. I mean, I could probably get him if I put a magnet in the damn water and juiced it. But takes the fun away of catching him.
Yeah, if you catch that fucker, dude, it'd be the ultimate revenge. Yeah, I'm gonna grab a bite to eat. Have a good night. Talk to you again soon.
Who's got an eye in the sky on the moon? And
What is gravity? I have no idea. Okay, next question.
Hey, yo. It's Chocolate Sam. It's 2021. Told y'all it's a wrap for this globe. Check it out. Way too many reifications of privation. Secular law, thermodynamics, violations. Fuck all these fake as apparent deviations. Globals always flapping their gums, no demonstrations. The black swan murdered the ball with simplicity. Pretend the clowns aren't, they all no specificity. Get with me, get that geometry your model needs. Nowadays, mostly I sound like you're on your knees. Copper bleeds, with no wall to ever show for, nevermore. Been a rap for your mind, or scientific, or a sticker that they're prolific. Crumble at the thought of flat earth, that's just terrific. My hypothesis, you know, paleo genius. You thought you had it all, so no. Like a seamstress, you never see this. You ain't chillin' peeping the Gleasons. The globe model so fucking dead. So many reasons mad at me. Cause your fairy tale of gravity is rapidly becoming a motherfucking fatality. Independent variable, no physicality. Factually, you're dealing with no type of reality. A tragedy, all of the pseudoscience of fallacy. Sad to see that was surrounded by such banality. Globetards step in the court for their arraignment. Gas fucking off all day, no containment. It's automatic. You sound like a fanatic. Your heart's beating out of your chest, no need to panic. Problematic, anytime there was Socratic. Defining terms for you was like dust to an asthmatic or a crack addict, all tuned up like a mechanic. State you're leaving in when you're done, it's so tragic. You end the sneezing, all snotty nose the wheezing. You globetards wind up like Sub-Zero freezing. Ain't no reason for you not to remain calm. As my nigga make it hit you with the 3-point palm. Instant exploding paradigm technique. Backslapping your beliefs into enigmatic sweet. You points obliterated, finished, unable to speak. Have you looking like Tom Petty catching a leak? Your whole squad left sounding comatose. I hear Michelle Dollar keeps rocks on the head, she keeps her family close. Some of y'all think y'all the best thing since butter toast. When it comes to FE, prepare to catch an overdose of intellectual honesty. The clear lack of thinking of you balls never cease to astonish me. I gotta keep it real and be honest, B. It's quite possibly the dumbest thing I heard since the cosmology is often seen as a philosophy, mythology, but actually it's a prophecy of religiosity. Get all your skills and your weight up, it's crunch time. Your whack model getting ate up like lunchtime. How in the hell could we establish a baseline? When most of y'all trolls are just here to waste time. I'm not aware of what you're hearing through the grapevine, but you must be out your mind selling space-time. A mathematical construct of imagination with absolutely no experimental validation. Before the story begins, you need a foundation. Curvature of the earth, that's the conversation. And since that shit up and disappeared without a trace, I'd say it's also time for you to say goodbye to space. Tall tales about vacuums, an empty place, all the while breathing air. That's just not the case. You best get out my face, cause I can guarantee you that the very air you breathe immediately fuck off the space. We understand no requirement for your compliance. You understand that you are standing in a room of giants. I admire that you're usual in your defiance, but won't you join us in this funeral of pseudoscience? You in the mood to try us? Go ahead and test your mic. These motherfuckers think they're moving at the speed of light. How about the speed of sound? 250 miles above the ground to see that ISS is going round and round. Please don't even try, son. It's been a rap since you gave up hope on your geometric horizon. In the trenches hoping and praying we don't get wise and realize you're smoking more of the grass than Neil Tyson. Oh, speaking of that clown, I wonder how much longer he can keep a push of this in the background. Never debating, always up to the back down. Playing in fear of the gravitational smackdown. This little circus won't last long. I'm betting you the type of clown that sits at home alone with a mask on. Thinking you debunked an argument like the Black Swan. Never knowing that your radius could be that wrong. Oops, I really meant to say dead wrong. Implicitly, we've been falsified the globe empirically. Need you to listen, G. It's not logical to postulate you live in a sphere in no sphericity. It's the epitome. It's not a mystery. The globe model's all wrapped up in stupidity. It's quite simple, see. It's probably not the move for you to spew your rhetoric here or religiously. Maybe officially. One day you might find yourself vividly in the middle of an epiphany. Lyrical symphony. It's been a pleasure, but our times have both come to an end. Synchronicity.
Nobody claims that what you're observing when you're seeing the horizon is the geometric horizon.
That's fascinating, but to do geometry you must have one.
It is an optic phenomenon.
So to do geometry though, you must have one. A tangent point with a straight line to it. Now you're telling me all about what you haven't got.
So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light? I've been on the globe for my whole life. Something in my nose don't smell right. Meditating, feel a slight breeze in the wind, but I know I ain't moving, this is no ride. How you gonna tell me that the air that I'm breathing, that the PSI I'm feeling, they contain, motherfucker? How you have gas pressure next to a place 10 to the negative 17 to a space, motherfucker? What did Nixon say? One small step for man is one giant leap for mankind. And at the same time, a can of tuna landed on the moon while the Vietnamese died at the same time. I ain't got time for the life MLM. Helios, flame out, breaking down the dam, crushing all false gods in the program. Believe when he say that I am that I am. I am that I am. So, which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you dies tonight? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
You should raise them to be free. If not, they might rebel.
You went out and educated, you bringing me down like an elevator. Better yet, an escalator. You keep gumming my shoes so that I'll never make it. I'ma put you down like you a tire levitator. Speaking of the elevation, the black swan, why is the horizon 10 times further than the geometry you predicated? Probably cause you never did it. Never did, never will. Now global, tell me how you really feel. This is not a globe, this is the appeal. This is not a globe, this is just for real. This is for your soul, something you can feel. Saying you won't change, but I know you will. Here's your Dr. Bill. Which one of you guys can fight? Which one of you thinks you're right? Step up to the mic and see what the people them decide. Who will see his demise when the truth finally come to light?
Drace 24/7 Flat Earth Discord dedicated to all the new people who have yet to fully turn into a glow pad. There's still hope for you.
You know the hole in
Shut
a
up,
donut?
Brenda.
That's
I'm trying to sing
space-time.
here. Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? We've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Tripping, he's falling, he's tripping, he's balling. Globers, they don't win. Be honest, that works best. Any evidence of the curved earth crest, any evidence that it's not at rest, any vacuum next to a press your test. There's no precedence, no evidence. That's a globe defense. Don't take offense, just don't be this dense. It's your preference, with some common sense, you can sit on the fence. For a Glober, it's tragic. He believes it like it's magic.
You know the hole in a donut? That's space-time.
You're a moron.
No, that's true.
You're a moron. Shut up.
In a donut.
Shut up. Don't say anything else. Don't make me remove you. Shut up. You've got nothing more to add. You're a moron.
In the donut,
I couldn't care less.
Wow.
You're a moron.
The hole in a donut.
Shut up. I don't want to have to eject you. If you want to continue spouting shite about holes in donuts, I'm going to kick you out. Last chance. Shut up.
Bro, don't you even know how much we love the ball once like you? We heard it all before, it's not new to us anymore. Bro, don't you even know half the things the ball makes claims to? And there's a lot for us to get through. For you, anyway. Bro, can't you even see? You've broken it down oh so clearly. It's a joke, it always has been. For those who see, anyway. Don't follow the agenda. Put your logic in a blender. Or you'll end up just like Brenda, forgetting your actual gender. Think your dog bones are clocks, and that people are rocks. Stuck in a closet, metal box. This space side will Brian Cox. Just learn the essence, the basics. Without that, you won't make it. Your freedom is right there, take it. You don't have to fake it. Just say, I don't know, and your wisdom will grow. Don't blindly go with the flow. Just put it down, bro. Let the lie go.
Any evidence?
I thought you were about debate. I thought you were about fair debates.
I was asking a new question. Now you don't get to take part. It's your problem. Stupid donut idiot. Donut hole in space-time. What a complete moron.
fight you without fears. We'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, Angry Grover, if you stay, you will never beat Fly Earth with what you say. So go on a ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, Angry Grover, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belts if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. And if you rage, Angry Grover, if you rage, don't you know that most of us have been on planes? So if you think it's funny that Einstein was a dummy, I'll show you the moon landing was staged. Go on home, Angry Grover, go on home. got no fucking home of your own. For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. I'm not spinning, I'm not turning on an axis. I'm centered on everything I see. So fuck your Google Maps, we want our flat earth back and live in reality. Go on home, angry globe, go on home. Ain't you got no fucking home of your own? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more. If you stay, angry baller, if you stay, you will never beat flat earth with what you say. So go and go ferry, the curve it has been buried, and piss off and leave us while you may. Go on home, angry globe, go on home. What the fuck's Van Allen belt if not a dome? For 400 years we'll fight you without fears, and we'll fight you for 400 more.
crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or sitting in a park caught a lot of people by surprise.
Oh yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Some guy ate a bat in China, so now he can't go out at night. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now he got no human rights. Someone ate a bat in China in a cave, now you're a human slave. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now the pharmaceutical companies get paid. Some bat in China, lock off the whole world, change things, rearrange it, or so we're told. Like the world's under a spell, like this is the beginning of hell. Yo, yeah, any sci-fi movie that's seen.
A new world order.
Seen
Presidential
it.
decrees cascading
Running
from
it.
President Trump's pen.
Any horror movie that I've been.
And the rest of the world now figuring out what it means for
Running
them.
it.
Oh boy, this
Oh
shit
boy.
banging.
Cause things change, rearrange, and getting strange. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now I can't get any toilet paper? Yeah.
Crushing new laws on things as simple as stopping to have a coffee or...
Better stay home, watch the TV. Better stay home, don't visit the family. Some guy ate a bat in China, so now my girlfriend don't wanna get vagina. Everything's changed, rearranged, the whole world gone strange. Yeah, some guy ate a bat in China. Yeah. Someone from China ate a bat, and now you can't leave your house or go out the
New
back.
South Wales police are patrolling Sydney streets
if you
as
believe
residents try
that-
to understand changing social distancing rules.
Then I don't know,
Oh
bro.
yeah, oh boy, this shit banging.
Oh boy, what another one. Big fat shit from the side again. Freestyling with a microphone and a beer in my left hand. I'm in lockdown. What I sound? A little bit sad. Shit. Someone ate a bat in China. Can't go and get any toilet paper. The TV telling me that. Yeah.
Oh boy, you went dumb on this one.
Police are receiving some backlash for their aggressive approach.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first.
The sharing of biased and false news has become all too common on social media. More alarming, some media outlets publish these same fake stories without checking facts first. Unfortunately,
because of you, we're in this mess. Forever you will acquiesce. How you love to be deceived. Whatever they tell you, you believe. Dead of sight, dead of mind, news believer, you are blind. Critical thinker, you are not. Never independent thought. Box into your paradigm. Hypnotized with pantomime. Regurgitating all you hear. Spread your terror, spread your fear. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Inject your poison, wear your mask. All they have to do is ask. Never questioning authority. Blindly following like sheep. Yes sir, no sir, freebacks fool. You television watching fool. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. Extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is 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 extremely dangerous to our democracy.
In their world forever locked. Into their world forever boxed. Reality you leave behind. A prisoner of your own mind. Forever you will be deceived. Never ever to be free. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer. Never your mind to be free. Never your eyes will ever see. Lick the boon of tyranny, begging for your slavery. They who have remote control, the TV know your very soul. Tune into the great deceiver. Television watching news believer.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
This is extremely dangerous to our democracy. This is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
I know you've been hating this, but how about that radius, huh? What is he saying though? Broken geometry. Okay. I just pointed out, now you're at hominy. Went to your mommy be trucking and driving, Globers be wildin'. They went out of style. 8 inches per mile squared, never been measured out in the wild. Why would they lie? That's what they cry when it just can't be denied. Defending the government, slave till you die. You ain't got no reply.
That stuff is flat.
Who told you that? Like I can't trust my eyes? There ain't no curvature, and the swan is black. But nice try.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Once you go flat, matter of fact, you never go back, you never go back.
Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would you ask such a question? Coming here crying to ask why they're lying? Dude, may I make a suggestion? It seems to me in your mind that you could use some introspection. Instead of advancing your thinking, you're headed straight to a sad state of regression. People keep thinking it's our job to find them the model that they've been requesting. Meanwhile, they're walking around every day and the world never ever suspecting that the very own senses a human possesses have never attested. Something that's absolutely and completely reversed to the world manifested. How can you think that a person like me could take someone like you even serious? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Bro, are you fucking delirious? How can we even engage in a true conversation if we can't surpass this? I'm gonna need you and your little fundy friends to pull their heads out their asses. Why would they lie? Are you fucking high? You really gotta be kidding me. The world that you've known, all on its own, has been nice and flat since the beginning, see? No 8 inch per mile square, that's why y'all scared to have this become mainstream. So as a result, we transform into nightmares, waking folks from the daydream. So proceed to ask why they are lying without verifying your story. And at the end of the day, maybe all I can say is that y'all fucking bore me. Why would they lie? Can't even deny. You're sounding just like a baby. Maybe a hero is all that you need. Maybe else somebody save me.
Global abortion, all applauding. Cheers, big heads, small, enormous. From cradle to grave shall be like tortoise. NASA tower lies every day is exhausted. Nothing more boring than the stream they recorded. Yeah, that looks real, is that a joker talking? Composite mind nuts is not a bore you foreskin. Ignoring, distorting the facts with their stories. Entering your mind in respect of a warrant. To say levels curve we expect from a zealot. Spherical excess, now we don't want it. Delusional puppet digesting the stomach. Without any warning, hick on the shoremen. Are you a moron is not that important? Similar to Karen, always reporting. Endorsing the fraud and effects without cause. Manifest force from a pseudo source. Reversing the curse of what you've been taught. They've been rehearsed in the dirt, but they still fall short. Imaginary planetary alignment coincide with space warp. Astronauts monetary paid for. Submerging the water while they claim that they orb. It's a circus show, clown circle in the globe. Why would they lie? Obvious the creator. If the glove don't fit and the earth don't turn, that's a whole lot of that they have to earn. Learn with the horizon swan. We eliminate the curve. All our eyes are on only what we can observe. Global lies are wrong while they're hiding flatter. Keep my spies like on hide for the research. You rely upon priest and pirate like a bird. With your lying glove, preach religion like a church. How should they die? How should they die? Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they lie? Why would they try? I got the math and science on my side. I'm running circles, it's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. No need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift staring you in the faces. Where you gonna get the truth from? If not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sleep to count the sheep since 9 to 1-1. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would ever run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting this shit on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derive by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listen with lies. The people pretend that they pick who they got. The people divide and then they disguise, and now they're devising a plot. You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids. You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement. Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? They have to bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic, their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice, that's what they achieve in masses. Yeah, it matters, you believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction, that's electrostatics. They always invert it backwards, wonder what's the verdict, pastors. Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 OG. Why would they lie? I'll tell you why. They don't want to see you survive. They don't want to see you get live. Love on your queen till you hire you some kids and provide. They don't want to see you revive. Take an L, they come back harder than ever besides. Packing that hammer on side. I cannot help it, bro. Second Amendment on mine. They won't label you a felon. That way you can't get your hands on protection. That way they come in and fake an election. If they want to seize your assets, you can't stop or arrest them. That way the hood is simply a reflection of the design that they predestined. If you don't like it, they pop off your top like your last name was Kennedy in Dallas, Texas.
What is the world that we're living in now that we know we're not spinning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know courage is missing? What is the world? What is the world that we're living in now we know flat earth is winning? What is the world? What is the world that we're living? It's like a brand new beginning. We know that most of y'all sitting there wishing, probably just itching for us to go away, completely dismissing things that we say like our minds have gone missing. Meanwhile, you're really the only one shifting reality as if it was switching, like it was some type of fantasy pitching. Next up the bat, but you wind up just whiffing. Nothing but air, you just can't do no hitting. Running around saying that water's sticking to outside the balls, your logic is slipping. I understand that you might think I'm tripping. Pay attention to the words that I'm spitting. Only thing that really needs any fixing, your view of the world and the way that you're thinking. No need to go always screaming and kicking. No reason to think that earth might be tricking. If it was spinning, then we would see drifting. If it was curving, the ships would be sinking. Logical fallacy, keep on insisting. Probably just listen. How about you try some form of consistence? Ships disappear due to angular distance. Makes a lot more sense that the curves non-existence? Why the persistence? Why the pursuit of unending resistance? Fighting a war like a soldier enlisted. Really seems as though you got it all twisted. Why not just be a bit more optimistic? Lies you've been told, the veil has been lifted. Now you've been gifted, given permission to take a position, not in opposition to the world that we're living. Create ignition, start up the engine. Choose to accept it now, this is your mission. Tell us why the damn curvature's missing. Maybe just call up a mathematician, give him a listen. Have him tell you about his presuppositions. Talking about how it's not superstition. A vacuum and air pressure juxtaposition. Make a decision, tell us how this model came to fruition. You have the right to enact your volition, right up to the day of mental acquisition. All I could do is provide ammunition. Can't take the heat, stay the fuck out the kitchen. Judgment day to the last demolition. You can see this as an act of attrition, on the condition that after admission, do you a favor and start the forgiving. Then go out and share your newfound position with everybody who's potentially victim, falling for the global prisoner system. So many flaws, no woman can list them. Shout to my beautiful parents, I missed them. Taught me to think for myself, I could kiss them. Now to the day that I'm able to whisk them away in my arms, I will reminisce them. Yeah.
I love high gas prices, I love paying more for groceries, and I really love seeing taxes rise. It's so good knowing that I'm giving more but receiving less. It makes me feel humble, but I'm gonna stop with the sarcasm right there, cause I swear we're living in a real jungle. It's what? Pretty simple to me though, it's way past being left or right. Just use your head and common sense and think about how you've been affected in daily life. Is it easier or is it harder? That's the most important question you should think of first, cause life is a bitch already as it is, and you don't need someone that's gonna make it worse. Ask me? I think we're fucked. Don't give me that look, everything sucks. Have you gone outside? Have you been to the store? Have you compared the prices to a year before? Do you drive a car? Have you pumped gas? Don't lie to me now, it sucks ass. You could brush it off like it's a fucking joke, but the media lies, numbers don't. Well, you can't blame Biden, it isn't him. Well, who the fuck is it then? What jacked up the prices? I wanna know why I spend so much up at Conoco. I don't know. I think it's insane that the leader of the country gets no blame, cause the whole entire time, the last 4 years, it was cheap as fuck. I'm just saying, now watch. Down in the comment section, someone's gonna give us an economy lesson. I can't wait to hear your expert analysis on fluctuation and how expenses balance. Hey, it's all a part of the process. What the hell you bitching for? It's fine. Oh yeah, I forgot about the 16 cents that I saved on hot dogs for 4th of July. What a fucking steal. Too bad I spent more on gas just to get to Target. So by the time I got done buying all this shit and filling up my car, I had way less than when I started. Now, I don't really call that saving. No, I call that losing money. It doesn't take a genius to do simple math, but apparently you can't, so who's the dummy? Probably still me. I'm just pissed off. This inflation's fucked up, but I gotta sit here and act like I love this administration with a thumbs up? Stupid. Everything is hell, but you act like I'm supposed to be in heaven. You know our country ain't doing too good when the Waffle Houses start to close at 11. Dude, he can barely talk, and don't act like I'm being overzealous. Every time the man speaks, I have no fucking clue what he's trying to tell us. Every speech is like a gag reel. Every time I see this shit, I'm like, is that real? Well, considering the fact that the only other option was Trump, I don't think it's such a bad deal. Fuck that, I want a strong leader. The strength of a man should be constantly tested, especially when you're in the most powerful position in the world. That should be not even a question. There's really not enough words that can describe the craziness we're facing, dude. But the crazier part is there's still people you need to sit down and really explain this to. Come on, man. Just watch a press conference. You'll see the Joe is all gone. He literally says out loud that he has a list of people he's supposed to call on. And even then he fucks that up. The whole thing is hella awkward. COVID-19 ain't his biggest enemy. It's the goddamn teleprompter. It feels like we don't even have a leader. It's like we're all just following blindly. Each of my grandparents could run circles around him in a debate, and they're almost 90. Look at him. Don't take it from me. Go listen to him. It's not a rumor.
You gotta, I mean,
Today, Junior! Jesus Christ, go on YouTube and click any video of Joe Biden and check out the like and the dislike ratios. That should prove to you that no one likes him. I don't agree with anything he's done. His decisions affect me in many ways. If it was up to me, I'd rather have mean tweets and cheap gas any day. I don't like Biden. What good's he done for us? I think Afghanistan pretty much sums it up. What a dumb adult. My stomach does somersaults when I think about those 13 soldiers that were killed to fucking Gaul. Then he goes to the service and keeps checking his watch like he has somewhere better to be. I swear the disrespect doesn't stop. Pick your fucking head up. Look at the women and men you killed. I don't understand how anyone could even defend you still. And if they do, they either don't know what they're talking about or they're lying to themselves, cause they know damn well you're a problem now. Pulling out was a good choice, not the way you did it though. Kamala's probably sitting there like, oh my god, we did it, Joe. Speaking of her, where's she been through all these deadly days? As soon as shit erupts and hits the fan, Kamala's MIA. Not like she does anything anyway, so fucking useless. Law and order, crisis at the border, she don't fucking do shit. Just a talking head, paired up with the Walking Dead, breaking absolutely every word that was promised or said. Every time I see their faces on TV, it's such a bummer. I feel like I'm watching the third installment of Dumb and Dumber. And on top of all that, they put another ban on ammo, trying to disarm Americans, but equip the Taliban like Rambo. You give them hundreds of thousands of military guns, but Americans just trying to protect their families are the scary ones. You put more trust in a terrorist organization than you do in your own people. You don't care about this nation. Fuck you, that's from me. Fuck you, that's from them. Fuck you from everyone that's still stuck in Afghanistan. Fuck you from the men and women who died for this country. And fuck you for every time you lie to cover up something. You blame this on Trump. How the fuck is this even his fault? You're in charge now, not him. That's just your default. Whenever something goes wrong, you flip and say he did it. But whenever something goes right, you're quick to take the credit. You undid almost all of Trump's agreements by your second day. So why is this one of the only fucking things you left in place? No crosses to bear, no responsibilities, just chocolate chip to ease your mental instability. I would say the blood's on your hands, but that's a lie, cause you don't even know where the fuck you are half the time.
Indoctrination blinded us all. From the very first day that we went to school, they put a globe in your face and that thing looked cool. The teacher explained how it all worked. Of course it sounded so berserk, but who was I to question it? Because I was just a tiny kid. It sounded crazy as could be, but teacher would never lie to me. She was real nice, she didn't know. She too was taught to believe in that globe. I don't blame her, it wasn't her fault. She was only repeating what she'd been taught. I went through life believing that lie. That spinning ball was now in my mind.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man, no.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. Alright, man, listen up. So I'm hurling through space on a road to nowhere. So I live my life without a care, cause I was taught that there ain't no creator. That's what I was told from my educator. So I live my life so selfishly, there ain't gonna be no hell for me. I'll do what I want with no care for others, with no respect for my brothers. Until one day when I woke up and I drank some truth with my coffee cup. I learned that things ain't what they seem. This so-called reality is just a dream. There's deception everywhere that I look. The news, the TV, and in my school books. And pretty soon I'll realize that everything's just a pack of lies, man.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell
deception on a biblical level. It's orchestrated by the devil. Many think that hate don't exist, but that's what he wants, that's one of his tricks. But I found out that dude's real, and I tell you, man, that's a bitter pill. So I questioned everything I was told. I had to question that spinning globe. I had to relearn it all again and get some truth inside this brain. And pretty soon I realized that the globe I was taught was a pack of lies. So I studied as hard as can be. I found the flat earth conspiracy. Man, it hit me like a ton of bricks. The globe I was taught was a devil's trick.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man. I started to connect the dots, and I'm telling you, man, there are lots. I soon realized that the earth was flat. It's not a belief, man, it's a fact. And once I found out that reality, well, it did a funny thing to me. For a while there, I was pretty shocked, but now I know that there is a God. And once you get to that point of understanding, and once you know there ain't no moon landing, and once you know that space is fake, you view your life with a different take. It ain't just random chance that we're here. We ain't living on no stupid sphere. It ain't some ridiculous spinning ball. The earth is flat, and God created it all.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, man. Don't.
Take control of your soul.
Take back control. Yeah.
Find the truth. Find it all.
Find it all, man. Yeah.
Don't believe their lies.
Believe it, man.
Let them take your mind.
Let them take your mind, man. Well, now I found out about all these lies. I live a completely different life. I stopped reading the news and turned off the TV. That thing is evil as can be. I started being a nicer guy, and God forbid I tell a lie. I treat people with more respect, and I've got me a wife that I'd never neglect. Yeah, being good's working out for me. Now I ain't blinded and I can see. I know that there is a God above, and if I'm good, then he'll show me love. I try to live life selflessly to be the best that I can be. I treat people how I want to be treated since my indoctrination was defeated. So don't believe in the devil's lies because it's God he wants to hide. That's why they teach that spinning ball, to make you think you ain't special at all. Don't believe what you're being told. Don't believe that you're evolved. It's all an accident and you are too. No, you're someone special and God made you.
Don't let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind, man.
Don't let them tell you that you are not divine.
Don't let them do it, no.
Take control of your soul.
You gotta take back control.
Find the truth.
Find the truth.
Find it all.
Find it all, man.
Don't believe their lies.
Don't believe it.
Let them take your mind.
Don't let them take your mind. Yeah, play that guitar.
one of his best. Conspiracy music guru. Awesome stuff.
Yeah, man, he's awesome.
What you're seeing here is a mirage.
A lie is a lie, and it don't matter how many dumb sheeple believe it. And the truth is the truth, hiding right out in plain sight, and still people don't see it. Man, this shit got me heated, and I won't stop till the elite are being defeated. They keep us deceived about everything that we think, and they keep it a secret. What we're taught is not conducive with reality. Big bang, evolution, and there's gravity. I tell the truth, and then these motherfuckers laugh at me, telling me the earth is photoshopped because it has to be. Most people accept the deception happily, but what they're doing to us all is a tragedy. God created the heavens and the earth in a verse, but we're living in a Freemasonic galaxy. They say we're monkeys on a ball flying through outer space, but there's no proof. It seems to have vanished without a trace. NASA and other agencies falling down from grace. You can take that bullshit pseudoscience and get out my face. I'm the antisocial type. You're a government prototype. That's why you make it a point to tell me that I'm crazy every time you're angry, cause you know I'm right. I'm standing outside the house of cards about to watch it fall. No more living on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is photoshopped, but it has to be. What you're seeing here is a mirage.
They say that we went to the moon 6 times, but pure BS is the way that smelled. Now they're telling us that we can't even leave the planet because of the Van Allen radiation belt. Yeah, okay, sure. NASA, what you lying for? You lying now, you lied before. I can't take this anymore. The only thing they took to space was your imagination. Fake aliens are coming, now they have you waiting. We need to do something about it, no procrastination. Trying to cause the masses to awaken, that's the path I've taken. But you can see if you check all the percentages. So many people having cognitive dissonance. But that's what happens at the loss of your innocence. Then you get involved with all of this wickedness. They try to do all the humans this way. So are they just idiots? Who is to say? Conditioned by the television, it makes your decisions, opinions, and you just obey. Stuck in the material domain of Satan, where everything in each and every day is pagan. Mandela effect, cause the game is changing. People waking up and now the cage is shaking. The earth is flat, and that is a universal fact. If it isn't that, then tell me where the fuck the curve is at. They tell us that we can't see it because we're all too small. And now we're spinning on a cartoon ball. Horizon means horizontal. Indoctrination is awful because you're taught the globe model. Ever since y'all could crawl, we follow rapists and murderers, liars, thieves, and sun worshippers, saying we can't see curvature cause we're all too small. And though it's never been proven, they say we're ripping and shooting. The earth is spinning and moving. Oh no, no, not at all. It's a criminal enterprise where deception intensifies. Assholes got us all living life on a cartoon ball.
It is the world that has been pulled over your eyes to blind you from the truth. Like everyone else, you were born into bondage, born into a prison for your mind.
We accept the reality of the world with which we're presented. It's as simple as that.
1, 2, 3, 4. I told you so. I told you. I told you so. I told you. Remember when I told you about 9/11? Remember when I told you about Building 7? Remember when I told you about the fluoride in the water? Yes, I did. Remember when I told you about the New World Order? Remember that? Remember when I told you about the chemtrails in the sky? Remember when I told you that NASA was full of about the ultra mind control? Well, I just want to say that I told you so, yeah. Remember when I told you about 432 hertz, that is, and what 440 can do to you? It hurts my ears. Remember when I told you about the vaccine agenda? Yes, I did. And that Michelle Obama is a transgender. Yes, he is. The dinosaur fraud, the climate change scam, and yes, Sandra Bullock is also a man. Remember when I told you that there ain't no globe? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the TV flicker rate? And how it puts your brain in an alpha state? Remember when I told you about germ theory? Remember when I told you about gravity? Remember that? Remember when I told you about Paul McCartney? Remember when I told you about direct energy? Remember when I told you about Monsanto? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 Yeah. Remember when I told you about the mainstream media? Your so-called celebrities and pedophilia. Remember that? Child trafficking and adrenochrome. Remember when I told you about the Georgia Guidestone? Remember when I told you about the false flag operation? Remember when I told you about 5G radiation? Remember that I told you that? Well, I just want to say that I told you so. 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 But you didn't listen. I told you so.
Numpty dipshit soundly, Mr. Planet Orleans Parish. 16 May 2020.
Wait, what's the globe Earth formula then? Maybe I got it wrong. I thought it was 8 inches per mile squared.
Well, I have a video on that if you want to go watch it. 8 inches per mile squared is an estimation. That's not the actual curve of the Earth. No.
Oh, really? George the Pontiff Maximus of Retardia, 3 days earlier.
There's a common misconception, Tim and Professor Bell, regarding this 8 inches per mile squared. If you take the chord distance between the two endpoints, it's exact, no approximation.
Absolutely priceless. Soundly, it's an estimation. It's not the actual curve of the Earth. Then we have Numpty George. It's exact, no approximations. This is the quintessential example of Baltar doublespeak. With an added bonus, George the Pontiff Maximus of Retardia is in the very same conversation at the same time and doesn't correct soundly, waffles on about some other nonsensical bullshit.
That's real. So you're saying you created a model based on not actual reality and you got it to work?
No, I created an estimation.
So why are we using estimates to prove the shape of the Earth?
Chris, because you can't understand. You can't understand the elliptoid.
What the hell did you just say?
You can't understand the elliptoid. That's why.
I think the bot died.
Hi guys, not so many people here at this moment, at least.
Hello. 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 Livestream. Anybody here? Is anybody here? Hello.
Visionärer Aspekte Kontoaussauers.
globe.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey.
Are you a
Where are
flat
you
earth?
from? Where are you from?
Asia.
From Asia. Whereabouts in Asia?
Indonesia.
Indonesia. Cool.
How about you?
New Zealand.
Oh, it's just near.
Yeah. So, do you believe the Earth is flat?
I'm a globe skeptic.
That's a good way of wording it. So, how, if you were to say in terms of percentage, what percentage would you give to the globe side, and what would you give to the flat Earth side? Like half and half, or would you say 80% flat Earther, 20% globe Earther, 100%? How do you feel about things?
Maybe 75 flat earth.
And so, how did you come across flat Earth?
So many evidences, like long distance observations. You can
Did
see
you
things.
did you always feel like the Earth probably isn't a sphere? Like, deep down within your soul, I guess, did you always kind of question that the heliocentric model doesn't make any sense?
No.
Or did you come across a
I
video
always believe
that made you think?
I always believe it was a globe before I came across flat earth.
And so, how did you come across flat Earth? Did you watch a video one day, or
Through Facebook.
on Facebook?
Yes.
And so, what was it that made you want to keep looking?
Because I have nothing to do.
So you had nothing to do. So did you must have come across like a compelling argument that made you think, hey, this makes a lot of sense. And that would have began your investigation, your journey deeper into the flat earth rabbit hole, I guess. Was there
Do
any
you know ODD?
Yes,
Reality TV?
ODD TV, yes, of course.
I became a flat earther because of his videos.
Right. Interesting, isn't it? Yeah. I'm pretty convinced as well that the earth is
Are
flat.
you new here?
Sorry?
Are you
So
new here?
I used to come on a long time ago, but I've been off it for ages. But because I'm home alone tonight, my wife and kids are staying with my sister tonight, so I just thought, I might as well jump on and see who's on and have a chat. But it's been a long time. What about you? Do you come on here much?
Maybe a few times a week.
Oh, really? It's really quiet right now. Is it normally this quiet?
Normally, there's a lot of people here. I
Is it
don't know
just the
why now there's a few.
is it just the timing, I guess?
Yes.
People are doing things at work or something. I'm not sure. Yeah, interesting. How do you feel about the whole situation, with the world today, with the V word, and you know what I mean? How are things in Indonesia actually? Are many people dying from it? Like, how do you feel about that? Do you feel like it's all
There,
a scam? Do you feel like it's a scam? I believe it's a scam.
I haven't done many research on that topic.
I mean, nobody seems to be dying here in New Zealand. we've had the Delta outbreak take place here, but I think one person was reported dead from it, and they were like in their 90s, and none of it can be verified. You know, cases are growing every day, but life just seems to be normal. No one that I know has died. No one that I know has got the virus.
I have a brother who got a COVID.
And is he
And
still
he's
alive?
asymptomatic.
He was asymptomatic.
Yeah. His
See,
boss.
that's bullcrap, isn't it? You know, I mean, you can't really have a virus and be asymptomatic. Either you're sick or you're not. See, that in itself is a deception, I think. You know, because he's been told he has it. You know, he would have taken a test, and who knows where that test goes to? But he ain't got the information. You've got, you know, COVID-19, but you know, how can he verify that? There's no way. It's like the globe Earth. You know, like there's no way that we can have access to satellites and to their telescopes and, you know, all of the equipment. Like we just have to trust them. You know, and it's the same with these doctors and the people doing the tests. We just have to kind of trust what they're doing is correct and trust that they're speaking with authority. But who really knows, right?
Yeah. No way to verify if you really have that.
Exactly. No way to verify. And I mean, like, if I got the flu and somebody told me that I had COVID-19 and I just had the regular flu, my mind is probably going to make it worse, especially if I buy into the lies. You know, like if I thought the virus was really deadly, and it's probably going to actually affect me and make me worse because mentally I feel like I've got this super deadly virus and I'm probably going to die from it. So it'll have a really negative, like, psychological effect on me. So that's also an angle that I look at. Like, I think, well, if somebody is sick and they get tested, they tell they've got COVID and they're scared, they watch the news every day, they've bought into the narrative, just like the globe Earth. You know, it's going to make that person a lot worse than somebody like me, for example, that thinks it's all a scam. And if I got sick, it's just the flu. I'll recover in a week, you know, maybe sooner, maybe a bit longer. You know, there have been times in the past where I've had a flu and it's lasted 2 weeks and I felt like I was going to die, but it was just the flu. You know, it was really bad. Sore throat, you know, headache and fever and, you know, every other sort of thing that you can think of. And, but you come right in the end, you know. That's all this is. Hello?
Yeah.
You still there?
Hello.
Hello?
I'll reconnect.
Oh, yeah. Hello?
Hello. How are you?
How are you?
Pretty good.
Where are you from?
I'm from the United States of America. How about you?
Oh, really? I'm from New Zealand.
Oh my goodness! Well, look at that. How's it going over there?
Auckland, our biggest city, is in lockdown. It seems like they're really beginning to clamp down over here. We're kind of beginning to catch up with the rest of the world, in terms of, you know, V-word passports and all that kind of thing. That's being talked about a lot now.
Well, you were born onto this flat Earth with your birthright, and to live here. This is your home, so I would just encourage you to continue to live your life as you see fit. I've never been to New Zealand, but my boyfriend's parents went there.
Oh, right.
School, and then I knew some people from New Zealand that were over here. I lived in Arizona that had moved over here. So yeah, seems like a cool place. How long have you been in our server?
I came on a long time ago. That it would have been a few months ago, but then I stopped for some reason. It was kind of like just a stint, I guess. I kind of went through a phase. I jumped on and I used to go on like every day, but then I kind of just drifted off and I never came back on. But tonight I'm home alone because my wife and kids are with my sister, so I just figured I might as well jump on again and, you know, see who's on and see what's going on. Like, what has the YouTube channel be taken down?
Our YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's there, but like it doesn't seem like I'm looking at the latest video, and I think it's from
Okay,
that was
I'll put
1 hour
the
ago
link in for you.
stream.
I was just yeah, it's this one, 2008.
See, now 2007, I'm seeing.
Okay,
But it
well,
says
this.
streamed 1 hour ago.
Yeah, well, then sometimes if you go right to the channel, then you can find the live one, which now is number 2008, episode 2008. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, when I went onto YouTube this morning, it showed me an episode of
Okay,
2019, which I thought was cool. You don't
I
recommend
see.
old
I
episodes.
thought that was the year, like 2007, 2008.
Oh yeah, no, it's episode number
Okay.
2008. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, yeah, I get it now. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. That would have been
makes more
cool if we'd been
sense.
doing it back in 2008. Then yeah, we would have been way ahead of the game.
I was going to say, wow.
Yeah.
So listen, how did you become a flat earther?
Oh my goodness, reclaim your mind. You want me to tell you the short, medium, or long version, or the extra long version?
I guess the short version, so we can bounce back and forwards. You know,
good idea.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll give you the ultra short. I'll give you the mini version. I became a flat earther when I was doing a research paper for my master's degree in science education, and I decided to write a paper on how to shows to young people, students, that they were wrong when they claimed the Earth was flat. So, like many people, I became a flat earther because I tried to prove it wrong.
And when was this? What year?
I wrote that paper in 2016. I was not.
So actually, that's around the same time that I became a flat earther.
I didn't know you were flat earther because your role says you're on the fence, but sometimes they don't give people the flat earther role right away.
What does my role say? I'm on the fence. Does it say I'm on the fence?
But it says, yeah.
Oh well. I guess I think back then I didn't like the idea of like pledging allegiance to a side because I like to maintain an open mind, and I think that once you choose a side, it's like you close your mind off from all other possibilities. So I like the position of fence sitter because it just, you know, you get the best view when you're up high like that. You can see everything, you know. So
your fence is really tall.
Well, if you think about it, if you have two sides, you're on the fence. It's kind of like you're up high and you can see both sides, you know. So, I mean, that's just kind of the way I see it. But like, I would say that 100%. If I were to choose, I would choose flat Earth. You know, like if I always like to say that if an angel came before me or some kind of supernatural entity, and they said to me, "Hey, listen, you have to make a choice right now: is the Earth flat or a globe?" And depending on your answer, you're either going to die or live. You know, you have to get it right. I would choose flat, and I believe I would live. You know.
And what if the angel? Yeah, and then what if the angel said, "Yeah, give me your best evidence for the flat Earth in order to,
I would say, well, by default, it's flat because if nobody told me otherwise, that's what I would naturally assume. You know, like if I was raised in the Amazon jungle, not knowing anything about the modern world, I would look at the luminaries in the sky. I would say they're revolving around me. I would not say the Earth is moving. I would say that the Earth looks flat to me, like judging it from the ocean. Of course, you've got hills and valleys and whatnot, but looking at the ocean, it looks flat to me. So that's the standard perception that we all have of the world. No one's ever felt it moving. As a matter of fact, when you do feel it moving, it's called an earthquake, and you know about it pretty quick. Oh, what else? So what was the question again? What are my number one proofs that the Earth is flat? Is that what the question was?
I think I said evidence, rather than proofs. But yeah, I liked your answer. That was good.
Okay,
Yeah, I liked it. Yeah, I mean, I liked your answer because, it's actually, I mean, your answer I liked because it is the globe that's making the positive claim of this model, which even though they have zero scientific evidence for it, and even though it fails to predict reality, so you're actually taking the default position. I can understand, like, there's people like you who resist the flat earther tag or role because it has come to mean something else, as if we're the ones making the positive claim, when actually, we're just accepting reality the way it presents itself. And you guys are the ones who are off in fantasy land here. But it's hard for people to see that. And, so I can understand what you're saying.
I mean, for me, like, even as a kid, we all have that kind of discernment, and I think the discernment is a lot stronger when we're children, and the older we get and the more indoctrinated we get, that discernment begins to fade a little bit. But when you're a kid, you have the questions that, why this doesn't make any sense. I mean, if the Earth is spinning, why is water not flying off the Earth? Like if I'm on a merry-go-round, that's going to try and throw me off. Like, you know what I mean? Like anything that spins naturally throws like objects off the thing that's spinning, like a wet tennis ball or whatever, right? Like that's the physics that we experience every day. Yet we told that the Earth is spinning. What's holding us to the Earth? They say gravity, but none of that makes any sense. And you know it on a gut level when you're a kid. This makes no sense, but the teacher says it's true, so it must be. Another thing I used to do is I used to look at books of, astronomy and planets and stars, and they used to show these amazing pictures of galaxies. And I used to think, how on earth, if this is like, billions of light years away, how are they taking photos of this, and how are they sending the images back to Earth? Because, for example, in some of the photos, they show Earth as a little star. Like this over here is Earth, this little dot here. So that tells me that the camera taking the photo must be a long, long way away, right? It must be, ages away, for lack of a better term. And so how is that photo getting sent back to Earth? How can they have such accuracy to fire it back to Earth? I mean, this is just thinking as a kid, not knowing how anything really works, but just, none of it made sense. None of it made any sense. And then as you get older, you kind of, I came across the moon landing hoax, and I saw a documentary on it. And as soon as I saw it, I just thought, my goodness, there's no way we've been to the moon. Like, I bought into it straight away, just because I thought, the evidence was just too overwhelming. And I just thought, why haven't we been back? As a general rule, technology gets better. I can't think of one example where technology has gotten worse. So if anything, going to the moon should be in orders of magnitude easier today than it ever has been, right? They had the Lunar Prize, which I think the Google X Prize, and nobody won the prize with all the technology that we have, all the modern technology. They didn't even have to land a man on the moon. They just had to land a rover, which could be the size of anything, like it could be the size of football or something, right? Like, it could be very tiny, so therefore the rocket doesn't have to be very big. It just needs to have enough fuel to get to the moon and land the rover on there and drive around, take photos of the flag, blah, blah, blah. And no one won the prize. They had a deadline. Hello, you still there? Hello?
Yeah, I'm listening. Yeah, these are all, yeah, this is all, yeah, very, I haven't disagreed. If I disagreed with something you were saying, I would stop you. I agree with everything you're saying.
I was just afraid that I was boring people, but like, so what was I saying? So yeah, they had a deadline, and every time the deadline came, nobody had made it, so they pushed the deadline out further, and they kept pushing the deadline out and out and out. And I think it was 2018 or 2019, they officially cancelled it. They just said, okay, that's it. We're not going to kick it out any further, you know. And the prize on the table was like a few $1 million. Like, there was a lot of incentive. You know, groups from all around the world, all over the world, were participating. You know, India, universities, and you know, they were getting sponsors from companies, you know, to finance the building of the technology and all that, and nobody could do it. But what does that tell you? You know, that it tells me that no one ever has been to the moon. You can't go to the moon, hence why they can't do it.
I think that's a good introduction for people, like even people who aren't quite ready for, you know, understanding the globe model being you know, a falsehood when you start to see just the inconsistencies of NASA just as an organization as well as their origin and so on. I mean, I think, yeah, the moon landings, I put up that a funny thing happened
Definitely.
on the moon documentary up there in case anyone's interested.
Definitely. And I mean, it all hinges on that. If we haven't been to the moon, we haven't been far enough away from the Earth to turn around and look at it and witnessing it as a sphere. So if the moon landings didn't happen, it's still very much up for debate what we're living on. And I mean, you know, you look at the Universal logo, right? The movie company, the studio, like they had that. There was like claymation, like, and I think it came out in the 20s, and they had like a, you know, black and white claymated sphere turning around with the Universal coming around, just like we see today, the CG version. But way back then, before there was any empirical evidence that we lived on a sphere, so they had decided before we even went to space, right? They were living on a sphere. So that tells me that, hang on a second, nah, you can't claim something that you have no slam dunk evidence for, right?
Right, and it's so sad that people can't, you know, like you've just laid it out quite beautifully, kind of just analyzing it from objective point of view, but so many people are like afraid to do that because they've also at the same time kind of made to believe like only the scientists on high can, you know, look at these things and you just have to believe and, you know, don't question and so on. So there's so many people who won't even just like you did just take a very, you know, simple step back. You're not even calling yourself a flat earther, but you're able to like look at these things and just say like, come on guys, this does not make sense. Like use your common sense. It doesn't even require, because some people will come in here and say, oh, I can't possibly figure it out. Yeah, the globe model might be wrong, but I don't have the skills or expertise to figure it out. It's like, come on, just use your brain that God gave you. It's so ridiculous.
It all depends on the person, because circumstances shape a person's behavior, shape a person's way of thinking. And for me, what happened in my life was I was raised a Mormon, right? So from day one, when I came to the world, I was born into a religion. And I was raised my whole life being told my religion was the truth, that everybody else was false. You're so lucky, Nathan, because you've been raised in the truth, and everyone else is living in a deception. And this is what you need to do in order to, you know, go back to heaven. This is what God looks like, what He expects of you. And you know, at church, they had this thing called testimony bearing every month. And so once a month, they had an open stage basically, where people could get up on the lectern, the pulpit, and they could bear their testimony. And people used to get up and say, I know the church is true. I know that Joseph Smith was a true prophet. I know that this church is the one and only true church, and blah blah blah. I know that the Book of Mormon is the word of God, and blah blah blah. And they, using words like I know, and of course hearing it every single month, like for your whole life. Of course, that's going to ingrain into yourself that and people kind of have that herd mentality where you want to be accepted, you want to be one of the group, and so of course you start to mimic those around you, and you get up and you start saying, "I know the church is true," blah blah blah, right? But when I turned 23, like I started to kind of have questions, and I used to think to myself, well, what if the church was just a business, right? And hello, you still there? Hello?
Yes, I'm still here. Yeah, Roger just came in. I just wanted to introduce you. Yeah, before you keep going, I just wanted to introduce you to Roger. Roger is another one of our moderators here. So I don't know if you spoke it to Reclaim Your Mind. He said he's been around the server, but before or in the past, but he just came back. But anyway, he's on the fence. He definitely just gave me like a whole bunch of reasons why the glow model is, questionable. He just is not ready to call himself a flat earther yet, but he does definitely share many of our conceptions and views upon why the globe model is a complete fantasy and failure. So this is Roger. This is Reclaim Your Mind.
Welcome. Hi, man.
Hello.
Yeah, continue.
Okay. So what was I up to? What was I saying? What was I saying last?
You were saying people got up and they were giving their testimony.
Yeah, that's right. And so every young man that is in the church, in the Mormon church, you're raised to one day accept that when you turn 18, you will serve a mission for the church, and you have to save it with your own money. They choose where you go. And you go for 2
I know.
years.
I had some friends. Yeah, when I was in college, I had some friends who did that. Yeah, when I lived out west, I was in Montana, but I think they were from Idaho. A lot of Mormons in Idaho.
Right.
Yeah, I know a lot of Mormons and some ex-Mormons. We have ex-Mormons in the server here, but yeah.
Oh wow! And so that's right. I was thinking to myself, walking to work, and religion used to occupy 80% of my thoughts. Like I used to think about it all the time. It was like piecing a puzzle together, but then I used to have these terrible thoughts because, of course, in any religion, you're not supposed to question the religion. You know what I mean? You're not. That's Satan trying to pull you away from the truth. The moment you start to entertain anti-Mormon doctrine, anti-Jehovah's Witness doctrine, anti-Catholic doctrine, or whatever, that's Satan pulling you away from the truth. So you mustn't entertain those ideas. But I used to entertain these ideas secretly in my head, and I used to think, well, if maybe the church, if it was a business, right, then that means missionaries are salesmen, and that really when they're going around knocking on people's doors is they're recruiting people, bringing people into the business, and because that's how the church makes money, is through tithing, right? So the more members you have, the more money you have, and the more churches you build, the more people you can fill those churches with, and therefore the more money you make. And it's just like McDonald's, the more McDonald's you open, not only do you get money, or not only do you own the land that the McDonald's is built upon, just like church, whenever Mormons, the Mormon church buys a piece of land, now they own that land. So they have real estate all over the world, just like McDonald's has real estate all over the world.
I did not know that that there would be Mormons in New Zealand. I thought it was an American thing, so that's news to me. I never
It's
looked at it
it's everywhere. But so.
Yes, the missionaries work then. They spread all the way over there.
Of course. And I even used to go out with missionaries too and knock on doors, like as kind of like a pre-training before I personally went on a mission. I didn't end up going, but I used to kind of see the deceptive tactics at play, and they used to get people to read certain scriptures, and they'll go away, and they'll come back and they'll say, "Did you read the scriptures? Yes. Did you pray about it? Yes. So how did you feel?" Oh I don't really know. Did you feel good? Oh yeah. I guess I felt good. Well, that's the spirit telling you that it's true, right? And I'm thinking, hang on a second. No, you should not have to have a person come along and decipher the feelings of the spirit for you. You should feel it yourself, and you should know it yourself without a third party trying to manipulate you to feeling a certain way, right? I mean, my understanding is,
Misconception, yeah. That and I think part of it is because the whatever you want to call it, supernatural, which or spiritual, whatever you want to call it,
yeah,
anything beyond this natural, physical, measurable world. People have been cut off from that so much that there's this conception that like anything supernatural is good. You know what I mean? Like if you feel something and it's spiritual, that means it's good. No, obviously there's many things in the spiritual world that are not good. Like just because, but I think that's one of the reasons why people get drawn into some of this questionable stuff is because it feels good, must be right
of
then.
course,
Isn't
of
that
course,
the
of course.
age old tale? Yeah.
That's right. And I mean,
Feels good, do it. That's the American way these days. It didn't used to be. It used to be hard work ethics, discipline. That used to be the American way, but and it still is in some corners of America. Corners.
yeah.
Yeah, that's cool though. Yeah, I hear what you're saying. Yeah, and so I think probably like breaking out of that mindset helped you to kind of like maybe see
Well,
through some of these
exactly.
other things too. Yeah.
That's kind of what I'm trying to get at. Is that once I learned I was living in a lie, and that I learned it, and my eyes were both wide open. Once I stepped out of that world, number one, I felt like I had woken up from a dream. I felt like I was like Neo in the Matrix that was unplugged, and all of a sudden, you wake up in reality, and well, this is the world, and I was living in that dream world the whole time, right? That's how I felt. But then something kind of crazy happened as I started to go down different rabbit holes, right? Because I just had this insatiable hunger for truth. I just wanted truth because I had been starved from truth for so long, because I had been deceived for so long, So yes.
Yeah, Reclaim. 1 second. Can you back off a bit of your mic? It's really
How was this?
a
Was
bit
this
better.
better?
Yeah. Yeah,
Was
this is
was it
better.
a bit muffled or like distorted?
Yeah, it was like oversteering, like yeah.
Oh,
This is better.
okay, cool. Sorry about that. So what was I saying?
You start from the truth. You want the truth.
That's right. I was starved from the truth, and I just wanted truth, and I kind of promised myself I would never be deceived again. Like I would never allow myself to be deceived again. So I'm going to be very cautious. No matter what it is I come across, I'm going to be very cautious. But at the same time, what it did was it
Never sing the Who song "Won't Get Fooled Again" because then you're just tempting fate. Don't say you won't get fooled again. You hope you won't, and you do your best not to be. But just don't be overconfident. That's my only advice. Because I said that, and then I was fooled several times after that.
Really?
I'm like, maybe I will get fooled again. Never know. Could happen.
What I mean is that the beauty of breaking free from my religion was the fact that now my mind was free for the first time, and I could entertain any ideas for the first time. Whereas all the ideas I had entertained before, when I was in the religion, they were only good in so much as they stayed within the confines of my religion. So the moment my thoughts began to challenge my religious beliefs, they were no longer tenable. I guess that they were no longer. You could no longer consider them valid, or. So I'm not explaining myself well. Like you could no longer, like, oh, that can't be true because my religion says this, so therefore that thing's automatically wrong without any due diligence, without looking into it. It can't be wrong because it can't be right. For example, the Mormon Church, they support the heliocentric model. So if the flat Earth came along when I was a Mormon, I would have automatically dismissed it as being false because it doesn't agree with what my religion teaches, right? But once I had broken free from that, I could entertain anything, and it was such a liberating feeling, where I no longer felt like my mind was in a prison. I could just literally entertain any idea, and that's exactly what I started doing. But what I learned is that everybody was in a religion. Like, once I found out how the world worked, with the monetary system and all the rest of it, I used to follow Jordan Maxwell back in the days, and he kind of really sort of woke me up. I used to even.
I thought you were going to say Jordan Maxwell was just another religion, but yes, we can relate because we know the globe is a religion. But yeah, keep going.
But yeah, it's unfortunate because Jordan Maxwell doesn't support the heliocentric model, so the flat Earth model. But sometimes with these, it's also a good idea not to really follow an individual. To the point where you follow them off a cliff.
Absolutely. Thank you. Reclaim your mind. I'm so glad you said that. Yes, these guru types, yes, are trouble for sure.
Listen, observe, keep your mind open, but do not buy into a person so much so that you disregard your own thoughts. That they become the center of all your beliefs. Don't lose sovereignty over your own mind. Hold on to that because
Absolutely. I probably go too far in the other direction where I have the time won't even listen to any of these people that people say, oh, you really have to listen to this person, that person, the other person. But you can get things out of it as long as you're not just giving your will over to that person.
Exactly.
That person knows better, because that's what we're trying to get away from, aren't we? We're trying to show people you can go That's the whole thing about the flat Earth. You don't need an important flat earther with thousands of views or whatever on YouTube to tell you what to think. Go out, see it for yourself. You could see too far. You can observe and measure and these things for yourself. You can. There's plenty of information. We have tons of information in the channels here down at the bottom, the A to Z channels. You can look at the information. Even if you aren't right at this moment able to go out and make a test, you can evaluate the information on your own. There's absolutely zero reason for it to follow any kind of personality. It's nice that they're there, other voices. We have a lot of great, people in the Flat Earth movement. We have, Wits It Gets It, who is a member of the server, who we love his YouTube channel. We have Quantum Eraser, and so on. And they all contribute to the conversation. But, no one voice there's no leader of the Flat Earth movement. And they sometimes try to make it seem like there is, because that is the way in the past that this kind of grassroots, counterculture type movement has been taken down by doing that, putting all your eggs in one basket. And that's one of the reasons why Flat Earth continues to grow exponentially and will continue to grow exponentially, because it is a true grassroots movement, because each person can go out all by themselves and figure it out for themselves. There's no need for special equipment. There's no need for experts. There's no need for anything other than a middle school math background. If you can do the Pythagorean theorem, you can figure it out. Even if you can't do that, you can just go and, view all of these different pieces of evidence carefully documented by literally thousands of people around the world, and who have independently verified various results, as well as the laser tests, which have all been well documented. And you can see that these people are doing actual, observations that are carefully documented, as opposed to the globe model, which relies on faith, which relies on superstition, which relies on you believing something on a television screen that even the people putting it out there, or a computer screen, tell you is just created by a computer, which is why I put the memes for Mr. Blue Marble up there earlier, because they tell you right on nasa.gov that they create these Earth images, as you were saying, that was making you suspect as a child how are they coming up with these Earth images. They'll answer you right on nasa.gov. They are creating them on a computer. So the truth is all there. The information's there for anyone who is brave enough to actually view it with an open and objective mind.
100%. Yeah, there is one test that I want to do, but I need to wait for the right conditions, and I need to build the little apparatus that I suggest. I made a video of it, of how, the hypothesis, I guess.
What test are you going to do?
Well, I'll post it because it's kind of difficult to explain, but the video explains it for me, like I put it together, so it explains it with visual reference, so you know exactly what I'm talking about. I'll post it actually if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, post it.
Okay. Now, whereabouts do I post it?
Is it a YouTube thing? Can you see the live stream voice text channel, the channel right above this one?
Oh, yes, I can. Yep. And people have seen this in the past because I've posted it in the past, but to my knowledge, nobody has done it yet. I kind of put the challenge out there to, because some people probably have more time than what I do. I have 2 children and a wife and a full-time job, so it's just a little bit difficult for me to do these sorts of things. But it doesn't require much. It just requires, like you'll see in the video, what it requires. It's just you have to be in a position where you see the sun setting out at sea. And the reason why that is because you have to prove that there are no visible obstructions taking place, like mountains or buildings. So you have to see the sun set, below the horizon, even though I know that doesn't actually happen. Are you watching the video at all?
I can, yeah. I'd have to, focus on that and
yeah, fair enough.
I just
But
looked
yeah,
at me. I have it open. I see Truth Prevails, our own Truth Prevails from the server here, commented on your video. Did you used to talk to Truth Prevails when you were here before?
Maybe, yeah. I'm not very
This is
good
a year
with.
ago. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's a woman. Truth Prevails is a woman. You might remember. She's a Southern woman from the United States of America.
I probably do. If I heard her voice, I'm better with voices than I am with names.
Yeah, take a look at it.
Yeah, this here, I really want to do this because I think this would be slam dunk proof. It would be I can't say slam dunk proof, but it would coincide with the black swan, and it would just be another observation that can contribute towards the body of evidence on the flat Earth side. Do you know what I mean? Yeah, and but I would love for somebody to do it and document it, document them doing it. But this basically gives the instructions on what needs to be done and how to do it. But yeah.
I started watching it. I haven't gotten to the end, but yeah, it's well put together. I like the way and then you've got some kind of little graphic.
It was literally thrown together some people in the comments are like, this is the shittest video I've ever seen.
Oh, really? Gosh, well, I'm easily impressed then, I guess. I
literally threw it together because I just wanted to quickly do it and get it out there so that somebody could do it. There was zero pride in it. I wasn't like, I'm going to make this video really polished and beautiful. No, it was literally just, okay, text, some quick images, done, But let me know if it makes sense.
So you're from New Zealand? Reclaim your mind?
Yeah, I am.
Cool.
The world's heading into a horrible place, man. I think we can all feel that, yeah, it's but flat Earth is definitely important right now, and it's extremely taboo even now. Nobody at work knows that I'm a flat earther. I know it says on the fence, but I'm pretty much a flat earther. That on the fence is not really quite true. I'm pretty damn convinced that the Earth is flat. but maybe
You
it
should get
is.
you should give yourself an image rather than the gaming console. I mean, it's just a suggestion. Gaming controller, like orange thing.
Oh yeah, I know.
Just
I
because
know.
I
Yeah.
mean, because we've been in Discord for like over a year or something, and it looks like you're just joined today. I don't know. I mean, you can keep that way if you want to.
Well, no, it's just because I haven't really been like an active participant, I guess.
Yeah.
You know, even though I've wanted to be, but like, I don't know, you just go through waves. Like, you know, you feel very talkative and you want to, you know, share your thoughts, but then you kind of, at moments, you begin to retreat and think, well, you know, does anybody really care what I think? You know.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, you feel more or less.
And to be honest with you, sometimes it can get quite repetitive as well. Like and that's no fault of anyone's. You know, that's just the way it is. But you end up kind of feeling like you're treading water a little bit, and there's no real new discoveries. And do you know what I mean? Like no real massive breakthroughs. I guess what we all really want is for evidence so compelling that it can't be argued against. But it always seems like no matter what there is, somebody always finds a way to argue against it, right?
No. We've already got arguments that are so compelling that no one can argue against. I mean, that's why I don't know. Like,
do you hold the black swan up as the number one proof, or like what would you say is the most compelling?
I mean, if you're talking about the oil rig observation, that's one of really thousands of observations, you know, along with the laser test, which it only takes one to disprove the model, as you were talking about earlier, since the globe model, you know, has no basis in reality, is not even a theoretical model, because the theory implies there's been some kind of scientific hypothesis and some kind of test to actually back up the theory, which in fact there has not been. So it's not a theoretical globe model, it's just a fantasy globe model. It's just a fictional globe model. It has no basis in science, no natural observation was ever made, has no basis in math, since the number 3,959 miles as the radius upon which all of the heliocentric model is based is also similarly pulled out of the thin air and not measured in any way. So you know, there's no evidence for the model. So yeah, there's no it is conclusive already because there's no evidence for it. So it doesn't even exist, only in people's imaginations. It's only a matter of whether people accept it or not. And you might have seen, like, if you were in the server, because you've only just come back, Reclaim Your Mind, to the server. Like, I don't know what it was like, because you are familiar with the Black Swan, and that was kind of a turning point in the, and not just because of that argument, you know, which you know was developed here, you know, with Indio and so on in the server, and then popularized by Quantum Eraser. That is what, just a succinct way of putting it, using the modus tollens argument, which is logically airtight. And so since that has occurred, we have seen the die-hard globe heads run away from this server as fast as they can and not come back. And we very rarely see people make attempts, which are lame, and you know, like our latest person, Kessler syndrome, our latest, you know, proponent of the fantasy globe. It already is the logic to the argument disproving the globe model cannot be refuted and is not refuted ever by anyone. And so it's just a matter of whether the individual, I'm almost to the end of my point. It's just a matter of whether an individual is psychologically and emotionally able to put their emotions aside and use their reason and logic and will to decide what's actually going on here, regardless of what the crowd thinks. But we have a lot of people, adults, walking around in children's bodies who care more about what the crowd thinks than about the truth. So it's already been proven. We're not sitting here waiting around for proof. If we're waiting for anything, it's for people to grow up, take responsibility, and accept reality the way it is, and not the way it was presented to you on a television screen.
Yeah, no, well said. Well said. Yeah, and like I say, it's not the fault of anyone. I mean, it is what it is, you know. Discord is just a place where anyone can join and speak their mind on a given subject. This subject being flat Earth. And if it gets redundant, then that's no fault of anyone. That's just the way things go, you know. And I guess it's a bit like anything in life, right? There's kind of like fashion, you know. A certain thing will be in for a while, and then it gets phased out, and the next thing phases in, and then that's the subject that everybody wants to talk about. So, you know, at one point it would have been the black swan, and everything would have been about the black swan. Then there's a new finding that comes along, and then that's the hot topic, and so on and so forth. On and on it goes. What's the most recent discovery, would you say? Like the most recent profound breakthrough discovery? Are there any?
I think people come up with different ways to present the argument and different ways, you know, to kind of get through to different types of people. Like I know recently people have been talking about this sextant thing. I think that's what I hear people talking about recently.
Right. I know that the Aussie guy released a video recently, didn't he? Was it Flat
I
Earth
don't keep up
School?
with that stuff. I don't know.
Yeah, and he was talking about the sextant. Yeah, that's the one. Mitchell from Australia. Yeah, that's the one. And he reckons it's the most compelling flat Earth evidence. I don't know if that's true. Like I saw the video, but I don't know if it was like, whoa, like, yeah, this is you know, slam dunk. Like I think there are probably other evidences that are more compelling. But it's still it's something. Like the more, I guess, experiments that people do, like that's kind of what you want to see. You want to see experimentation, and you want to see the experimentation documented as well. Like not just here's my
I'm looking for.
finding.
Is it this one? I actually have not watched it. Is it this one that says live Flat Earth School number 34 sextants only work on Flat Earth?
That's the one.
I
Yeah,
haven't
that's the
actually
one.
watched it, so I should watch that later.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
Yeah, he has one where it's like 5 minutes or 10 minutes. It's called something like the biggest proof or the something like that.
Well, I'll look for that one because this one's an hour, so you must be talking about a different one.
It's like 10 minutes. It's just the simple workings of the sextant, how they used it, how they use it. So how they use the sextant, right? Because globies come here and say, well, of course it works only on the globe because of this, but that's not how they use it, right? They use it by measuring an angle, correcting, and then getting the distance to the GP of the star by looking at the almanac, and that's 3 times, and then determining your position. So that is how the sextant is used, not by going to the center of Earth or assuming the star is infinite miles away. That's not how a sextant is used.
Yeah.
So they all their excuses and their quote unquote explanations, but it doesn't. It only relies on assumptions.
Yes, of course. Presuppositions. That's right. And even the distance to the sun is all based on assumption, because they say that, you know, the sun is 93 million miles away, and then all the rays hits the Earth parallel. And they say, if you ask, how'd you get the distance to the sun? And they say, because we saw Venus or some planet traverse the moon, and because we know how large Venus is. I think it was Venus. Don't quote me on that. Might have been Mercury or something.
Oh, Venus.
It was Venus. And so they said because we witnessed it traverse in front of the moon or something, right?
Well, no, they
well, in front of the sun. Was it in front of the? No, in front of the moon, right?
No, Christian Huygens.
Yeah.
He assumed the radius of Venus, then tracked it through the sky, applied Kepler's planetary law of motion, something.
Yeah. And then which planet did he see it traverse over the front of? Was it the sun? Oh, no, even the sun's not a planet. officially regarded as a planet, but there was a body, like either it was a planet or a luminary that it traversed in front of, and that's how they measured it, supposedly, allegedly, which is bullcrap because they would have had to assume. And they said because that Venus is the same size as Earth. And hang on a second, how did you know that Venus was the same size as Earth? How did you derive that conclusion? And there's no answer, right? Because it's purely an assumption. And so the whole model sort of caves in on itself if you just question them. If you keep going back, how did you determine that? How did you determine that? How did you determine that? And then eventually they just have to say, well, hey, checkmate, like you got me. We assumed this, but therefore you're wrong because you can't assume it and declare it as being true, right? Sorry. Hello? Didn't mean to cut in.
Correct. I was looking up what Christian Huygens did. So I was looking it up. I have it here. So this one, and let me post it. Where is it? I think it was this one. Yes. Yeah, with an assumption, right?
Yeah,
I solve this problem with an assumption. If you supposed that planet Venus at the same size of Earth, he could calculate the distance in Earth diameters from his measurement of its angular size. Then with the Copernican theory, he could calculate the radius of the Earth's orbital circle. So yeah, it was an assumption, a calculation based on assumptions.
Yeah, which is pretty crazy. Like that there, like how can anyone argue against that? Like you'd think that would be enough to say, checkmate, there's no way for you to go now. Right? The moment you assume anything, you've lost. Because science is not based on assumption, it's based on fact that you can validate, right?
Right.
With evidence.
That's what we're trying to do here. Ask
Yeah.
glowers, where is your measurement of curvature?
Yeah, exactly. So, whereabouts are you from, Roger? Are you from South America, or I'm just taking a guess? Just based on the accent.
From the Netherlands.
Oh, from the Netherlands, right. How are the Netherlands at the moment? What's it like over there? Given the state of the world, in those terms, is it? Are you guys any closer to freedom?
Well, we can't talk much about it on the live stream, but basically, facts are that when I want to go to a bar, restaurant, or theater or whatever, right, I need to have my phone app. So that's the current state of affairs.
And so, are they mandating the V word, or like they're not mandating it? So they're literally just chipping away at your freedoms and hoping that you'll just cave under the pressure for wanting to participate in daily activities. So, is that right? They're just wanting to, pretty much coerce you into getting it.
That's basically, basically it. They just so.
Because they can't mandate it because of the Nuremberg Code, right? Like, because there are lots of things like laws that they can't really just change. So that all that they're left with is to basically make life so difficult for you that it makes you cave in and just go out and get it, right? Like, as far as I know.
I think Denmark, Norway, Sweden, all those countries have all lifted everything, including the app. So
They've lifted it. Did you say they no longer have to do it? But like they've outlawed it, have they?
Oh yeah, they you don't longer need your telephone to enter
Oh
establishment.
wow, that's good. That's good, isn't it?
I think all of these
Yeah.
things, I mean, you have to, if you think about the, well, for example, the redemptive power of unearned suffering, in which case you can take any, and, or if you don't, if you prefer to think of it in more Machiavellian terms, you can always use when someone is attacking you, you can always take that momentum and use it to propel yourself to become even stronger. For an example of this was back here in the United States of America when Obamacare was first introduced, where they outlawed catastrophic health insurance, which is all that at that time I ever had, because it was only like $100 a month. You had
Yeah.
health insurance, like, oh, if you like, were like on death's door and had to go, to the hospital because your like both legs and arms were broken or whatever, you could just pay $100 a month to deal with that, not to like go because you have a runny nose or whatever and all of that, and have everything
Yeah.
paid for. So you can take 12 different medications, each one to counter the side effects of the last one. Nonetheless, they outlawed being allowed to do that to the point where, and then they forced you to pay, like our health insurance went up like an outrageous amount to where I'm like going, like it very much financially, you made it like impossible to go to the doctor. I just, and it was great because then I used to take medication for migraines and which,
Well, do you know what? Do you know what? Like,
just a short, it's really
I'm
short.
so,
I
I'm so, I'm
promise
so
it's
sorry.
short.
I'm
I'll
so
shorten
sorry.
it up just for you, Reclaim
No,
Your
no,
Mind.
no, 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 no. I'm
Okay,
sorry.
so I
I'm
got
sorry.
off, the short version is I got off of this medication that cost $25 a pill and went back to my roots, which I used to be able to heal them naturally, but I got lazy when I got more involved in society and got a full-time teaching job and all that, to where I'm just like, I'll just take the pill, even though it costs $300, for 6 pills or whatever.
Oh my God.
And so like, but then once this Obamacare came, like and healthcare became outrageously skyrocketing expensive over here, I got off of all that, went back to natural healing, which is very cheap, or lifestyle change, fasting and so on. And now I don't ever go to the doctor and I'm perfectly fine. So in that case, government regulations make it so that people who, actually are aware are forced out of their institutions, start their own underground movements. And so, yeah, that's fine, guys. You just put out whatever regulations you want, and we just won't participate. And more people are in the United States of America just creating their own, whatever it is, baseball team, school, and so on, just bypassing that whole system. Yeah, that's perfectly fine. You guys just put out whatever regulations you want. It's an alert. It's, just like the book of Job, where God allows Satan to test man, because these kind of obstacles show us what's true and what's not and force people to make decisions. Are you going to be an honest person, or are you going to lie to participate in that system? Or are you just going to leave that system behind and say, see ya? So in my opinion, that's in the silver lining to this whole thing. But as Roger
That's a very
said,
good point.
we're
That's a
not
very
going to
good
talk
point.
about the details about that specific thing. So I have a question for you, Mr. Reclaim Your Mind. So
Sure.
it's mainly the social pressure that's keeping you from wanting to be called not trying to pressure you to call yourself a flat earther.
No.
You can stay on the fence until the cows come home. We had a great gentleman here who I hope you get to talk to, Kate Kill, who stayed on the fence for, I think, years. I don't know, at least a year, baby. And now he's like the greatest, like most reasonable, like I think part of it is because he took so much time to like analyze all the evidence. So you can stay on the fence as long as you want. This is not a question of pressure. Just a question of motivation, because you told me something about why you wanted to stay there, to like kind of be still objective, which I kind of like, the dweller on the threshold concept. So yeah, if you could just speak more, I'd love to hear more about that.
About like why I don't officially call myself a flat earther, you mean?
Is it mainly
is it kind of the crux of the question?
Is it because of the social pressure thing?
The thing is, like, I don't actually advertise openly that, like, my beliefs about where I live. Like, nobody at work knows that I'm a flat earther apart from 2 or 3 people actually that I trust, and I kind of tested the waters with them, so to speak. You get to know a person and you begin to entertain ideas and you test them a little bit to see if they will accept your beliefs or not, or accept that, not that they would accept them, but they would at least hear me out and kind of not think I'm retarded or look at me differently for having those beliefs, right? Like, and so I'm very reluctant about who I share it with. And when I decide to share it with somebody, I test them first. I ask them questions. I see where their mind is at before I literally expose to them that, hey, listen, this is what I believe about the shape of the earth, right? But my family knows I'm a flat earther. All my best friends know I am, but it's not something that I parade. You know what I mean? It's not something that I expose to the masses. It's
Fine. Yeah, you don't need
still
to. No
very
one's
much
requiring
kind
it.
of a,
Some people will come in here and tell you, that you should, but like everyone has their own, view, and that's perfectly
and
fine.
I do think people need to come out of the shadows more, even with this whole what's going on in the world today, because everybody has a poker face, and you don't actually know who are the thinkers in this world. You don't know because everyone is very sort of distrusting of the next person, and the more people that shine their light, so to speak, then the more points of light are going to illuminate a very open and dark space, right? Like, so we need people to, because the darkness is caving in. It's getting thicker. It's spreading, and people. It's time for people to shine their light so that they can see others, and then it has that ripple effect.
Yeah, absolutely. I know what you mean because
Yeah.
even like it's interesting to me because like I just had a person this morning write to me about a recommendation about a certain science book, asking me, if this was a good book, and said they were looking at it for a family who was not religious. And it's funny because this particular company, Apologia, is actually more scientific than most science books because the people are like, for example, they expose evolution for what it is, which is just evolution is a superstitious belief, is not scientific in any way,
100%, yeah, I
and
agree.
so on. And so like, but it's funny that now you have to look to like Christian publishers get something that's more scientific. Like I have this book somewhere in my house. I should find one of the passages from it. But they just come right out and call evolutionists like pseudoscientists because and it's just so interesting to me that they have an objective point of view. So I'm going to write back to this lady and say, yeah, if they're not religious, then yeah, this book like does, talk about creation in that way. But like they also have
Evolution
a
is a
way
religion.
more balanced view of a whole bunch of topics that are currently blackballed in the because of the lack of intellectual diversity that actually occurs at the university level here in America, and I assume other places. I mean, it was documented by Ben Stein in the excellent documentary "Expelled: No Intelligence Alive." I mean, sorry, "Expelled: No Intelligence
Yes, I
Allowed."
have seen that. That's with the Jewish guy narrating, right? With the real whiny voice, right? Yeah.
And even though, yeah, I saw it back when it was in the theater, and even though, like, we aren't necessarily going to hold up Ben Stein as being like the arbiter of truth or anything, that particular documentary does, explain how that it is not even allowed because it is a dogma, because evolution is nothing more than a dogma, that if a university professor even tries to like just question it a tiny bit, they'll get blackballed. If they don't have tenure, get fired and then not be able to get another job in academia. And so that's just one example of like you were talking about, there's so many examples of this non-scientific thinking in what the mainstream calls science, which is just been almost totally taken over by pseudoscience. Obviously, there are still real scientists, mostly in the natural science world, which is one of the things I really like when Quantum Eraser goes into what is science and what's not. What they call astrophysics, almost no science involved whatsoever. What they, this so-called evolutionary, line of thought, almost zero science whatsoever, verifiable, testable, repeatable
Of course.
evidence for this claim is just not there.
Of course. Yeah, no, I totally agree. I'm trying to post a really good documentary. Have you guys seen Water, the Great Mystery?
I've never even heard of that. What's it about?
It's probably one of the most profoundly interesting documentaries I've ever seen. It's all about the subject of water. All about the subject of water, and there's a bunch of scientists across the world that literally ask the question, what is water? And they said the single greatest discovery that they made at the beginning was that we know very little to nothing at all about what water is. So that's a very good starting point. And then they started to build up their body of knowledge, and what they found will astound you. Because as you know, water is the substance of life, right? And an interesting thing about the Bible, when you read Genesis, it does not say that God created the water. It says that he created the heavens and the earth, and he separated the waters from the water, but it does not say that he created water, which should suggest to me that the water was there before the earth was created, right? So it's very possible that we live in an infinite ocean, just like and then perhaps we're within a bubble, right? We're like within a bubble, and there's a firmament over the top of us. We live on a plane in between the bubble, and who knows what's underneath. But I really recommend that you guys watch this Water, the Great Mystery. Hello?
I'm still here. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So this is when people go silent, like, is anyone still there? Like,
Yeah, I'm here.
I'll post the documentary now, but you guys take a look at it. It blew my mind. I saw it, probably 10 years ago, but it just really, really opened my mind, and it really coincides with a lot of the beliefs that we have, as flat earthers. Like, it coincides with the body of evidence that we've collected. It supports it.
And it is often quiet this time of day because a lot of the Americans aren't up yet, and actually yesterday afternoon I couldn't come in here, but I saw there's 44 out of 45 people here in the afternoon. Our afternoon and evening is probably the most busy time, which I know that's probably morning for you. I don't really know. What time is it over there for you right now? Replaying your mind.
It's 2:26 a.m.
Oh my goodness, you sound so perky. My goodness, did you get up early or did you stay up late?
No, well, I work late. Like, I start at 3 o'clock and finish at 11. So I have an
Work
IT job.
Second shift, yeah.
Yeah, I have an IT job that I work remotely from home, but because it activates your mind, and you kind of have to, that's why I still feel quite alert, because it kind of takes a while for your mind to calm down, I guess, after finishing work. So did you guys see that? I've just sent the link. I tried to post a picture, but I can't do that for some reason.
I guess On the Fence doesn't give you picture roles. I don't know. I was actually thinking you're more like Globe Skeptic than an On the Fence. I don't know. Does Globe Skeptic give him the picture roles, Roger?
I think none of the Earth roles give it.
It's a separate thing.
Yeah, I think valued or silver FE or higher.
Okay.
It's just because the link doesn't look very compelling without a picture. But trust me, it's a must. It's a must watch. Just save it somewhere. Watch it in your free time.
So it has a picture. Maybe that'll work. Let's see.
Yeah, there we go. That's it. That's it.
That gives you the little thumbnail. That's a good idea, so people know what they're clicking on.
Yeah, exactly. It's so incredible. Honestly, you guys would love it. And it's not very well known, because I've never ever encountered anyone and said, "Have you seen the documentary Water, the Great Mystery?" No one's ever said yes. So it seems like it's a very arcane, obscure film that came out a long time ago, but it's so amazing.
Arcane is such a great word. When's the last time I heard anyone use that? What a great word. I'm so glad you're using a word that people don't usually use. That's great.
if you don't use it, you lose it, right?
Absolutely. Yes, I'm a huge fan of expanding your vocabulary.
But yeah, what else is there? And have you guys seen the video where there's a guy from the documentary channel, or National Geographic or something, one of those types of channels? He dove down to the Mariana Trench, the bottom, in a submarine, and they found a lake of water at the bottom of the ocean. Have you guys seen that video? They found a lake of water at the bottom of the ocean, and he thought, well, we're already in the ocean. How can there be a lake at the bottom of the ocean? And they tried to submerge down further into this lake, and it was so thick. It was so like viscous or whatever. Is that the right word? Viscous? It was so thick that they couldn't penetrate any further. But when they tried to, it would send ripples out to the shore on this undersea lake. And like 2 days later, the guy died in a helicopter crash. Right? Have you guys seen that?
I've seen that. I've also seen one where there's a tree growing out of an island underneath the ocean. It's really
Have you
weird.
seen that one? I haven't seen that one. Have you got a link?
No,
Post
I
it if you
saw it
can,
like over 10 years ago. But it's
I'll post-
along the same vein. It was when I was looking into this water underneath the waters.
Yeah, right.
The submarines can't push their arms into it because it's too saline. They say.
Yes, that's right. Salient. That's the one. It's crazy, right? Like that. I've got it here. I'll send the link now, so just in case others haven't seen it.
It's really
you can check it out.
magical. Like seeing that tree underneath was really weird.
Yeah, I haven't seen that one. I'd love to see that.
Yeah, if I ever find it again, I'll definitely saving it.
Nice. Also, has anybody seen the latest James Bond movie? No Time to Die.
No.
Because there's lots of symbolism in that movie, man. Lots of symbolism about what's happening in the world today.
Which movie?
No Time to Die. There's like tons of symbolism for with those that have eyes to see, and with people that know what's going on, and you watch that. People will just watch it and they'll just think, oh, just entertainment, like some story that some guy dreamt up. But actually, there's a lot of messages being pushed in that film, and they're literally telling you what they want to do with the world, right?
Is this the latest Bond film?
Yes. And do you guys mind if I give a spoiler?
No,
You
don't
don't mind?
spoil. No.
But then if I, it's not really a spoiler. But do you know what happens at the end? Like, do you know what happens to Bond at the end? 007.
Don't spoil. No.
Okay. Well,
I'm gonna watch it either way because I need. I've
you know,
watched every. I've watched
fair
every.
enough. Because I was going to explain something about like a message that they're pushing real hard, and it's so obvious to me, but because it involves spoilers, I probably shouldn't say anything. But
It's okay. Get it.
Watch it though. Yeah, you guys will get it. You guys like full on. You'll see it as soon as you watch it.
Good movie. Have you seen Free Guy?
Free Guy.
Free Guy. Free Guy.
Free Guy. No, I don't. FREE. Free Guy.
Yeah, that's also a new movie. It's like a few weeks old.
Oh yes, I'm looking at it now. Yeah. Oh, what's his name? The comedian dude. Yeah, Ryan Reynolds. Yeah.
So if you don't, I just turned it on. I was like, okay, what's this, right? So no, Ray Reynolds. Oh man. Okay, so, but I watched it and I was like, okay, so this is every movie wrapped into one, right? So They Live, The Matrix, Groundhog Day, The Edge of Tomorrow, Ready Player One. So every movie wrapped into one. It also has a Earth reference at the end. So it's a lot of things also pushed, right? Because it's Disney.
Of
Lucas.
course,
Yeah.
of course. Why do you think that they say lies in the media, truth in the movies. Why do you think that they decide to portray truth in the movies? Like they reveal a lot of truth in the movies. Why is that? What are your
Because
theories?
it's
Why do they decide to do that?
sold as entertainment, right? So they like to turn everything 100 degrees around, turn it around. So news is sold as factual, but it's actually entertainment, and movies are sold as entertainment, but it's actually facts.
Yeah,
That's a
Right?
good explanation, Roger. I like that. I've
that
never
is
heard it quite
good.
that way.
That is good. Also, another theory that I have is, and it kind of goes with the Georgia Guidestones in a way, and that is, with the Georgia Guidestones, you might ask, why do they even put that up? Like, why bother? Why bother to erect those stones and have all of those, the messages and every major language in the world? Why bother to do that? Why not just keep it a secret and do the whole thing in the shadows, right? But I think because like with the law of attraction, right? How that your thoughts manifest your reality. So the only way that we can bring about the world that they desire, the elites, is by at first being born in the mind. It has to be rooted in the mind first before it can manifest in reality. So the more people that are consciously aware of it, we begin to manifest it for them. Do you know what I mean? And so maybe that's why they put it in movies, is because it plants the seed in your mind and you begin to
That's what,
think
the
it. You
predictive
begin to think it
programming. Yeah,
into reality.
something. Yeah, definitely has
Yeah.
worked for them. And I think, that's what surprises me when people come in here and we are discussing, the lies of NASA and the obvious globe lie. They'll say, why would they lie? Why would they lie? And yet I guarantee you that like the plot of almost all of these popular action movies and spy movies is there's a huge conspiracy and somebody secretly figures it out and they infiltrate and they find out there's these secret people doing these secret things. Like every single movie you guys watch shows that. I mean, and it's not just movies. Like, the government has classified levels of information, has security clearance levels, and so on, that you're not told everything. And yet you're going to come in here and say, oh, if it was this way, I would definitely know because, there's no secret going on. Like, to imagine there's a conspiracy is just so crazy, even though it's confirmed and known that's the structure. But because of the words, that they've managed to get these people to not actually think critically about it, but just to accept the propaganda that, these people, if they say anything outside the official government narrative, they're scary conspiracy theorists. They're the bad guys. We are the good guys over here trying to save you from everything bad. We save you from all germs, all terrorists, all Muslims, anybody, any scary bad guy that's around the corner. You just pay your taxes and I'll pat you on the head like a little baby and you just listen to mommy and daddy government and you'll be perfectly fine. Those bad guys, conspiracy theorists, they're like the ice cream truck guy who's trying to give you bad candy and then pull you into his van. You just listen to mommy and daddy because when have we ever steered you wrong? We just gave you $1,000 check and we'll give you another one if you start making too much noise.
Yeah, and don't you worry if you start getting bad thoughts. We'll just come and take you away too.
Absolutely right. Yes, we'll protect you for your own good, whether you like it or not.
Oh man. Yeah. Yes, because supposedly the plan is that they want to eradicate gender as well, right? So there's no more distinction between male and female. Everybody is pretty much transgender, right?
Well, that's a satanic agenda.
It is because one theory I heard, I
Literally
think it
is.
might have been from what's his name, from Rob Skiber or whatever. He was saying that like in Greece, how they have statues of like half man, half animal, right? Half man, half animal creatures. That's all throughout Greece. Like they've got these statues, and supposedly it's like an abomination. It's like anything that's not made of God, made from God, from God's hand. It's an abomination, and evil spirits can possess those bodies. Do you know what I mean? So, for
Yeah,
example, God.
I'm not into that whole thing. I'm just saying, based
I'm not
on
sure
the
either. I'm not
religion of the
sure.
Freemasons and other Satanists, Baphomet is a
Hermaphrodite.
hermaphrodite, and he
Yeah.
is both male and female. So that's what they're aspiring to, and that's what they want the whole world to go into. So that's
Yeah.
why they're pushing that stuff, because it's part of their religion.
Yeah, 100%. And I mean, even I hear they're tampering with DNA. They're trying to make this like Netflix movie that came out or a TV series, and there's like half, like the little girl with the goat horns or something. Or do you know what I'm talking about? What's it called? What's it called? Man, I forgot the name of it.
Yeah, I missed what you were saying because your mic is a little bit not the best. It's a little bit distorted when you speak.
Oh, right. See, sorry, I'm using a camera mic. It's like the mic is a secondary feature because it's primarily a camera.
Yeah,
And then it's got the shitty mic.
it's just when sometimes when you get a little animated and raise your volume just a smidge, it gets more distorted, so it sometimes gets hard to hear.
So just keep it down like this. Keep it.
Yeah,
Can
if
you
you're
can you hear me
calm
now?
and collected, it sounds good.
Yeah, this is good, right?
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. I don't know how I'm coming across. But yeah, there's a Netflix series. What's it called? It's called Sweet Tooth. Do you guys know the one I'm talking about? Sweet Tooth?
Nope.
Yeah, there's this like a girl in it, and she's got like deer antlers and ears, like animal ears. But yeah, supposedly they are tampering with genetics as well. The powers that be, because they're trying to make abominations of basically. So it's people that aren't quite people. They're kind of half animal, half human, and which will enable, evil spirits or whatever to inhabit those bodies freely. It's a theory. I don't know. Like I've kind of been looking into it, but I just like to entertain ideas. It kind of makes sense, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it's interesting. It fits largely with the Abrahamic belief system, so it's interesting to look at. But I personally wouldn't espouse that belief.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Did you hear about you see the video where we've literally got Yahweh written into our DNA? Have you guys seen that one?
Yeah, I think all living creatures have the same four starting DNA sequence, so that's
Uh-huh.
where that comes from.
Which is quite incredible, isn't it?
Yeah,
If it's
signature
true.
of God.
Yeah, I mean that's amazing. And which makes me think of that scripture that the one where it says the light of the bridegroom will shine no more in the something will shine no more in the great men were for your great men were the merchants of this earth or something. and the whole world will be deceived by pharmakeia, right? You guys probably have come across that recently. I think ODE did a video on it, about pharmakeia. But that makes me think about the vaccine. So what if that actually overwrites your DNA, and you no longer become recognized by God as His creation? Because it's just like saying that the lamp will shine no more in you. You know, what does that mean? That to me, that means it's almost like a light goes out within you, like you've sold your soul, kind of a thing. If you get the thingy, the jabby jab.
I can see that. I can't confirm it, but it's.
No, I mean, no one can. But
Yeah.
it's all food for thought, isn't it? Food for thought.
Yeah, I've been wary of this thing before it even became a thing, just because I knew about Bill Gates' intentions and what his end desire is with this,
Yeah.
or population reduction. So how he's going to try to go about that and what means he's going to use, I don't know. So I'm just wary of anything he touches.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, in one breath he's saying that the world is overpopulated, and in the other breath he's saying, "I want to save your life," right?
So
Vaccinations.
he's saying one breath it's overpopulated and the solution is vaccines. In the other
Yeah.
breath he's saying, here's a vaccine.
Exactly. It's a total contradiction. So, I mean, he couldn't even keep a virus out of Windows. What's he doing trying to vaccinate the world? Right?
It just makes it not trustworthy for me. So I'm just gonna not.
Exactly. Like, I've decided I'm not going to do it. And the only way that I'll ever do it is if somebody physically pins me down on the ground and forces it into my arm. That's the only way I'll get it. The only way.
I don't mind a real vaccine for a real problem, but I'm not gonna inject myself with random things just because someone tells me to.
Of course not. And I'm sure like almost every flat earther would feel the same way.
Yeah, most of us. I saw a really funny thing in Congress in America. I was just watching a bunch of those yesterday, and they called someone a flat earther there as like he's asking too many questions. He was like a flat earther.
Right,
I was
right.
gonna clip it out. It was hilarious.
That is funny. So
It sounds like a compliment. Sounds like a compliment, doesn't it?
I know that talking about certain people in the flat earth community in regards to possibly being shills or whatever is like a taboo subject here. Is that still taboo? Is that still like a no-go zone?
Well, we try not to create unnecessary drama with speculation. So
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Fair enough. Yeah.
yeah, if you have any concrete evidence, then you can send it to me or anybody individually. But we don't like to make that public until everybody knows it's concrete.
Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. I'm just wondering who. For me, flat Earth. One of the greatest things that's done for me is it's become like a barometer for truth. You know, like if someone's not willing to entertain the idea that the Earth is flat, I kind of don't trust them as like an honest person, especially if they put themselves on a pedestal and they're all about truth. They're all about fluoride in the water. They're all about, like teaching people about chemtrails and all the bad things that are happening in the world. If they don't entertain the idea that the Earth is flat, to me it's almost like I think, man, like you're not really like a real truther, in my opinion. You know, because
And that was their tactic for a long time, was in the
yeah,
so-called truth movement to claim, and they might be still doing it in some circles, to claim that that
like they
flat
have
Earth
a
was
hidden
a
agenda.
psyop in order to make truthers look bad. That was a common trope, in the past decade or so. And, to the point where some so-called truth forums, it was a forbidden topic. You weren't even allowed to discuss it and so on. So, I almost feel like, though, the tactics are changing now to the point where, even though, as you say, if someone can't accept that, that does say something about either their intellectual capacity or their motivations. The flip side is also true. Just because someone is able to recite the intellectual reasons why the Earth measures flat and the globe model is a complete lie does not mean that that person is trustworthy in all areas, because, as we know, the people at the very top obviously know that the globe is a lie, and of course could come on here or anywhere, if they would bother. Not saying that they would bother to come here.
Yeah,
That's just an intellectual exercise I'm explaining to you, that they could easily explain to you why it's a lie, because they created it. Doesn't mean they're somebody we should follow down the primrose path.
exactly.
So
Like
the converse is also true, that just because someone is a flat earther doesn't mean that they're trustworthy.
yeah, no, I totally agree with you there as well. There is one famous like Christian guy. He's bald, sort of. You can still see his hair. He's shaved it, dark hair, dark eyes, quite prominent. But he speaks out against flat Earth, right? And he's really against flat Earth. But he talks about all these other truths, so like about the banking system and about like he's a real like truther. But when it comes to the subject of flat Earth, he's almost out to destroy it. Like he's looking for any opportunity to prove it wrong, to squash it. And to me, I'm just thinking, man, that this guy's just not really honest. He has a hidden agenda here because, why is he so against it? It's
Yeah.
If he were to take a moment and honestly look into it, he would come to the same realization that we all have come to as well. Because if you can't, the evidence is so clear and obvious that you have to be intellectually dishonest in order to not accept it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's why it's a good litmus test. You
Mhm.
you and you're talking about diet woke truthers. You can test with flat Earth for narcissism, and the more narcissistic the person is, the less likely he is to accept it. So that's a big red flag.
Because it's almost like they don't want to
What's a
acknowledge
great
that they
point?
were wrong, or they don't
Great
want to
point.
acknowledge that there's something they missed it. Like, how did I miss
they,
this? They don't want to
they're the
acknowledge
one with
that.
the truth.
Yeah,
The
exactly.
ego won't allow them to be wrong and haven't been fooled this entire time, and you coming to tell
Exactly.
them the truth when they're supposed to be telling you what to believe.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. It is a narcissism thing, an ego trip, right? Like that. That's really the greatest hindrance. That's why they're not, coming out and acknowledging it, because then they would have to acknowledge, okay, well, I was wrong, and then it questions that person. Well, how can we trust you? Do you know this fundamental thing about the Earth being flat? Like, so why should we believe you, right? About anything?
And also, just, the narcissists generally create, they have their own kind of fantasy world where they are the center of it. I mean, they're basically just, little babies that never grew out of that stage. And so the globe model encourages and, develops that, and, that people are basically little gods. Yeah, you can be a little god with your little world rotating around other people's, as long as you accept, that Bill Nye and Neil deGrasse's globe is bigger than your globe. You're perfectly welcome to exist in their heliocentric universe, in your little narcissistic bubble. But then Mr. Flat Earth comes along and says, oh, look at this. You are not so special. Look at this. Your little fantasy world you constructed can be easily blown up here. And once I blow up their bubbles of these people who you admire and put above you, because they also are attempting to be little gods and putting themselves, above all other people, and you might have to surrender to a force greater than all those people and come up with something that is not, worshiping of man in the way that these transhumanists would prefer for it to remain, because as long as you're in the transhuman agenda, there's always another human that's better than you are, but then you can also say you're better than the other ones. And so that is, it all has to do with their mindset. The heliocentric model, and does fit in quite well with the narcissistic mindset, and allows you to create your little orbit where you have your little followers around your little world, and and it works very well for them. All the explanations feed right into people who prefer to remain in a fantasy mindset. That's why we see people every day here who prefer to remain in the fantasy mindset and refuse to step outside of it into any kind of objective reality, because that implies that if there is a creation, then there's their creator, which it is impossible for them to have any control over. Despite their little Wizard of Oz man behind the curtain machinations, where they can create all kind of little fantasy world where they pull all the strings and do indeed have control, the fact that there's anything bigger than that is something that, they can't handle.
Yeah.
I had something to say, but it's always fun listening to Dandelion, so I completely lost my train of thought.
Oh, I really want to know what it was. Was it back at the beginning when I talked about the orbiting? How you can orbit around Bill Nye as long as you recognize he is the sun in the heliocentric universe.
Something to relate it to narcissism.
I love it when you do that. That's why I was hoping you'd get back to it, because I know how you have such a good understanding of those people, and I have studied it quite extensively, and especially since I've come to Discord, I've read a whole bunch of like very dry psychological textbooks about it, but it has helped me a great deal for sure.
Yeah, I remember it now. It's connecting back to what he was talking about earlier, or shills, because in the beginning of this, I thought that there were shills because some people who seem unconnected have the exact same arguments and the same fallacious logic, and it was just weird to me that they all had to look like they were all trained in the same argumentation. But then, because I had been looking into narcissism, because my family suffers from narcissism, my dad was a sociopathic narcissist, and living with dad broke my mom through co-narcissism, so she became a narcissist, and I had to, I almost became a full narcissist, and I had to hit rock bottom to get out of that mindset. And through analyzing all of that, it made me realize that, and other stuff related to narcissism, reading up on it, is that fallacies are inherent within narcissism, because that is the underpinning of the delusions. They are fallacious thinking about themselves, about others, which causes them to stay narcissistic. It's a disease of the mind. And the worst part is,
keep going.
And the worst part is, schools and the society all reinforce it. Like you got first in class for parroting all of this bullshit that was at the back of the book, and you get rewarded, and you're more intelligent and better than all these other people because of that, when you really aren't. But that's the mentality that's indoctrinated into the children through the schooling, and then as they go into life, it just continues. You see this in all professions. There's always this competition, on an unhealthy level of competition, which is something that narcissists thrive on. They love the competition because that's a chance to actually put someone else down and push themselves up. They like going up by pushing other people down. So a healthy competition is where everybody is just striving to have fun together. That's not the same thing.
Yeah, I like what Jock Frisco says about competition. He says, imagine if you're body competed against itself. Imagine if the brain said, I'm the most important organ in the body, I do all the thinking. And the liver said, no, I am, right? And if every organ in the body went out for itself, your body would rot away in a week. But every organ in the body gets what it needs. It gets the nutrients it needs to survive. So it doesn't compete with itself. Every area of the body gets what it needs. And now we're taught competition in our society, like with sports, and it's all about trying to be better than the next guy.
Yeah.
But
the body and holistic systems all work together to complete the goal.
Yes.
Whereas our systems, we work against each other for our individual goals, which is just absurd.
Exactly.
Yes, that is so well put. I love that. Yeah, because even here, I think in this server, I think we're moving toward like a more, I don't know what you'd even call it, like a, I don't know, cooperative form of competition or something where you do encourage each other to like become better and better, but also recognize like some people are better in certain things than other people, and yet, encouraging each other to kind of shine in our strengths. And it's something that has to be learned because we are kind of trained, or even if we're not officially trained, we're exposed to it all the time. The concept of you can only succeed if somebody else is pushed down, climbing to the ladder of success by like stepping on other people and so on. I mean, I do think that's the model that a lot of us are exposed to. So we have to kind of retrain ourselves, which is why, because India will often say he doesn't like hierarchies, which is funny because like in the hierarchy of this server, which is also created just by the structure of Discord and the way they put the roles, it's like you can't even make a role, without making it be above the other roles, and so on. So like, but he says, which I have come to see is true, like, here our roles in the server are more like functional to where people can do different functions, and it's also a responsibility, which I think people don't really see in society, that if you're trying to tear down this person that you see in society that has like whatever you think power or whatever you think they have that you want, like they also have a lot of responsibility. And that's true in a spiritual sense. We all know that with great gifts come great responsibility. And so, some of these people that are like envious or jealous, sometimes it's tempting to just say like, yeah, you don't even know what you're asking for if you want these things, because it's not so great as you think it might be. So maybe just enjoy like the state of life that you're in and try to learn what you can from that state of life that you're into, and for whatever reason, just accept that you are where you are, that you got there for whatever reason, and try to learn from things around you rather than always trying to grasp for some other thing.
Yeah.
I think, yeah. Oh, what were you going to say? Reclaim your mind?
Oh, no, I wasn't really. I'm just, it's that time of the morning where I'm just kind of spouting anything that comes to my mind, really. Like, it's
because I had another thing to say about your shill question, if you have time to hear it.
Oh, yeah, sure. Yeah, go for it.
Because this is an analogy I've been using ever since I joined Discord, that, in terms of like, who is or is not government paid shills. There are paid whores for the government and there are unpaid whores for the government. It matters not whether they're getting paid or not. And it kind of goes with what Drace was saying. Like, he sees these people and they seem to be making coordinated efforts because they're all acting in the same way, or they're all like, they're all coming up with the same thing seemingly, out of nowhere. Are they going to the shill hotline to get today's talking points? And so you do kind of like, sometimes it tempts you to go into these thoughts of paranoia, but part of it is the way, if you are in that globe mentality, if you are still entranced by mass media, if you still think media, the mass media, government, industrial, educational, prison complex, is the definition of reality, then yes, they are getting their talking points from that. It doesn't mean that they necessarily are getting a paycheck. Yeah, they are proponents of that system, and if they are still well ingrained in that system, then yes, they are going to be, spouting those talking points, using those same techniques, defending the, with the Stockholm syndrome, the system that enslaves them. And they don't have to be doing that consciously. They can very easily be doing that subconsciously. doesn't matter. That's the point I'm trying to get. It doesn't matter. We don't have to identify them. We can't go to their home and see, if they get a paycheck or not. You're never going to know. You
Yeah,
can't
right.
verify it. So you just treat
Yeah.
you treat the lies or this programming, or this mindless NPC garbage same. It doesn't matter why they're doing it. It's the same why they ask us. Why would they lie? We could say right back at them, why do you guys lie? Just like Roger said to Kessler the other day. It doesn't matter why they're doing it. You just deal with the fact that we have a public platform here. We have a YouTube channel where we are responsible for, to some extent for what the public is hearing here. So if somebody's on here lying or being deceptive, it doesn't matter why they're doing it. It's just our responsibility to call them out, explain the logic behind, the fact that the fantasy globe model has zero basis in reality.
Yeah, exactly. It doesn't matter if they're narcissists or not. It doesn't matter what their profession is or what they do. It doesn't matter. What matters is understanding how their arguments work, how the fallacies are structured, so that we can dismantle them, so we can stop the sophistry and obfuscations before it just turns into a shit show. That's why I mention narcissism, because there's a lot of information online how to deal with narcissists, how to not let their red herring obfuscation, where you're asking them a question, yes or no answer, and they will use the opportunity to speak to just twist the conversation into everything else, probably you. And I really love listening to people on this server, and it's reminiscent. I was watching some politicians talking about stuff, and some of them are similar to the people here on the server, where they stick to the point, and that's rare. You see it rarely in society, but you not letting the sophist just waffle on and go into something else. Asking the question again and being like, you didn't actually give me an answer to the question. Here's the question again. These kinds of talking points and how you communicate is just different when you're dealing with a narcissist than when you're dealing with a normal person. And I think we can, most of us in here have experienced it, because we get the two kinds very often here. We get the globe zealot, as we call them, the narcissist, or we get a glober who's just a person who believes in the globe. And so that's why I mention it, not to label them as a narcissist, but rather to help people understand where they're coming from, because there's a lot of information about this, and most narcissists end up as narcissists because they broke somehow. So it can help you, give you a little bit of compassion for them, but at the same time, the documentation on this is pretty clear. If you give them an arm, they will take a leg. So you got to be careful about what you give them, but you got to be compassionate in how you deliver it. So that's why I mention it.
Yeah, and I appreciate also, I wanted to highlight what you said about how you were starting to get drawn into that because you saw your mother being turned into one by your father and so on, that it can often happen that that the victims, of narcissists become themselves. And part of it is just like, especially if they're isolated with the narcissist, they just naturally like kind of take on the defense because they're kind of mirroring them or, becoming them. And like Sam Vaknin, have you ever seen Sam Vaknin or read any of his books? He talks a lot about that because the thing I like about Sam Vaknin as opposed to all these other kind of popular YouTube type people who say, oh, the empath and the narcissist. The empaths are the angels of the world and the narcissists are the devils. Like they kind of paint it like they almost like play into the ego of this, person who's the victim and try to make them into like, oh yes, poor you, blah, 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 which just keeps you in the victimhood complex. And they don't even talk about how the victims can easily become narcissists themselves, because it's not a black or white thing. It's like a continuum. Many of these psychological problems are continuums where the person is not necessarily just one thing or the other. So we have to see these traits. And so even though there's so many of them, it's almost like a, epidemic in the world today because it is encouraged, as we said, by the heliocentric model. We can't then take that as another way to divide ourselves, and say, oh, yes, wonderful us over here. Like we tend to do with the flat earth, like, oh, the wonderful flat earthers and the horrible globers, especially people who are new to flat earth. That's why I always like to give that PSA, not all flat earthers are wonderful. We're still just people that have flaws, and we happen to have figured out this one thing. But you can figure that out intellectually and still be like the worst person known to man. As we said, the worst people on earth definitely know the earth is flat.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you were talking about how people break through narcissism, and one, it's called co-narcissism if you look it up. Co-narcissism is when you live with a narcissist, and they say there are 3 different ways to break living with them. 1, you just leave, you run away. 2, you cow to them, and you become dependent, codependent. Or 3, you try to out-narcissist them. You, because they do this to you, it becomes a normal thing, and then you use it back on them. And because they, you out-narcissist them, that feels like the right thing, and then it pushes you down that path. So that they turn into a narcissist. The same applies for the codependent, because the codependent is in the victim mode. He's both saying, "Oh no, he's such a victim because of all the gaslighting. He's gaslit him so much that now the narcissist is the victim." So the codependent just blames himself. But eventually, once the codependent realizes this power dynamic, there is a chance for him to turn narcissistic. So there's a lot of individual differences and experiences that can help or make it worse. So that's why it's called a spectrum, and people don't get classed as like a narcissist, but there's like malignant narcissists, there's covert narcissists, and there's healthy narcissism. Healthy narcissism, for instance, is just healthy confidence. There's nothing wrong with that. So most people have some narcissistic traits, just tiny ones, and not enough to be any disorder. But those tiny traits can snowball with experiences that are negative, and then using negative self-hypnosis or fallacious thinking, they snowball into it. So anybody can fall for it. It's not something like, oh, he's a worse person than somebody else. It's just, it's a mental disease. It's a error in thoughts that are compounded until they are just completely delusional, and the only way to maintain the ego is to maintain the delusions. The worst part about it is that it's not like you can help them. It's not like you can tell them, hey, there's an error. You just made an error. They will just be, no. I see no error. You're the one in error. This is not something you can fix with others. This is something they have to fix in themselves. And
how do you think one becomes a narcissist to begin with? Do you think that they've been conditioned to be that way? Like certain factors in their life have shaped them to be that way?
Yes and no. Like you can have 2 people who have gone through the same. One person will break as a narcissist, another one will not. It depends on individual. You're in yourself, how you frame things within your own mind, how you rationalize things. Rationalization, for instance, is a very common tool used by a narcissist to justify everything. So their rationalization will end up being fallacious and illogical, but it's still the underpinning of all their actions. So yes, they are conditioned by the environment, but also it comes down to how you deal with personal situations. Some people can break easily, other people don't.
I mean, sometimes it might be like a self-defense mechanism, that's built within them because they're afraid of failure for whatever reason. Maybe they were abused by their parents and told they were no good. So to acknowledge failure in any way is to literally, throw in the towel and admit that you're a failure, but, so that they want to at all costs never go into that reality. They prefer to stay protected,
Yeah, that's for sure one of the many reasons why they stay in it. Like I tried to, like I was raised with the idea that my family was special. Everybody else was a normie, but my family was a criminal family that worked for the cabal. So for me, it was like we are not like other people, which induces narcissism. So
Yeah.
there's a lot.
So,
A lot of
what do you mean? Explain your history. There's clearly something I don't know about you. Like, so what family were you raised in? They thought that they were part of the cabal or something. Like, can you expand on that?
used by the cabal.
They were used by the cabal.
Yeah, my foster grandfather is as a high-ranking Mason and was recruited from the Masons into the Octopus. The
So
Octopus
has he ever revealed things to you about what happens inside, Freemasonry?
My dad told me everything, and I used to live in the room underneath the living room, and so I could hear everything that everybody spoke about.
So do you have any juicy secrets that you can share?
Well, I've told my story 1,000 times, but essentially, my grandfather was ordered by our prime minister, who was the head of the Octopus at the time, to create a drug war in my country, and to do so, they imported drugs through their contacts, but they didn't know how to get it into the streets. So my foster grandfather was tasked with getting it onto the streets and making the problem. So he took a widow who had a young child and then made the child sell the drugs. And that was his second family, not his real family. So we were just used by the cabal to create a drug war, and in the process of that, my father became a sociopathic narcissist, thinking he's better than everyone with his eidetic memory and the cops never being able to catch him while he was being protected by the cabal. He was an idiot. So
is he still alive today?
No.
He's not?
No. They killed him with cancer.
So were you close to him? Like, because it sounds like you didn't really like him so much, but like,
I love my father. I always loved my father.
Yeah.
He was a good man once. He broke a little bit with too much cocaine, and went a little sociopathic and crazy, because narcissism actually can go all the way into sociopathy. They almost, if you look at the pies of narcissism and sociopathy, they almost completely overlap. So, like, most of the narcissistic traits are traits of a sociopath. So that's why it's a big red flag when you start seeing those flags. The conclusion of this story is essentially this. My dad did such a good job being a drug lord that they wanted to recruit him into the Octopus. He is a R negative blood. He is a superhuman who could basically. He's lived through amazing things. He heals super fast, and I've seen him break a giant wrench in two. So he's a superhuman.
Yeah.
So they wanted him to join them because he was a sociopathic superhuman, and they had what they thought was dirt enough to catch him. But because you can't join the octopus without having real dirt, they tried to invite him to a sex party. So at this sex party, they offer him a young girl, and
Do they blackmail them later? Do they?
yeah, yep. They
Yeah,
do this to
and
everyone.
supposedly that's what I've heard about a lot of world leaders. They do the same because it, begs the question like, how can these elected leaders sell their souls and just sell out humanity and go along with the narrative? Like, surely they know what they're doing is wrong and it's bringing about a lot of harm and chaos, and they just quite happily go along with it. But if they have dirt on them that will be revealed should they go against the narrative, then that makes sense. Okay, then they're going to toe the line, just so that they don't.
This is
They're not
also why
confronted with
there's
that
a
reality.
push. This is why there's a push to try to legalize pedophilia, because there's so
Right,
many
right.
of them who are under their thumb with this specific blackmail material that they want to be free.
How would they ever do that? It's beyond me how they would ever be successful at that, at legalizing pedophilia. I mean, that's just the greatest sin ever. How could it ever? How could man lose his
They're
soul so
well on
much?
their way to doing that. I mean, come
But
on.
yeah, I mean, but man, how can man lose his soul so much to just think that's acceptable? Like, how? Any ideas how that could happen? I don't know.
Convincing parents that not to stop safeguarding the innocence of their children and instead encouraging them to send their children over the state to be adopted at younger and younger ages and pretend that you're somehow protecting them by doing it. That's one way.
I heard that in New Zealand. I don't know this for sure, but I have heard reports of, like in schools, how they are teaching kids to question their sexuality. Like they're almost encouraging them to entertain the idea of being homosexual. Like it's maybe you're not straight, maybe you don't like women or boys or whatever, right? Like maybe you're this, and their sexuality at a young age, which is totally wrong. But how it's just crazy, right? How the morality of the world has declined so much, but so gradually that it's kind of gone under the radar for a lot of people,
Yeah, well, these kinds of things happen in dark back rooms, and the news. There's no journalists or anything that would touch this, and it's just bad. They're all in the same food club, as they call it. And they all swear their oaths to die before revealing it. So there's that. But to continue with the story, like, my father got abused as a child, and that's the foundation to his narcissistic traits. So when they tried to make him abuse a child, that was the one line he didn't cross his whole life. He actually murdered a few pedophiles.
Oh, really?
And yeah, he's murdered 12 people.
So
And he
he's redeemed himself to
tells me
some
this.
extent.
Tells me when I was a child, but thinking back on it, it's like crazy. But it was just normal for me then. But
Wow.
essentially, he refused to sleep with the child, and stormed out of there. They're all in a hissy fit, and because Dad knows at this point, they have revealed to him that they're controlling the country, and this is he needs to join it, and they will protect him, and all this bullshit, which Dad doesn't give a shit about because he thinks he's better than all of them.
Right.
So he goes home to grandfather's home and steals all of his drugs, their whole stash, and then hides it. For the next 2 years, the police are constantly harassing us, always outside our house, trashing our house regularly. But they can't catch him. They can't find anything on him, and he's still wheeling and dealing and doing his shit. They just can't touch him, and that's mainly because he is such a crazy sophist that the police officers couldn't deal with him. He would just he would make them so confused and. For instance, one of his favorite tricks is basically just you make the police officers so uncomfortable being there because you're implying that one of them is a gay man and he's giving you all these gay signals. And
they leave voluntarily in the end.
Yeah, they all just want to leave, even though he's just doing something super criminal. But he's just walking straight up to the cops and they want to leave.
Yeah.
And that's how he got away with most of his stuff. And then because he was so successful at all this kind of stuff, and they couldn't catch him, they eventually broke all our laws to get him in jail. He was present in a place where a man died to a brain aneurysm where there was a bar fight. And so they pinned that all on him, didn't allow him to bear witness, didn't allow his witnesses to give any testimony, and had no witnesses for themselves. It was a mockery. And he eventually won that case again in European courts because they didn't have shit. And that's how he got out after 2 years of being in jail for having murdered someone when he didn't murder anyone. There, he murdered plenty other people elsewhere. And then, he comes out and he starts a motorcycle company, and Hells Angels and Banditos and all these guys come and pay respects, and Dad joins the Hells Angels, and they make a kind of little bit of a base here, but the newspapers are telling the public that Hells Angels and Banditos are gonna have a war on our streets and all this kind of bullshit. The news is telling them this. Meanwhile, the individual criminal gangs don't even know about this, and just read in the papers that they're going to war. So both of the criminal organizations are just gonna get some guns and get ready because they think the other guys are coming. But then they we know my father, and so they go talk to him because he's respected in the community, one of the oldest gangsters here. So they talk to him like, is the other guy gonna attack us? Like, what should we expect? What kind of weaponry? And Dad just laughs at them, as like calls up the other guy and gets them both to come in there, and no war. But there would have been a war had he not been there. They would have actually started shooting at each other if he had not been there. So the society or at large is living in this bubble of everything's fine and dandy. There's no criminal elements, and when they think about the criminal elements, it's all isolated. But there's a lot of organized crime, and this organized crime goes way up into the governments. And that's the issue we are all dealing with, and trying to fight here with the truth, because that's where all these deceptions are coming from. They're coming from these criminal elements which are underpinning all of these governments.
Yeah, interesting. So yeah, are you from the Netherlands? Are you?
I'm from Iceland.
Oh, you're from Iceland. So it's Roger that's from the Netherlands, and you're from Iceland.
Yeah,
Right,
I'm
right.
Roger
I've heard
2.0,
parts of
not
that.
from the Netherlands.
I've heard parts of you tell parts of that before, but I haven't heard you explain in so much detail. So I appreciate you sharing that, Jace, because
From
a lot of
Iceland,
people
yeah.
are very naive about this sort of thing, and at least over here in the United States of America, because most people don't encounter, don't have major crime happen to them, especially if they're just kind of, average Joe Smo living their lives. Like, they don't experience crime. So they actually believe, like the police and government are there to protect them, that if someone does something to their family, that they're going to get, justice and so on. Like, people actually think that because they don't realize, like, no, the entire system is set up to protect, this kind of criminal element that is running everything. And so,
Yeah.
like, no, they're not there. But because people don't actually ever need them, because they actually don't have bad stuff happen to them, real bad stuff, they are kept in this illusion that they're protecting them and that nothing bad happened to them because the police are there, right? No, absolutely not. The police will show up to count the dead bodies if anything actually does happen to you, but they're not protecting you in any way. You better be protecting yourself because that's certainly not their purpose.
It's really weird. Like, if you jump on Google Earth and you type in North Pole, I would always expect to see like a bunch of ice, but you don't. It's just in the ocean, supposedly, right?
It's changed a
And,
couple of times. To go back to what we were talking about,
oh, sorry. Yeah.
One of the reasons why I think most normal people think that like the police are all over this is because they watch all these cop shows, and in these cop shows, the cops are all over it. Like, this tiny little thing made me figure all of this out, and we're catching all the bad guys, and all the bad guys are going to jail. But then you look at the reality of the situation, and it's not that. It's not the TV show. So it's not Law and Order.
Not in any way, shape, or form. That is so far from the truth. I mean, I had that because I think I've told you before about, one of my close family members was murdered, so I had the experience with that. But even when my purse was stolen, like I still, even though I knew they don't prosecute murder unless it's convenient or profitable for them, I already knew that. I still believed they would actually go after the people who stole my purse because I had like description of the vehicle. I had a place where at a ATM, where they have those cameras that are protecting you, right? I said, oh, at this time, the company just called me and said that they tried to use the card at the ATM to get the money out. They have a film there of it, so maybe you want to go check this out. I kept calling the sheriff and telling him all this stuff. Just like, oh yeah, we'll make a note of that, sure. Like they don't actually care. They don't care if my purse was stolen or getting it back. Like, because then, they went and wrote a bunch of checks at Walmart. Walmart absorbed the cost. They stole from Walmart. The bank didn't charge me and so on. But, it's just like, they're just a fraud. Like, they're not going to put any effort into actually catching these people. Then why would they? What's in it for them? Nothing. It's actually better for them if the purse thief stays out there and does more thieving, because then they can show up, make a report, and pretend like they have a job. It keeps them in business. They do not. They have didn't care, never did anything about this, even though I kept giving them all this evidence because I was still stupidly fooled, thinking that they actually would want to go and review the footage at the bank of the person being caught on film, with this card. No, they don't care. They don't care a bit. They don't care about murder for sure. They probably care even less about murder because that's way more inconvenient for them, unless they know the person's so poor they can only afford a public defender, and then they can go ahead and prosecute them and throw them in jail because then, it'll be easy, slam dunk for them, but if they know the person who killed, murdered, can get a good lawyer. I mean, they came right out and told us that, like, yeah, this guy's got a good lawyer, so we're not going to arrest him. I mean, inside sources of the sheriff's department and prosecutor, because the sheriff asked for a warrant, the prosecutor refused to arrest the person. So the people are just in this deluded bubble, and if they're fortunate enough to never have experienced it, you are blessed, and count your blessings. But don't be thinking that if anything happens to you, anybody's going to care, because nobody's gonna.
An example on this is a friend of mine used to work at a convenience store that's right next to the police station. A man walked in there with a box cutter and robbed the store. My friend called the police while he was in there robbing the teller. And the police was like, yeah. We'll arrive in a few hours. And she was like, he's right here, right now. You're right next door. It'll take like 5 minutes to get over here. And they were like, nah, we're coming later. And then she was like running after him, chasing him. I see him. He's over there. They're like, stop chasing him. We don't want this. They just wanted him to get away with it, and then they were gonna come later and fill in some reports and bother her.
Yes, it's much easier for them. Yeah, just to fill out the paperwork and continue on their day and keep themselves in the business of so-called, policing, which is actually, actually assets, confiscation, which is what they use it for over here, and in just various, revenue collection activities such as speeding tickets. I mean, it has nothing to do with protecting the public in any way, shape, or form, unless you have some rogue person, which I have met a few of them. Maybe 1 out of 100 actually think they're there, to protect and serve the public, but very few. Those people are, usually pushed out.
Yeah, I've noticed that as well. You notice this, especially because my country is so small. We have a set police force, and then during the summers and stuff, they hire in young people, and you can see the young new people. They're all, or most of them, are there like trying to be nice, trying to be helpful. We're protecting, and then the rest, and mostly the older guys, are hard and uncaring, and it's not probably not the same everywhere else, but in my country this is very common. But then again, my country is small, and every single sitting police officer is a Freemason. Our main Freemasonic hall is right behind the police station, and there's a secret tunnel underneath that connects the two, so they can take prisoners or go into the prisons. It's or the holding cells. It's pretty absurd.
That looks like a good episode Quantum Eraser put up there. It's a past episode. Sylvester's The Nature of Science and the Scientific Method. I probably like that one.
Yeah,
It's
I love
not
that
even a
one.
link. It's just a
Picture. It's like reminder.
yeah. It says September 9th. He's talking about the past, huh? September 9th was not a Saturday. I think I don't know what's going on there. Maybe he means October. Tomorrow. I bet you anything he means October 9th. I bet you anything that's an upcoming thing. Because that's what he usually does, is advertise upcoming things. Not going to let me edit his post, or I would. 'Cause I'm sure he means tomorrow. September 9th was a Thursday.
Yeah. But anyway, there is this control mechanism. If you look at the Freemasonic order and the different ranks, and their documentation, and when they're talking about how the lower ranks should follow the higher ranks, and so on and so forth, and that's why it's profitable for you to go up in ranks, because then the lower members will support you, and this is just like a Ponzi scheme, and they don't see it. And this control mechanism continues on into the other secret societies that are behind it. So it's just a giant Ponzi scheme. To make it even worse is that the lower ranks don't know anything about what's happening in the higher ranks, and so they like to cloak themselves with people of public value, like famous people, people with money. That way, if you try to attack the group, you're attacking people that will have righteous indignation and will make you appear more innocent. So the structure is something it's hard to fight. So I don't think it's something that's tenable to fight unless we all become aware of what they do and how they do it.
I don't think there's in terms of human nature. I'm not sure if we're ever going to get enough people to be aware enough to do that. I think that opting out is always a good option, and also just making choices that are unpredictable, because you kind of have people pegged as these kind of Pavlovian dogs that, you know, if they do this thing, then people will react in this way, which is true for, you know, a large number of people, but not for all people. So the more, you know, people who are not just acting in a simple stimulus response kind of knee-jerk reaction, but who are actually accessing higher resources of their mind and aren't afraid to use their will to impose their will upon reality, and use reason to do so, then, you know, the worse for these people who would prefer for everyone to act just kind of in a programmed response. And one way that they really seem to not be able to deal with, it seems to really throw them off, is if you act in any kind of I hesitate to even call it self-sacrificing way, because that makes it sound like you're a martyr or something. But if you do things like we were talking about before that are like for the good of the whole, and like you don't like instantly just respond emotionally to whatever thing because it threatens like your, you know, whatever self-image or so on, like they're just so unused to anyone being like that anymore, that it does have a lot of power for, you know, people who are able to make those kind of choices and who aren't easily just kind of drawn into these kind of things that are just obviously there just to kind of scan your, you know, people's need for whatever it is, recognition, attention, and so on. Like, you know, anytime you act in counter to that, because they've got so many people hooked on that, just even with the social media, you got so many people thinking they're stars, you know, because they're stars within whatever weird little circle they're in, you know, that they are just kind of like made basically inept because they're feeding that audience and kind of playing to that little audience and just getting completely cut off from the rest of the world. Whatever it might be, Facebook. I mean, it can even happen on Discord, right? We've seen it definitely happens on YouTube, where people, you know, think they're making progress when they're really just a hamster in a little wheel, you know, entertaining whatever it is, you know. And so I think that when you do try to like step aside and like help somebody else, or like recognize the talents of other people and so on and help them to shine, that is kind of what breaks this system, because the system is based on self-preservation, just like you said. That's why they try to get the people with the blackmail and the criminal behavior and so on. So they've always got something on them, so they're always afraid to go out of line. It's basically just based on fear and self-preservation. And it's difficult. Sometimes it's difficult to step out of that, but you know, the more that we can, I think, the better.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. It's also the thing that we can change. We can change ourselves. We can change how we react to things. So it's tenable. It's something we can do, and it's also shown itself to be something that works. Like, the only time there's been major positive change is because people made that positive change. The same thing with the negative change. They programmed us into thinking that this was a good idea, but then when they implemented it, they did it badly. So they get us to accept it. And so as long as we are conscious enough to be able to decide for ourselves and not accept the stupid things, then things can only get better.
Yeah, absolutely. That's why I always bring up the Amish, that live in this area. They have a thriving society. And I know, like, a lot of places, I don't know how common that is in other areas, but like, they're growing all the time. You see them around with their horse and buggies. They have this store that's open to the public that like just keeps expanding by leaps and bounds every time I go by there, or go in there. It's like they've added something new. Like, they are just thriving all over the place, and they don't adhere to federal government regulations or guidelines, and obviously they don't adhere to. I mean, they don't plug into the power grid. They don't cars. They different sects kind of have different lines they draw as to what kind of technology they'll accept or not accept. But the main theme being that they encourage bonds of family, encourage hard work, kind of more old-fashioned values is the best way I can explain it. And the federal government here just kind of leaves it alone. They don't go in there and raid the Amish and say, oh no, you must do this thing and that thing. They've kind of over time, and I think part of it is because they are nonviolent. Like, they just want to be left alone. Like, they don't even try to get into conflicts. They just do their thing, and they just kind of just don't ask, don't tell kind of situation where that's just what they do. And so I think they are a great example that this can still be accomplished. Like, the main reason they are, I think, messing with people is if they think that person's going to try to win, quote unquote, on their turf, right? Like, and part of it is because they are all about this world, right? Because a lot of them are atheists or only believe in humankind, or we have to just extend our life as far as we can because that's all we have. Whereas a lot of people who are more spiritual are kind of like, yeah, here we are. If we're not here anymore, then it won't matter too much because we won't be here to know it. Like, I don't know, just that attachment to like just life. Like, I like life. It's wonderful. I love it. I'm not going to like compromise myself to preserve my life. I wouldn't compromise my values or my children or anything because to me, my life on this earth, in the time that it's going to be, is not like the most important thing. Like, I don't think I'm God's gift to mankind. Like, if I'm not here, stuff will carry on, and that's perfectly fine. Like, you know what I mean? Just even the fear of death. Like, and I'm not saying I have conquered the fear of death. Obviously, I would still have fear. If there was like an imminent threat to me right now, I would still obviously have fear. But I'm not like super attached to it. But they don't understand that. Like, people who are super attached to it, like, that is foreign to them. And to me, it's foreign to even be attached to it. I can't even remember what that's like. I recall feeling that way in the past. Yeah, if I think really hard. It's been so long that I can't even remember what that's like. But I know for other people, that is the whole reason they've got the control, right? Because every day it's like, oh my gosh, we have to stay alive. So we don't really know. We don't have control of things. So we have to do this thing, the other thing, because it's so important for me to live another day. Even if I'm just sitting here in my house alone and refuse to go see my family members or do anything, at least I'm still alive. It's perfectly fine, as opposed to actually just living your life and whatever happens. You got no guarantee of tomorrow. So just live it. Don't just sit there in fear so you can preserve your life. For what? Like, what's the purpose of just preserving life? You're not doing anything.
Yeah, you're totally right. You're totally right. I've experienced something similar, so I totally agree with you. It took me the birth of my little nephew to really find fear of death again.
Oh yeah, I know what you mean. No,
because I want to see him grow up,
Oh yes. When I was at my worst, like, I did feel like at one point, that I was close to death for various reasons, and I did pray, like, please, for the sake of my children, please, let me continue on. Like, I know for them it matters if I'm here or not. So I shouldn't say that like I'm cavalier about it, or I'm going to go off and be like, I'm not saying I'm going to be like reckless or anything. Like, for their sake, I know it will mean something for them, for me to be here for sure.
Yeah. That for me, like, is a big thing, loving life again, because when I was in the worst place, when everything was really bad at home, and the police were everywhere, and then Dad went to jail, and Mom had to try to become a drug lord. And, like, it was bad, but at that time, didn't care if I lived or died. I did anything I could just to, like, stand on that knife's edge of, like, death on the one side, life on the other. I didn't care about life then, but when I realized at rock bottom, when I had abandoned my family, trying to run away from all this stuff, when I was just alone, without money, thinking maybe I should just kill myself. That's when I thought maybe there's a creator out there that, like, I used to believe in a creator when I was little, but then I stopped believing because things were so bad. But maybe there's something out there. So I tried praying, and I thought, like, how can the creator love everyone? Like, how is that even possible with so many bad people in the world? And it washed over me like a wave of light and warmth. And in that moment, I heard it asked me, what is omnipotent, omnipresent, and omnipowerful, and how can it, like, that the creator, and how can that love everything? And if it's omnipresent, that means it's within everything. So there is nothing but the creator to me in that moment. Everything is the creator. Creator is within everything. So that's why the creator can easily love everything, because it's all one. It's all him. And with that, I could actually love myself. I could love my father. I could love all the people that I had perceived to have hurt me. And then, because I could love myself, I could see how much of a fool I was, and how I had manufactured and pushed people away. And that changed me. That allowed me to step away from the path of narcissism and stop the delusional thinking. So I came back humbled to my mom and my little sisters, and I spent like the last 15 years with them, just taking care of them, and they are my priority and reason to live. I don't care about myself. That's why I wanted to be famous once. I don't want to be famous now. That's one of the reasons why I'm like, music, I don't want to.
Yeah, it's a curse. Fame is so obviously a curse. I don't know. Like, why would anyone want to be famous? I can't imagine.
I don't want the annoying attention. I just want to live my life with the people I love and make the world a better place. That's all I want. And I don't think that's too much to ask.
No, I don't think it is at all. And it's very important. It's something that so many people have lost sight of, even though it seems so obvious. I mean, the fact that, yeah, your priority is your family and you're giving things to them. I mean, that's, yeah, I've talked to you about that before in terms of music. That's why I kind of stopped doing it in terms of Flat Earth, even though at first I thought, oh, I've got these, lyrics that come into my mind and people seem to like it. So I was putting out songs for a while, but like, yeah, I kind of thought, I don't know, just it's the way that the world is today. It's like, getting attention is not a good thing necessarily. And so like, yeah, I just try to like stay kind of low key here because my priority is my children. So anything, because people who are craving attention, who want that so bad, who think that that's somehow a positive thing or fame or whatever you want to call it, like they can be nasty and dastardly, can't they? If they perceive someone's getting the attention that they want, and for whatever reason that it's happening, people can get really nasty about that stuff. So it's kind of like, that's almost the reason why you have to just keep humbling yourself and just kind of just keep asking to be forgotten, just keep asking to be, not noticed. Let other people be noticed, let other people be praised, and so on, because otherwise it can lead down a bad road for people, and it has for so many people. I mean, what do you see? All these, not just the actual celebrities. That's the thing. It's like this poison that it used to be only actual celebrities were poisoned by, right? Where they think they're just like God's gift to mankind and we're so wonderful because we're on People magazine cover or whatever. Now, because of technology and all the social media, that poison has gone down to the lowest level, where you've got people on whatever, this OnlyFans site, which I've never actually seen, but I've heard of. It's like you've got this poison down to anybody can just get attention for whatever horrible reason, and then think they're a celebrity, and I'm so important, I have to go, see my fans or whatever. It's like, oh my gosh, no, you don't. Be a celebrity to the people in your life, that are around you. And even here, in the Discord, we are in each other's lives. I don't consider this to be that phenomenon, because I feel like we're more just kind of sitting around the campfire talking. No one here is a star. We're just discussing. And so that's one way where we can I think our New Zealand friend was saying, you can shine your light. You don't want to go to the other extreme where you're like, I'm never going to say anything anywhere, I'm going to hide from everyone. There has to be somewhere in between where you're willing to share with other people, as long as you remember that it's always about, other people and sharing with other people, and how serving other people is, the way to go. Because if everyone was doing that, how much better everything would be.
Totally.
Children are just so naturally appreciative. I mean, that's the thing. You're talking about, your family is you have some, like you said, you have your nephew, right? You have some children in your life, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, they're just I think that's the most beautiful thing, is that they are just so naturally appreciative. Just if you encourage that feeling of gratitude, they just naturally have it. I don't have to sit there with my children and say, okay, now say thank you for that meal, now say thank you for that thing. They just are just that way. I don't know how to explain it. They're just like, oh, thank you, Mom, that was such good dinner. And they'll, when I play a song on the piano, especially my youngest two, they'll just start clapping. I'm like, oh my gosh, this is so great. And even though I'm not sitting there, dying for applause from, a 7-year-old, it's they're just naturally appreciating it, right? Because they appreciate the beautiful things in life. Children naturally do, if they're not discouraged from that natural inclination to start appreciating the ugly things in life that so often we're trying to indoctrinate the children with younger and younger ages, and giving them responsibility they shouldn't have, where they're trying to teach these children that they're supposed to save the world. It's yeah, why? Just let them be children. Why should they have to save the world that you messed up? And they usually think they have to save it from some imaginary thing anyway, like global warming or whatever it is. It's just let them be children. Don't make them think about adult problems when they're children. That's cruel.
Yeah, I totally agree. It's just sometimes people, or part of the problem is kids don't always have the opportunity to be kids. And for instance, my nephew, because my middle sister didn't break well through all this stuff, she's a narcissist. You can see it in him. You can see the issues he has to deal with already because of her mental problems, and the only thing we can do is really try to be there for him while while being nice to her so she doesn't get triggered, but not giving her the arm, otherwise he's going to take the leg. So it's like it's a dance, and some kids just have it worse than other kids, and they don't have a chance to have that normal upbringing where you can appreciate things, because you're constantly stuck in this like play where you're trying to keep people you're trying to it's hard to say, it's kind of like a narcissist, or even as a kid you start putting up a mask, and that's a big part of the narcissism, is the fake image you put forth, the mask. And even as a kid, when being raised by a narcissistic parent, because of their crazy outburst, you start holding yourself back in certain places and start constructing a mask. And so this, if Karma were here, she would love talking about this, because I helped her get out of this, because when I came back all humble and stuff, I noticed that she was having problems, and so I tried to reinforce and make her feel better and build her up, which is what we're trying to do for our nephew, like as he grows up. So he's not breaking as badly as we were, but we're trying our best. And that's all you really can do when it comes to kids, is you can try your best, but we gotta be conscious of like not all kids have the same beautiful upbringing, and not all people are the same, sadly. If everybody was just perfect and good, then there'd be no problems in the world.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, is you can't blame yourself too much. Yeah, you're not getting like perfect results from one particular child, because this is like a broken world, and I have seen some healing, from my children, older children, that were damaged by experiences that they had in school and so on. One child in particular, but he's still got things that he needs help with and so on. And I think that's just the thing. We all have things we have to heal, and we can help each other heal. Yeah, none of us. I don't think it's possible to be perfectly healthy in this world. How could you? I mean, you just try to do the best you can and get better and better, so you can maybe use what you learned to help other people or to help the children. But you can't get discouraged if see instant results, or if everything's not perfect. I mean, we obviously don't live in a utopia.
Yeah, I'm actually, I believe, this is my weird belief, that if someone were perfect enough, he would just ascend, just right there, just start ascending, because like we are all flawed here, but if they were perfect enough, they just wouldn't fit here. And this is actually in line with ancient Chinese mythology of cultivating to immortality, becoming like a god, but not God.
Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, I think that is part of the thing they're trying to keep down in people, is just that we obviously do have ability to do a lot more than most people are doing, including like people have experienced miraculous healing and so on, but it's rare, because a lot people are not encouraged to go along those routes, and they're actually discouraged from it. So I do think that's true, that you could see that in the past maybe people more often did kind of go along a certain route, and we're not seeing so many people go along that route. But if you went too far along that route, then you just wouldn't even be part of this world anymore. So we are kind of like dwellers on the threshold, which is what I thought our New Zealand friend was telling us earlier, that why he wanted to be on the fence. Kind of made me think of like, you're sitting there, and some people are like dwellers on the threshold, where they can still relate, to the people who are kind of like stuck in this mire of, avatar of this secular world of, believing the news actually is explaining reality to you. And once you get like too far removed from that, that just seems like such an absurdity that's hard to even relate to those people, right? Because we already see that. But it's not like we're getting better than those people. It's just we're kind of having a totally different experience than those people who are still in that delusion of the TV news portraying reality in any way, shape, or form. Like that just to me, you can already hear. I'm like almost laughing to imagine that even could be possible. And yet that is the reality of many people. I acknowledge that. I can't relate to most of those people. And, so maybe there is some value in not always, totally divorcing yourself from the modern world, which I have, largely done. Even though I'm here on Discord, this is one of my little, still connections here, and I have other ways too. But to me, as a mother, like it is good for a mother to kind of immerse herself in the home and the world of the children, and not like pay so much attention to whatever is supposedly going on in the world. So I'm glad that other people are more in touch with that, so I don't have to be.
Yeah, I think that's really valuable. Like staying in touch with your children and being on top of that, because that when that gets lost, the children get lost. It like my sister would call it the children who fall through the cracks are the kids who get abandoned like that. She specifically tries to help those kids. That's her job. So the world is observably flat. We have the male fantasy in here who's not VC verified. Maybe he should go up and get VC verified so we can talk to him.
Yeah, I got to run, Trace, because I got a phone call, but it's good to talk to you. I'll talk to you later.
Yep.
Okay, bye.
Likewise. See you later. Paging the male fantasy. Want to go up to VC check-in and we'll verify you? So we're back, and the male fantasy. What is your opinion on the shape of the Earth?
Oh well, I'm not fully going to the. It's a plane, but yeah, I'm not think that's round, but
Okay, so would it be fair to say that you're open to the idea of it being a plane?
yes.
How likely do you think it is that it is a globe? Like, what would you say is the percentage chance that it is a globe?
75 because I saw the. Because I went to a really upside. I saw the curvature.
You went where and saw the curvature?
A really tall place.
A really
Let's say,
tall place.
Let's say, like I went one time to a church. It's the top of a mountain, and in the church I saw that it's at the curvature.
Yeah, you saw the horizon curve, is that correct?
Yes.
You are aware that the horizon is a circle around you. It doesn't curve. So there's only two options here, because the horizon is observable by all and doesn't curve, regardless of how high you go. So there's only two options. One, you hallucinated a curve because of your strong belief in the curve at the time, which is known as wishful seeing, and is a common phenomenon, and it's what's used in hypnosis to make you see things. Or you're just lying. So which is it?
Well, can be optical illusion.
Yeah, okay. So it could have been in your mind. So that's not a valid proof, but I can see how, having experienced something like that, you can base your belief on that. That's fine. Are you aware that the Earth is measured flat? There's no measured drop due to curvature?
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah. In surveying, we use plane surveying, so it all starts with surveying the plane.
Yes.
And the same goes for triangulation and everything else. It requires a flat base of the triangle. So without flat Earth, you don't have anything. Nothing works. So that's the fundamental axiom we all work on. That's the fundamental axiom all engineering works on. That's how aircraft are designed to fly over flat, non-rotating planes. Same with missile systems. It's all designed over flat. So if there's no evidence to support the belief of a globe, why should anyone believe it?
Well, if you're going to base that, why should you believe that we were made from little particles?
So the
Like,
answer to my question is another question about particles.
You thought you. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to the best I think to convey my words. But what I'm trying to ask is, if you cannot observe something happening, how can you be sure that it's happening? We need to trust someone, and we try to trust
No, you
the
don't need
people.
to take things on faith. You
Yes,
don't
yes.
take things on faith that there are invisible unicorns causing everything.
Yes,
No,
yes.
no, 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 no. You need
Okay.
evidence that there are invisible unicorns
Yes.
doing
True.
something, and then you need evidence that there are any unicorns at all.
Yes.
First, you need to have the effect, you need to have the cause. You need to have these things. You cannot just say imaginary things are doing it.
Yes.
So we need substance to the things, not just words.
Okay.
So you asked me a question to my question, and your question was
Yes, how can
that
you be if you can be sure if you cannot observe?
how can you be sure of something if you cannot observe it?
Yes.
Can you give me an example of something that you are sure of that you cannot observe?
Well, diseases. Diseases.
Diseases are something you cannot observe.
Well,
So
can
there's
if
never
okay?
been a deceased person in the world.
No, no, no.
Okay.
What I'm trying to say it's the disease itself. You just see the hand, the people getting sick. You
Fact.
cannot you can see the effect, but you cannot see what's causing it. What makes you so sure that's the little particles that doing that?
Well, there's little particles. Not all diseases are just caused by little particles. There's
Yes, yes.
different causes
It was
for
just
different diseases, and those causes are known because we have looked into those causes. Some causes are unknown because we have not found the cause.
yes.
That doesn't mean there is no cause. That doesn't mean there are invisible unicorns causing it. And we cannot assume there are invisible unicorns causing it because we have not found any.
Yes.
So I don't see how that question is in any way an answer to my question.
Well, what I'm trying to tell, if the satellite images tell us something, what's the difference? It's the only thing
Images,
I'm asking. It's
can you
just the
show
difference.
me a satellite image that is a real photograph?
Well,
No, you can't.
well, if I go to Google, but I don't know.
Yeah, you can go to Google and look for things, but what you will find is that they admit that all of their images are made from data in computers. CGI. So if I give you a data of I designed and built this whole Narnia, and I give you the data for this, and you extrapolate that and make it into a globe in your computer, does that mean Narnia is real?
No.
Yeah, so that's not a valid evidence of anything. Okay. Let's go back to the Earth. So, if the Earth was a globe, and you would look on this globe from 1 foot height, then essentially the horizon would be at 1.2 miles away. If the globe is at the size that they claim, or 3,959 miles. This is not the case. In reality, this does not happen. We don't see the horizon at 1.2 miles away from a 1 foot observer height. That's just not what we see. So the globe doesn't conform to reality. So I ask you again, why should I believe it when it has no validity or evidence?
I was never arguing if you should. I was just saying why I believe it.
Let's just ask you a question. Why
Yes, true.
anyone should believe it when there's no evidence?
Well, if you believe that's not strong evidences, true. I have no strong counter.
Yeah, I just wanted you to be honest with yourself and say, if there's no strong evidence, if there's no evidence, then of course you shouldn't believe it. You shouldn't just believe things without any evidence. That's absurd. If the evidence is flimsy and weak, you can believe it, but is your belief justifiable? No, I don't think so. So you need to look at that evidence, and you need to see if it is actually evidence. Because some things can be claimed as evidence but are not. I can tell you that it's evidence that because I said so. Is it evidence because I said so?
No.
No, it's not.
Well,
It needs to actually be verifiable and validatable, not something just claimed because it's fancy or sounds nice or it feels good in the moment. It has nothing to do with it. It's about objective truth. And if the Earth was a globe, it would be undeniable. It would be everywhere. Just like if the Earth is flat, it is undeniable. It is everywhere. Every single human being has only ever experienced flat, non-rotating Earth at all times. You claim to have seen Earth curve at one instance at a height that's not high enough to even see Earth curve according to the globe priests. So it can only have been an hallucination due to strong belief. That's the only possibility. So it's hard for me to fathom how some people can just accept this without any evidence. That's why I ask, just to get you to admit it to yourself and see if you can admit it to yourself and to help indulge my curiosity. So I want to ask again, but I'm not sure you can answer.
Sure.
Did you see curvature?
Oh, if I remember it right, I saw at the time.
Listen this, man. You are the 1 on 100 person in the world who saw the curvature. And nobody else.
True.
You are one of, let's say, 1,000, maybe less people who saw the curvature from 7 billion people. Do you know that?
Yes, like I said, it could be just optical illusion.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah.
I'm not saying I'm not going to 100%, but I see what you're trying to get.
Listen, I will repeat. 1,000 people saw the curvature, claiming like you. All other 7 billions didn't see the curvature.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see wrong.
Well, or maybe we are seeing wrong.
Either way, what I'm not going to make a grandstand.
You think if 7 billion people seeing flat, that 1,000 and 1,000 people seeing curve, that's for sure it's curve.
No.
What is more obvious?
Well, if you're going to go to the more people who see it flat, it's flat, so.
But the problem is not that what we believe. Problem is that what nature is giving us. Because you said I saw on satellites, showing the pictures. That's great, but that's on a TV. But when you go to outside in nature, you don't have that ocean curving,
True.
Only that. Because we check that value, Do you know what is radius?
Yes.
Yeah, we check that. And it's not, how to say, it's not there, it should be dropped there. If Earth is sphere, it should to drop in some point. Do you understand that?
What do you mean? I didn't catch that.
Earth is a sphere, it should drop somewhere.
Okay, I understand that.
Must have curvature, it must drop in nature, I'm saying. I'm not speaking about globe in class.
Okay.
But that's not happening in nature. We can see too far.
Have you heard of mechanical gyroscopes and rigidity in space?
No, I don't go to. I don't go to do research in that area.
Okay, I'll give you a brief overview. A mechanical gyroscope is basically a spinning device that once spun up, it will remain spinning in the same plane, so it will remain rigid in space. So as you move the gyroscope, as you rotate it, the internal spinning apparatus will remain in the same position as when you spun it up. So this allows us to use the mechanical gyroscope as an artificial horizon on airplanes. That doesn't work on a globe. On a globe, you can't use it as an artificial horizon, because even if you spun it up so it's in line with the horizon, as soon as the plane moves, that horizon would be mismatched. It would continue to get more and more distorted with each motion, because you're traveling around a curve and it remains rigid in space relative to the original starting location. So it would show curve if there were any. There isn't, so it doesn't show any. It also, because of rigidity in space, because of claimed Earth rotation, it would constantly drift. So it would also show rotation. It doesn't. It remains rigid in space, not moving. So the fact that we can use mechanical gyroscopes as an artificial horizon shows that the Earth isn't curved or spinning. Did you get that?
Yes.
So there are multiple ways for us to show how the globe doesn't work, how it only works in reality on the surface it's on. There's so many problems with the globe that, for instance, we have gas pressure here. We're breathing. I can breathe in, I can breathe out. Can you do that?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. That means you're not on a globe in a vacuum. Because otherwise all of the gas would fill the available space and you would have nothing to breathe. Now, many globe believers want to believe that gravity can hold gas. And that's why we have gas here. Problem is, if that were true, you could not exhale. Because gravity cannot overcome the second law of thermodynamics, because you use that to breathe. If it could, you could not. So we have greater pressure here claimed at the Earth's surface, and then they claim we have a vacuum away from the surface. Problem is, they claim that gravity is holding this greater pressure down and not allowing it to equalize up. This means that you can no longer exhale while standing upright, and you need to be on all fours if you think you're on a globe. In fact, under every single laboratory condition we can imagine, under no condition does the second law get violated by a down vector. So, I could give you triple, quadruple gravity, and it would still not affect the entropy of gases one iota. Gas would still expand to fill the available container. Otherwise, gas would not be acting like gas. It would be acting like liquid. It would not expand to fill the container. So, fundamentally, the globe doesn't work. It only works when it's compartmentalized, so that you don't apply the natural physics of reality to the imagination. So I would like to ask you again, how on a scale of 1 to 10, how much do you think the globe is true right now? Before it was like 70% because you've seen a satellite image and you hallucinated a curve while standing on a tall rock. So please give me the new number.
Let me just think a little bit. Hmm. I'm going to open up and say 50-50. Either way, I don't see how it can change my life.
That's fine. I actually want to commend you, and you have my respect for actually being honest enough to drop the number instead of going off into a tangent.
I'm
So
not going
that's
on a
cool.
tangent.
I appreciate it. It's fine to be on the fence. It's normal. Like there's a lot to this that you might want to look into, and I understand that, like, the feeling of what's this going to do for me. The thing is, not having delusions or flimsy basis for our beliefs helps us. It helps you be more logical. It helps you be more consistent. So in that way, it helps you. You don't have to take on the identity of a flat earther and like make it your whole life. That no one's telling you to do that. It doesn't have to change your life in any negative way if you don't want it to. You can always take what you can use from every situation and make it your own. So feel free to stick around and continue to learn, but I wouldn't say that it doesn't do anything for us, because learning new things, regardless of applicability in the moment, you don't know if it's going to apply in the future. So I would recommend just being open to learning new things. So it doesn't really matter if it super affects you right at this moment. Either way, you're going to swing. You could take it in a globe direction or a flat direction, and not change your life. But it could also change your life greatly. It depends on you. It's how you incorporate the information and what you want to do with it.
True.
Is there anything that you can point to and say, this gives me some confidence in the globe? This makes me think it might be true. Can you point at anything like that?
Not true. I never thought that much about the globe, to say the least. It wasn't. It's just something you are taught as a child, and you never think about it.
Yeah.
Do you think now?
Yeah.
Now that I'm challenged on my views about the globe, you get challenged and you don't know how to answer it. So it's good. I think it's good to challenge the knowledge.
Yep.
If you stop believing or if you still believe, it creates stronger belief in what you believed. If I make myself clear, you need to find a way to defend better your beliefs.
We are not speaking about beliefs here.
Yes, but in the broader way. In the broader way.
Yeah, that could be, but that has nothing with empirical and things what we want to realize about Earth. I can believe that Earth is whatever, you know.
Yes, but now I
And
don't
nobody
believe
can.
so. Now I don't have such a strong belief in that.
Yeah, but that's only belief, you know. Everybody can believe whatever they want.
So?
Yeah, I can believe that Earth pyramid. I can believe. Can touch me that belief, but that's not true.
Yes.
I can believe in that. Nobody can go against that my beliefs, because on the end I will say this is my belief. You cannot touch my belief. But on the end, that must be somehow true or not.
Well, if believe in reality, it's the strong suit. If you are looking for believe in what you believe it's real, it's good. If you don't care, you don't care.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's not point of believing. It's point what it is.
Yes.
I can, for example, do you believe that the water is curving?
Well, I go to the beach and I don't see a curve, so I don't believe the
Yeah,
water is
but
curving.
that doesn't matter. That do you believe that water is curving?
No.
Yeah, that's the point. We know that water
Okay.
always is, keeping the level. At least
Yes.
everybody saw that, Now somebody's saying that it's curving,
Okay.
Somebody needs to show that, but not on television, in nature.
Yes. Yes.
And we don't claim any model that we have, like, for example, now this is the Earth, it's finishing here, and it's there, because we don't know. But what we know, not curving in nature, not rotating. And we are not in vacuum of space. But who said Mr. Patch Guy said that he has a privilege. He sent me a message, but he cannot speak. He is muted.
Mr. Batch guy, he wants to talk.
Yeah, he said that he
Okay.
has evidence for globe.
Mr. Batch guy, you're unmuted. Welcome. Mr. Batch guy, what's up? Do you hear me, Sasha?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Batch guy, I'm gonna mute you again in 10 seconds if you don't talk. So.
Why the hell do you believe the Earth is flat?
So your first words were, why the hell? Okay. Calm down, Mr. Batch guy. So,
Who asked that question?
I think Mr. Batch guy did. Mr. Batch guy, I want to ask you, how old are you? Above 13, Mr. Batch guy? Mr. Batch guy?
What?
Are you above 13?
Yes, I'm above 13.
Are you sure?
I'm already 13.
You are above 13 years, right? 13 years and older?
But
Yes or no?
yes.
Okay. So, that's not very nice, right? Coming in here and the first words you said, why the hell do you think? Well, it's not thinking, right? It's not believing, Mr. Bitch Guy. We're done with the word believe and believing. If I look at my table, right, I can believe it's 1 meter wide, right? I can believe it, right? But when I take out my tape measure and actually measure my table, I can actually know its size, right, Mr. Bitch Guy? Do you agree?
From what? What's
Yeah.
planets then? I have a telescope. I saw one.
Listen.
It has rings.
So
What the hell is it?
that
it
is not so you're not answering my question, right? Here we ask each other's question, and I asked you a question, right? I asked you if I measure my table, I then know its dimensions, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So when they told us that the Earth is actually a ball with a radius of 3959, and we go out and measure the surface of Earth, right? The thing you are standing on, okay, and it actually measures flat, then it cannot be a ball, right? That is why we know the Earth is flat, because it measures that way. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball, Mr. Bitch Guy? Hello?
Well.
No, right?
Oh fuck. Well, I know the Earth is round.
No, you don't know.
No, I know it is.
No. How? So
I do know.
So,
How
Mr.
do you know?
Vetchkai, again,
Yeah, I do.
again,
How do you
right?
know?
1 second. Have you ever experienced the Earth as a ball? Just be honest, right?
Well,
It's just a yes or no question. No, right? Everybody ever alive has only experienced a flat, non-rotating Earth. This is how the Earth presents itself to us, right? Whenever you go outside your door, you don't experience that you're on a ball. The only thing is what you see is flatness, right? You don't feel the Earth move. You don't see it as a ball. So the way the Earth presents itself is flat and non-rotating to everybody. But they told us, right? They told us it's actually a ball. But the only time you experience or see the Earth as a ball is on your screen, on your telephone, on your TV, on your PC screen, right? That's the only time you see the Earth as a ball. So you don't know that the Earth is a ball because the only thing that shows you is your screen. And this is the digital age, right? You're a gamer. You know that everything can be faked these days. So we keep it with measurements, right? The measurement of the surface of Earth. Okay? And when we shoot lasers, high-powered lasers over large bodies of water, 24 miles, right? And we have the laser at one side and the target at the other side. And we turn on the laser and the laser hits the other side. It hits the target. Right? And then we can calculate how much curvature drop there has to be if the Earth is a ball. And that would be 100 meters, right? Over 24 miles. I'm not exactly how much feet that was. I need to, not on top of my head, but the laser shoots straight parallel over the water and hits the other side, right? We can see mountains from 273 miles away, which should be covered for over 3 miles of curvature. But we can see them. How's that possible, Mr. Betchguy? How can we see those mountains at 273 miles away if the Earth is a ball? Is there anything you want to ask, Mr. Bitch Guy? I mean, you can scroll down this server and do some research. I mean, we've all been to school, right? And they gave us the heliocentric model, right? We all know what the heliocentric model is. We all had the same education, right? But this is the time for you, right? And I envy you because you're so young, right? That you can open up your mind and take in new arguments. You have a mind of your own, right?
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen, though. No.
And why not? Are you afraid that you might figure out something?
No.
Okay.
Oh,
Do you trust your television? Is that it? Trust your screen?
don't trust television.
You don't, right?
I have seen. I don't.
Your mic is really choppy. You've seen what?
Yeah, it's my internet. That's why.
What have you seen, Mr. Vetchkai?
So, I have a telescope, so obviously I would see something.
Mr. Batch Guy, listen
I
this now. Are we speaking about Earth? Did you take your telescope and did you see the Earth? No. You posted Saturn, that you see the Saturn. That's great. Okay. Now,
Yeah,
the question is how, listen this question, it's very simple question. I know that you are a kid, but this is question about Saturn. You posted the Saturn picture. Listen this, how Saturn picture will provide curvature on the Earth?
It doesn't. So looking up at the sky doesn't determine what you're on, right? So there are no comparison things to the stuff that you see in the sky, right? You see circles, right? So is the Earth a circle? What do you see in the night sky that resembles Earth? Nothing. So it's illogical to think that when you look up the sky that you must be the thing you're looking at, right? When you're walking inside in a forest and you see only trees, right? Does that make you a tree? Of course not. And looking through a telescope is one eyepiece, right? Doesn't give you any depth.
And what do you think about NASA?
What I think about NASA? Well,
are they fake?
Have you looked into the stuff they produced? First of all,
yeah.
Yes.
Did you look everything?
Have you seen them hanging on wires, fading in and out?
You can't.
Have you seen that?
You can. Right. You can see. You can see the International Space Station in a telescope.
No, you see a light. You see a light coming by. There are only a handful of people that managed to get an object that maybe resembles to something that they call the ISS, but you only see a light, right? So how would you determine? How would you determine that light?
Saw solar panels.
You did. The thing is going 17,000 miles per hour. You didn't see it. No.
You can look into the internet.
Oh, so again, your screen.
No, I saw it in the telescope.
Yeah, sure you did, right? Then again, how did you validate that it is the ISS? Did you go there to touch it, to be in it? No, you haven't. Again, looking at something doesn't determine what it is, right? You need to test it.
I think you did bullshit in science. I think you had great.
Mr. Batch, listen this. Mr. Batch, listen this again. I will try again slowly. Whatever we spoke about NASA, whatever we will say about NASA, we can say about NASA. Again, we will go to the beach, again in nature. And then we will see so far, and there is no drop of sphere. It's missing in nature. That's the problem. But if you want to speak about NASA, you are young, you didn't see nothing about NASA. But if you want to see, if you want to look into that, you will see so many. You asked if they are faking. Yeah, they are faking and so bad. And I can give you examples if you want to know about that. But that story about NASA faking will not, again, make the drop physical, spherical curvature in nature.
What do you think of the fact that NASA, if what you're saying is true, NASA make tons and tons of silly little mistakes, leaving wires and various artifacts in their videos, and they've got a multi-billion-pound budget, and yet the average Hollywood film, which has special effects rendered and touched up, and in as much the same way as you could do if you were trying to do what NASA did, for £1 million budget, don't have any artifacts or wires. Why would you think that NASA makes such a bad job of it?
Could be any reason, right?
Can you think of one?
Yeah, sure. They want to show their hands, right? So the thing is, you need to believe it, right? You need to trust their authority. So when they show you their fuck ups, right? Then they show their hand, okay? And then it's up to you to discard it, right? As well. No, that's just man. No, that's not real. Or
that doesn't make any sense. You're suggesting that there's a massive. So what you're saying is there's a massive worldwide collaborative organization spending billions of pounds to hide the truth from us all, and at the same time they're trying to reveal it in innocuous ways by artifacts.
That's
okay. I have another question for him now. I have a question for you. That's all right what you said now, but let's say like this: why the astronauts fading in the real time?
I haven't seen those videos, but I can imagine.
Why we have supernatural things happening on ISS? We have the astronauts. Do you know what is fading?
Are you talking about when they disappear out of the video footage?
Yeah.
Okay,
why? And it's fading. Can you answer me that question? And I will continue when I hear the answer.
I'd have to see the video in question because there's quite a lot of cases we have.
Okay, You didn't
But
see that. Okay.
so you can
No,
see that the Earth measures flat, Peza. Is
no. What you were saying
oh
to that
no.
young. Listen.
So you
What the. Now listen. What you were saying. Sorry. Let me just clarify. What you were saying to that person. When you go into the world around you on the Earth
Mhm.
and you look at the world you live in, you've got
Mhm.
no evidence whatsoever that you're living on a globe. None at all.
Correct. Yes.
It's none. I'm not being disingenuous. I grant you that. And I've had that conversation many times with people. If you take a personal perspective in the world, and if you were brought up around, if you were dropped on a desert island as a child, and there was no one else around you, and you grew
Mhm.
up looking every night out at sea and in the sky and in the land around you, nothing would lead you to the conclusion. Nothing at all would lend you to the conclusion that you're on a giant brick wall, and it would be wholly counterintuitive
Mm-hmm.
to do so, wouldn't it?
Yeah. The Earth presents itself as flat, non-rotating to everybody.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Awesome
I
stuff.
totally agree.
So then we can measure the surface of Earth, Pazak.
We can measure it. What do you mean? We can travel it. We can navigate
No, we
around it.
can measure, right?
Yeah.
When I look at my table, I can believe it's 1 meters wide. But when I take up my tape measure, I actually know its size. That's a big difference, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So if the Earth was a ball with the radius of 3959, then every distance to the horizon cannot be further than 1.225 times the square root of the observer height in feet, right? So if we see a horizon further than the geometric limitations of a ball Earth with the radius of 3959, it's not the ball with the radius of 3959.
I know, I agree.
Okay. So then you understand that when we measure with lasers, long distance observations, that there is that this curvature drop over distance, which has to happen on a ball Earth, is non-existent.
I'll take your word for it. I wasn't present at the experiments, so for me to just
Well,
accept
you can do this yourself, right? We always say, don't trust us, don't believe us. Go out in reality, in nature, and do it yourself. That is the only way to get, I don't want to say convinced, but to know, right? That is the only way to experience it.
Sure.
But Black Swan is there. You can see. It's in voice text, right?
Yeah, and then we can go speculate about why would they lie, right? But that's really not important, right? Liars lie to deceive, to control, to gain, right? Everybody lied at one time, and that is to control, deceive, or gain something. So the most important part is to figure out the lie itself, right? And a liar can tell you why he lied, but would you trust him, right? So when the boy cried wolf 2 times or third time 2 times, and the third time he did it again, right? Nobody trusted him again. So a liar only gains that he's not to be trusted the next time, even if he tells the truth, right? So that is why we say go figure out what the lie is, right? Go figure out if the Earth is actually a ball, and then you can speculate about why would they lie, because again, a liar won't tell you. Maybe he will, and then it's up to you to trust him, right? But you're not in that club of liars. I wouldn't expect them to tell you why they lied. And this is all speculation at this point. And people come here and say, well, NASA gets all this money. And then why would they? It's not about the money, bro. Really. They print the money. Money is the most richest people in the world. They don't care about the money. They have money for their grandchildren. They don't care about the money. Money is printed. It's created out of nothing.
They have generational wealth.
Pasa C, have you ever lied?
Sorry?
Have you ever lied? Have you ever told a lie?
We all have, yeah. Listen, I've got to go. I'm being called for a meal, so I'll pop back in later on if that's okay.
Enjoy
Thank
your
you.
dinner, man. Enjoy your
Yeah,
dinner.
thank you. Thanks for your conversation.
Yeah, no problem. Right.
Take care. Bye.
Yeah, Mr. Batch guy, you want to talk to us instead of saying shut the fuck up in chat? I mean, it would be nice if you could act as an adult and just have a civil conversation. You can ask questions all you want. And I know this goes against your belief system that the earth is a ball, but it is a belief system, right? The only time the earth presents itself as a ball is on your screen, on your television screen. So you when you say, I know it's a ball, that's not correct. You don't know. They gave you this education in your school still, right? We've all had the same education. Then we wanted to look into it, figure it out, right? That is what we encourage people to do. Go figure it out. Don't trust your screen. Go into reality and go figure it out. Yeah. So if you're going to continue this, I'm just going to ban you, Mr. Batch Guy. So what is your evidence then, Mr. Batch Guy? What is your evidence? Something that came from your screen? I mean, I can show you something.
Yeah, show me.
So this is what they present, right? The 2007 blue marble and the 2002 blue marble. Why are the clouds the same? And then we have this one. Where is it? Here I have another one. Copy paste. And NASA even tells you, man. Look, Robert Simmons, data visualizer and designer Robert Simmons. He created the blue marble, a computer-generated image.
Roger, do you have that one showing the bigger and smaller continents?
And we have this one I found a few days ago. I found it funny. I marked it with two yellow lines, yellow circles. Hey, you want to add something, Mental Cell, instead of being in the chat? You want to add something?
Yeah.
No,
You
I'm
know
talking. I was talking to Mental Cell.
I don't have that much to say about it.
No? So these are real photographs?
I think they might be like I called it an image for a reason. I know they are photoshopped to some degree, at least.
Okay.
100%.
Right. So there is no real image from Earth. There's none.
I won't go that far to claim as such.
So
because according to NASA, some of them, like
Okay.
I think one of the early ones, they claim is a real photograph. But it is no secret that these ones are spliced images. You can look it up on their own website.
Mm-hmm.
No, they're more than just spliced. You have to at least admit that.
Yeah.
Right.
You can obviously see they are more than spliced with like copy-paste clouds.
So,
and
that's
doesn't ring any, not any red flags for you that they would do that.
Yeah, Mental Cell was here before. He's a glower, so he will defend it at any cost.
All hail science.
Right. Science. Right.
Yeah, but what did you ask? Was it napalm or obvious it be? I think. Yeah, it was obvious it be. If it rings any red bells, like I view the blue marbles as like an artistic thing. They're obviously meant to be presented to the public.
Why are we 5-year-olds that need things sugared up for us? We can't handle the raw data, the raw image. Needs to be fancied up. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly. The public are quite impressionable. Impressionable. How do you even say that word, to say the least?
Well, that's exactly what the public is.
Yeah.
There's one thing cleaning up an image so it's presentable. It's another putting in completely false aspects to it. Like a copy-pasted cloud. That's automatically not the reality of when the data was captured. It's no longer a presentation of reality. You agree?
Yeah. Like...
It's like I take a picture of you, right? And I draw a fake mustache over you. Is that a legit representation of you?
I would suppose not.
I mean, maybe underneath you could say yes, but the image itself is now being kind of falsified. It's not the reality of the moment that the data was captured. Now, we'd probably just do something like that between us for a laugh, but why would NASA and other agencies do such things?
Make it look nice for the public.
Wow, you didn't listen to what I just said?
They are claiming that some of them are not exactly a raw photograph, but I think like one of the earlier ones they claim
It's not about the claims, it's
are
about
a
the
deep orbit
principle
photograph.
of representing reality, which they've immediately broken by adding in copy-pasted elements to the images.
As I said earlier, the blue marbles are like a fancy art project.
And how do you justify that to yourself?
What do you mean? Could you deepen your question?
Why are they? I don't know why are they running fancy art projects when they're just trying to show an image of the
Because you want a
Paul
bigger
Harris.
budget. And to get a bigger budget, you need the public behind you. So you want to rile up the public spirit in space exploration, so that the people will vote for like people that increase their budget.
They commit fraud to do that, correct?
I would not go that far personally, but misleading might be a better term.
It's still a lie.
It is no secret that they are spliced images, and also photoshopped. As you can see, you even have the NASA employee guy saying he was the one that made the image, so it is no like hidden secret at all. They won't flaunt that before the public, of